It's not a question of whether I want to hurry or not. Instead, after continuously fighting against these demons, Yuan Yang has become desensitized to the thin walls of the fortress within the devouring demon returning ruins formation. He is no longer as sensitive as he was at the beginning. I can't help it if the golden waves of light can't burst forth. Besides, you kept telling me to quickly eliminate these demonic shadows. I don't have the strength left. What should we do? Xing Suisui seemed very anxious, her face flushed red. Cao Meng, I don't know either. If we're not fast enough, we'll have to make up for it with time. We can only wait. Wait. Upon hearing this, Xing Suisui became even more anxious. As the demonic shadows disappeared from the barrier in batches, she sensed that another great demon was about to be born in the crack below. If we don't stop it, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. No, there's no time left, we can't wait any longer. You need to come out right now and come with me to stop the other demon. What? There's a demon too? Upon hearing Xing Suisui's words, Cao Mengli almost failed to lift the devouring demon returning to the void formation. Just kidding, I came to the secret realm to hunt for treasure. They're not going to follow you around killing monsters every day. I'm not going. You can go by yourself after it's over. Cao Meng spoke reluctantly, but dared not stop piercing the demonic shadow. You don't need to lift a finger this time. I can handle it myself. That demon is sealed away, as long as we don't let it escape the seal. After hearing Xing Suisui's explanation, Cao Meng's expression brightened considerably, and he immediately agreed to go with her. Alright, don't move around. Control the core of the devouring demon returning to the void array. Once I, flowing light golden wave, have dealt with these demonic shadows in the array, I'll go with you. Xing Suisui nodded obediently, closed her eyes, and focused intently on sensing the state of the devouring demon returning ruins formation, using her spiritual power to maintain it at any time to prevent damage when Cao Meng used his Yuan Yang power to impact it. But after a leisurely stroll, only an incense stick's time had passed. The demonic shadows inside the devouring demon returning ruins formation were still rampaging. Xing Suisui couldn't help but ask. It's good that your golden light collapsed at the right time. If we hadn't stopped the demonic shadow in the crack, that demon would have come out soon. This. Cao Meng was also quite helpless, he was usually doomed whenever he was provoked. Today, however, he proved quite capable. No matter how I changed my posture or used different moves, I couldn't summon him. Chapter 60, a special invitation to the Demon Emperor to come out of seclusion. Why don't you think of a solution? Hoshino Suisui. What can I do? Can't the location of the core of your devouring demon returning to the void formation be moved at will? Cao Meng's eyes lit up as he came up with a good idea. Transfer. Xing Suisui looked at Cao Meng in confusion. Then, things didn't go as planned. Despite Cao Meng's earnest attempts to persuade her, Xing Suisui consistently refused. Okay. 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 You don't want to, do you? Okay, that's settled then. Let's take our time and see who outlasts whom. I'm not in a hurry, I have plenty of time to play with you. Whether the demon below comes out or not is none of my business. Seeing Cao Meng's nonchalant attitude, Xing Suisui was furious, but she had no strength to resist. Finally, with a wave of her hand, the scene within the barrier instantly changed. Scenes of lush green grasslands, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, reappeared before Cao Meng's eyes. This is exactly the scene Cao Meng saw when he was first teleported to the secret realm. It turned out that the woman wanted to increase Cao Meng's attack speed against the demon shadow by creating a different visual environment. Wow! Brilliant! Looking at the scene before him, Cao Meng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and his supreme body unconsciously increased the speed at which he slayed the demonic shadows. Gurgle. That's not enough. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Cao Meng gazed expectantly into Xing Suisui's beautiful eyes, which held a captivating depth of emotion. It must have taken a lot of spiritual energy for Xing Suisui to do all this. Her eyes were half closed, and she bit her red lips lightly. Despite being in extreme pain, she still let out a loud "Hi." Then, her original height of 1.75 meters was seen to shrink little by little. Until it was about 1 meter tall, it became exactly like the bit tribe girl that Cao Meng had seen before. Wow! Cao Meng sat up straight, looked at Xing Suisui who had suddenly shrunk, and couldn't help but exclaim, so clever. However, as Xing Suisui reverted to her dwarf form, the devouring demon returning to Ruin's array also contracted. The original has been deleted, the reviewer let it slide. Ah, you demon, die. Finally, inspiration level increased again, and a burst of golden light erupted, sweeping away all enemies. Well. As the demonic shadows in the formation were slain, Xing Suisui suffered a painful backlash and let out a groan. Before Cao Meng could even rest, Xing Suisui casually took out a white dress from her storage ring and put it on. Without bothering to wipe away the bloodstains, she grabbed Cao Meng and rushed towards the crack below. You want me to use a skin? It would be so embarrassing if people saw that. Master, where did that senior go? While searching for the body-shaping and rejuvenation pill, Chu Xingyun did not forget to observe the barrier above through the roofless room. The commotion was too great, with golden celestial liquid dripping down from time to time. It was visible to the naked eye that this celestial liquid landed on the demonic shadow, which turned to ashes before it could even scream. The soul was stunned for a long time before stammering, I don't know, it was too fast, I didn't see it at all. The concept of a soul/spirit is both right and wrong. She did see it, though she didn't see it clearly. But while she didn't see it clearly, there were some parts that she saw quite clearly. She just didn't know how to tell her disciple. She couldn't possibly say that she saw a white shadow carrying someone whose face she couldn't see clearly, and that she only saw Xiao Kuan fly into the ground, could she? If I were to say this out loud, how would my disciple view me? Is the judgment that her master is not concentrating, or that she is concentrating in the wrong place? As soon as Cao Meng entered the underground fissure, his hair stood on end. His first impression was of cold, the bone-chilling cold corroded his skin layer by layer. What kind of place is this? It's so cold. Is the demon here? Cao Meng couldn't help but ask the beauty beside him. That's right, this is the place where the Ice Maiden imprisoned the demon back then. This place contains the Ice Maiden's power of law, which is why it's so cold. Ice Maiden? Cao Meng, completely bewildered, mentally recalled what he had read in the original novel. It seems there's no such character at all. What's going on? Why is the plot going in the wrong direction? Just as Cao Meng was still savoring the moment, Mingxiao and Xianyuan were blocked by an ice wall. The ice wall wasn't transparent, it was entirely black. However, this black doesn't look natural, it's more like a color deliberately stained by ink. Indeed, even with all his spiritual power, Mingxiao, who was at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, was still overwhelmed by the fact that his lips turned purple and his snot froze into an icicle on his white beard. His teeth chattered, Master, senior brother, what do we do if there's no road ahead? Xianyuan, however, was more composed. Despite being pale from the cold, he calmly said, this should be the place. Then, he took out a black bottle made of a special material from his storage ring and took out a withered, broken finger from inside. The severed finger resembles the shape of a normal finger, but it is entirely dark and green. Although it is only a small section, it is astonishingly long, over a meter long. The most striking feature is the sharp, blood-red hook-shaped nail. Xianyuan laid the severed finger flat and steady, then dripped 2 drops of his own blood onto the severed finger. Rumble. The blackness inside the ice wall began to ride like black mist, converging towards the center. Until finally it formed a huge black Kulon head, with empty eyes that gleamed with a greenish eerie light. He, you two lowly filth, it was you who awakened me. A deep, piercing laugh followed. A deep, penetrating sound pierced their hearts. Just from the oppressive power of that voice, Mingxiao felt an urge to kneel down. The senior student next to him, without saying a word, plopped down. He knelt down directly, raised his severed finger, and said sincerely, Your Majesty, I am Mingxiao, a disciple of Jade Void Palace. I have come to invite Your Majesty to come out of seclusion. Jade Void Palace. The skull gave a sharp laugh, back then, you were the ones who did the most damage in attacking my demon race. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan trembled violently. He swallowed hard, trying to appear calm. Your Majesty, I am unaware of the circumstances of that year. I have come today on my master's orders to rescue you. Get me out of here. He. The demon emperor sneered as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You two lowly filth dare to try and save me? This freezing formation was set up by the Ice Maiden. How dare you two speak so arrogantly? I think you'll become nourishment for this fiend, providing it with energy, ha ha ha. As soon as the skull finished speaking, countless demonic shadows roared and screamed as they lunged at the two of them like bats. Chirp chirp. Squeak. Roar. Your Majesty, spare my life. I truly wanted to save you. Xian Yuan was so frightened that he cowed out and begged for mercy, while frantically taking out a crystal-clear ruby from his storage ring. Chapter 61 Blocking People. Your Majesty, this is what my master asked me to bring. Please take a look. Ancient Phoenix Crystal. Upon seeing this object, the skull became unusually excited. The skull formed from the black mist gradually dissipated. What ancient phoenix crystal? Senior brother Mingxiao asked curiously. The ancient phoenix crystal is the essence left behind by the ancient divine beast phoenix. It has extremely powerful burning power and is absolutely effective against ice-type monsters. Mingxiao nodded in slight understanding, then shook his head after looking at the thickness of the ice layer. Once the black mist had completely dissipated, the ice wall began to become transparent. Then, a large bald head appeared first in Mingxiao's sight from inside the ice wall. Upon closer inspection, the large head and short body of the creature, with its hands raised and lying on the ground, obscure its facial features, appear to be surrendering as it is pressed against the iceberg. Is this the sealed demon emperor? Mingxiao frowned and stared at the shiny, oily head with a puzzled look. Why does she look so bizarre? And her figure is like that of a little doll. What are you looking at, you filthy relic? Quickly give me the ancient phoenix crystal. Xian Yuan, who was tilting his head to try and see the bald head's true face, was pulled back to his senses by this shout. Looking at the thick ice wall, he asked in confusion, how do we give it to them? Put the filth on my fingers. Ah! How can we provide such a thick ice wall? Waste, put it on the finger in front of you. At that moment, the withered half-finger in front of Xian Yuan twitched slightly. Just as Xian Yuan placed the ancient phoenix crystal on the severed finger, Xing Suisui brought Cao Meng to this place. Their eyes met, and Xing Suisui was furious. What do you two want to do? Just as she was about to pick up her axe to chop down the two men, her body suddenly went limp, and she almost fell to the ground. What's wrong with you? Cao Meng quickly helped her up and asked with concern, are you alright? Did you use the demon devouring return to void formation repeatedly and exhaust yourself too much? Then, Xing Suisui steadied herself, but looked at Cao Meng with a hint of anger. Cao Meng gave an awkward laugh. No, why are you looking at me like that? Xing Suisui snorted coldly, it's all your fault. I told you to hurry up, but you insisted on fighting those demonic shadows for so long. Cao Meng. Is this why my legs feel weak? So what do we do now? You're carrying me on your back. Cao Meng. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up. Gurgle. Cao Meng couldn't help but swallow as he felt the softness pressing against his back, and rushed towards the two of them. Useless trash, go and stop them. As the demonic energy within the ice wall issued its warning, a large number of demonic shadows attacked Cao Meng and Xing Suisui. Xing Suisui forced a protective aura to form around the two of them, offering them protection. However, after two consecutive major battles, she could barely stand. Faced with so many demonic shadows, and with Mingxiao and Xian Yuan constantly ambushing from the sidelines, they could only barely manage a draw. Meanwhile, the severed finger secretly carried the ancient phoenix crystal and slipped away along the wall. Go quickly, stop that severed finger. Xing Suisui, on Cao Meng's back, both blocked the attacks launched by Mingxiao and Xian Yuan and directed Cao Meng. The underground battle was fierce and evenly matched, while the situation above was equally chaotic. After Ling Zhang led his men to the palace ruins, many more people arrived with information maps from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Damn the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, selling a single piece of information to so many people. When I get back, I'll tear your roofs down. Seeing more and more people rushing in, Ling Zhang stopped his actions of leading his teammates to bully other minor sections. He led everyone towards the last floor of the palace. In the intricate network of rooms on the back floor, Xu Xingyun casually tossed aside a pill, a hint of disappointment on his face. I've lost count of how many rooms I've explored, and my storage space is overflowing with all sorts of elixirs and treasures, but I still haven't been able to find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill. Xu Xingyun waved his hand, and a line of words landed on the flowing light paper. At the same time, Ji Baiwan, Lu Bai, Su Mei, and Lu Tsang suddenly had white light flashing at their waists. The group took out the radiant paper and saw several large characters appear on it. How's your search going? Have you found any information about the body shaping and rejuvenation pill? While chewing the pills, Iso Shiro poured a handful of pills from a bottle full of pills into his mouth, swallowed hard, and wrote several large characters with a whooshing sound. Master, Koiso is searching diligently. Please wait for my good news. Then he drew a fist gesture to cheer someone on. In a dark, secluded room, springtime was in full bloom. Lu Tsang and Su Mei were getting to know each other better when they suddenly saw a message from Xu Xingyun. The two paused their actions and each wrote down a few large characters. Su Mei, young master, I am currently exploring the depth of this palace and will find it soon. Please rest assured. Lu Tsang, rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost to find the body shaping and rejuvenating pill for you. Lu Bai, meanwhile, lay leisurely on a roof beam, took out the flowing light paper, glanced at it, and gave a cold snort. Just as she put away the flowing light note, she suddenly sensed someone entering and immediately hit herself. Useless trash, did you even see it clearly? The person who arrived was none other than Ling Zhang. After entering, he looked around but didn't seem to find anything. His expression changed, and he angrily rebuked Shi Qing beside him. Shi Qing, his head still drooping from the scolding, replied in a low voice, I didn't see wrong, they are disciples from which sect, they are all wearing the same clothes. It turns out that Ling Zhang always remembered the humiliation Cao Meng had caused him before the demon abyss. After descending from the secret realm, he ordered his men to search for his whereabouts. However, this secret realm is vast, and demonic shadows harass them from time to time, so they have not encountered anyone from the Illusion Moon sect. However, just as they arrived at the palace ruins, Shi Qing inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xu Xingyun's shadow. Seeing that the clothes were exactly the same as those worn by the Illusion Moon sect, he then told Ling Zhang the news. Upon hearing that the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect were also here, Ling Zhang immediately brought his thugs to ambush them. Elder Ling, this room is interconnected in a complicated way. Perhaps that kid sensed the danger and ran away in advance. Another disciple from Jade Void Palace suggested in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhang's serious face relaxed a little, and his brows unfurrowed. That's possible. Pass on my order, if you encounter that brat from the Illusion Moon sect, cripple him, but don't kill him yet. Find out the whereabouts of the rest of this useless sect member. Damn it, I'm going to make sure this sect never returns from this secret realm trip. Huan US sect. Lu Bai, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but murmur to himself. Who is it? Show yourself. The slight movement was immediately noticed by Ling Zhang. He slashed at the darkness with his palm. Bang! Boom! The two energy waves collided, causing a small explosion. Lu Bai dusted himself off and stepped out from the shadows. With a smile, he said, I know where that kid you're looking for is. Chapter 62 Triggering the Mechanism. You know? Ling Zhang glanced at Lu Bai and said disdainfully. Judging from his attack just now, it's clear at a glance that the white-robed man in front of us is only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Ling Zhang was not taken seriously at all. Yes, I know. I saw him here just now. Where is he? May I ask what you want with him? Ling Zhang frowned, tightened his grip on the divine transformation devouring Yuan blade, and stared coldly at Lu Bai. Are you in cahoots with him? The divine transformation devouring blade was obtained by Ling Zhang in this secret realm, hence its name. Even a nascent soul cultivator can briefly unleash the power of a divine transformation cultivator. However, this depends on the cultivator's own strength. Those who are not strong enough will naturally not be able to unleash their full potential. No Lu Bai waved his hand and laughed. I'm just curious, that kid is just a foundation establishment stage waste, why are you going to all this trouble to find him? That's none of your business. Just tell me where that kid is. What benefit would I get from telling you? Lu Bai said nonchalantly. The benefit is that I'll spare your life. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's expression turned serious, and he stared intently at the broadsword in Ling Zhang's hand, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from it. Then he pointed in one direction. Walk. Ling Zhang gave him a cold look, then directed his disciples to rush off in the direction Lu Bai had pointed out. Judging by their appearance, they're probably going to kill your young master. Aren't you worried? Ha ha ha. After Ling Zhang and the others left, Lu Bai's eye suddenly turned reddish-black, and his physical abilities emitted a different sound. Humph, let me tell you, that kid has the life and death slave mark implanted in him. If he dies, we're all doomed. Another voice said, don't worry, it's just a mere life and death slave seal. Once we obtain the primordial seal, this slave seal will be nothing to fear. Lu Bai, I hope that brat doesn't get beaten to death, otherwise we'll all be buried with him if we find him. Another voice said, don't worry, from my observation, the soul in that kid's body should be at the nascent soul stage. This piece of trash is no match for him. That's good. Lu Bai muttered to himself, his eyes shifting between conflict and strife. He secretly followed Ling Zhang from behind. Chu Xingyun had no idea that a huge piece of gossip had fallen into his lap out of nowhere. While rummaging through drawers and cabinets in a room, he accidentally touched a mechanism on a pillar. Boom! The stone pillar seemed to have a bearing installed in its middle, and it began to rotate. As the stone pillars rotated faster and faster, the entire palace ruins began to shake. What's going on? While carrying Xing Sui Sui on his back and chasing Broken Finger, and fighting against Demon Shadow and Ming Xiao and Xian Yuan, Cao Meng suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. Being deep underground, he felt the vibrations amplified many times over. Just as Ming Xiao and Xian Yuan were about to take off to ambush Xing Sui Sui on Cao Meng's back, they stumbled and fell face first to the ground. A treasure is about to be born. Xing Sui Sui looked up at the sky. Treasure? What treasure? Cao Meng's eyes gleamed with greed as he arrived at the secret realm and finally heard the news of a treasure. Have no idea. However, there should be many. Holy crap, what's the point of fighting then? Cao Meng immediately wanted to release Xing Sui Sui down. What you do? However, Xing Sui Sui clung tightly to Cao Meng's neck and said angrily. Fighting for treasure? There's no benefit in playing with these monsters here with you. I've given you my innocence, what more do you want in return? Speechless. Wait a minute, you're not right about that. Wasn't I helping you slay monsters? Cao Meng immediately retorted. This. Xing Sui Sui was speechless. Quick, catch up with it. That severed finger has run away again. Helpless, she could only change the subject and draw Cao Meng's attention to the severed finger. Cao Meng remained unmoved. Not only did it stand there motionless, but it also suddenly threw Xing Sui Sui off its back. Xing Sui Sui leaped into the air, performed a beautiful spin, and landed steadily. Holy crap! Cao Meng was taken aback. Wasn't his leg weak? How come you're still so skilled? That's when I realized the woman had been faking it all along. Xing Sui Sui, whose disguise had been discovered, gave an awkward smile. Just recovered some of my strength. Sha! Cao Meng glanced at her coldly, then turned to leave. Mother was right, women with pretty faces are all good at deceiving people. However, Cao Meng had just taken a step forward. With a wave of her hand, Xing Sui Sui caused the barrier covering Cao Meng to disappear instantly. Seeing this, the demonic figures seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack on Cao Meng. You! Cao Meng was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. With such a demonic shadow inside Xing Sui Sui's formation, he could beat it up at will. But now, he is food for these things, with no room for resistance whatsoever. So, she forgot all about being angry. Swift as a rabbit, he flashed and darted directly into Xing Sui Sui's barrier. Cao Meng glared angrily at Xing Sui Sui, like a submissive wife. Xing Sui Sui grinned. Regardless of Cao Meng's reaction, he leaped onto Cao Meng's back again and gave instructions with a serious expression. Quickly grab that severed finger. There's an ancient phoenix crystal on it that can melt the ice array left by the Ice Maiden. Don't let it succeed. Cao Meng. Now he's completely being led by the nose by this woman, but he has no choice but to follow her. Another chase ensues. Deep underground, a man carrying a beautiful young girl was chasing after a severed finger carrying a red crystal, running along the ice wall. Mingxiao and Xianyuan got up from the ground and looked at each other. Mingxiao whispered in Xuanyuan's ear, "Senior brother, this woman is not simple. I think we should leave first." Xianyuan, witnessing this comical scene, secretly transmitted his voice to the demon within the ice wall. "Your Majesty, what should we do? Please come out and stop this crazy woman. Demon, disgrace, if I can get out, I'll still need you to save me. He can't even stop an ugly woman, what a useless piece of trash." On the surface, this demon appeared indignant, but in reality, it was terrified. Ever since Xing Sui Sui arrived here, he has sensed a familiar aura about her. That was the death aura of that worthless 8 demons. It seems that old bastard Lao Ba has fallen for this woman. It knew how strong the demon race's vitality was. Apart from those divine artifacts, the only ancient marks in the world, or some special strange fires, who could harm them in the slightest? I have no idea what method that damned woman used. Senior brother, I think this demon emperor is all talk and no action. We should retreat. However, Xianyuan frowned, glanced at his junior brother, and then looked at the bald head inside the wall. Seeing that her senior brother remained unmoved, Mingxiao began whispering in Xuanyuan's ear again. "If you stay here any longer, that crazy woman will make a move on us once she has a chance. Let's go up and seize the treasure." Chapter 63 Soul-Devouring Spear. Ultimately, Xianyuan decided that preserving his life was more important, so the two of them secretly left during the chaos. Disgusting. Waste. Come back, and stop this vile woman." Sensing that Xianyuan and the other person's auras were gradually fading away, the demonic creature, suppressed under the ice wall, roared madly. "You filthy thing, just stay here obediently." Without the two of them causing trouble, Cao Meng, carrying Xing Sui Sui on his back, finally caught the severed finger after a chase. What do we do now? Having already grasped the severed finger, Cao Meng now only wanted to quickly seize the treasure that was about to be born. Xing Sui Sui carefully put the severed finger and the ancient phoenix crystal into her bosom, then deliberately gave Cao Meng a sickeningly sweet smile and said, "Let's begin. Cao Meng, start what? Slay these demonic shadows." Cao Meng. Looking at the woman's lecherous expression, he swallowed hard. It's so addictive. Then, a thrilling battle to eliminate the demonic shadows began. At the same time, the stone pillars deep inside the palace slowly stopped rotating. The air suddenly trembled. Swish, swish, swish. The first weapon to appear was a soul-devouring spear, which exploded in a 360-degree spin to kick off the game. The gun body is entirely yellow and black, with a glint of cold light at the tip, its sharpness exposed. Immediately afterwards, countless treasures poured out. The jade bottle was filled with the fragrance of elixirs, the runes on the talismans were flashing, the weapons were sharp and gleaming, the spiritual objects emitted a hazy glow, and the array flags fluttered in the wind. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated as if it were daytime by the light of the treasure. All sorts of treasures, seemingly without any discernible pattern, flew out of the stone pillar one by one. Master! Chu Xingyun excitedly called upon his soul and his heart. With so many elixirs being produced, there's a high chance that there's a body shaping and rejuvenation elixir. The soul was also very happy. Yuner, quickly collect all the pills. Chu Xingyun responded and flew towards the group of treasures. Just as Chu Xingyun confidently began to cast his spell, preparing to collect all the pills with one hand. His gaze, however, was deeply drawn to the soul-devouring spear. This spear is far superior to his dragon-patterned spear in both quality and design. They all look extraordinary. Gurgle. Chu Xingyun swallowed hard, then turned and flew toward the soul-devouring spear. Ha! The expectant soul was suddenly stunned. In my heart I cried out, "Traitor! Master, please wait a moment. Let me put this spear away first." Then, from the very beginning, its first appearance foreshadowed the extraordinary nature of this spear. It stood quietly at the forefront of the many treasures, like a king among treasures. Just as Chu Xingyun's henchmen were about to capture it. Whoosh! However, with lightning speed, it flashed directly into the group of treasures. Then, one by one, the treasures surrounded it, like protecting a general. Snort! Chu Xingyun sneered, "Master, help me get rid of this beast." Upon hearing this, the soul entity, though somewhat displeased, still channeled a wisp of pure white power into Chu Xingyun's body. After all, he still needed this traitorous disciple to find the body-shaping and rejuvenation pill for him. With the help of his master, Chu Xingyun slaughtered everyone in his path, and the little treasures were like dirt dogs. He unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, instantly shattering the treasures surrounding the soul-devouring spear into pieces. Then, Chu Xingyun's eyes burned brightly, and he moved like a rabbit, flashing towards the shaft of the soul-devouring spear. However, if the soul-devouring spear were captured so easily, it would not be worthy of being the king of these treasures. Seeing that Chu Xingyun was about to catch it, it suddenly unleashed its soul-devouring energy, and instead of retreating, it launched an attack on Chu Xingyun. Great gun! Shi Qing, who had followed Ling Zhang there, happened to witness this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ling Zhang glanced at the nascent soul-devouring blade in his hand and instantly lost interest. Although it was not obtained in this secret realm, this sword, when wielded by him, can still unleash the power of a nascent soul realm expert. But this knife is, after all, a deadly knife. Weapons can be divided into two types: inanimate weapons and living weapons. A dead weapon can only unleash its full potential in the hands of its master. However, living weapons are different. These are weapons that have developed sentience. After recognizing a master, one can perfectly coordinate with the master simply by thinking about it. And it can take the initiative to save its master from danger at critical moments. That is the true treasure. Chu Xingyun has now acquired the soul-devouring spear, which is now a living weapon that has developed sentience. Damn it, great gun, it's mine now. Before Ling Zhang could even utter the word rob, a large, fat man rushed into the room, leaped up, and flew towards the soul-devouring spear. Although the fat man was clumsy, he already possessed the strength of the late nascent soul realm and was exceptionally agile. He spread his arms wide, and a cloud of air appeared in front of his chest, as if he wanted to embrace the entire space. He wanted to absorb Chu Xingyun and the soul-devouring spear into his arms at the same time. Get out of my way! Sensing something was wrong, Chu Xingyun roared in anger. The dragon-pattern spear was activated, and the third strike of the 13 deadly strike spear's breaking illusion was thrust straight at the fat man behind him. Humph, a foundation establishment stage trash like you dares to act arrogantly in front of grandpa, you're courting death. The fat man was utterly disdainful of the dragon-pattern spear that Chu Xingyun had shot at him, and continued to use his inner absorption technique. Then, as the tip of the dragon-pattern spear drew closer and closer to him, he suddenly sensed a hint of death. What? The fat man's expression changed drastically. He immediately abandoned the absorption technique and urgently used a defensive shield to block the dragon-pattern spear. At the same time, Ling Zhang didn't care about his purpose in coming here. Taking advantage of the moment when the two made their move, he kicked off with his calf and grabbed at the dragon-pattern spear. However, the soul-devouring spear did not seem willing to be captured so easily. It unleashed a powerful soul-devouring aura, forming an invisible barrier that prevented everyone from getting close. This soul-devouring energy can cause temporary paralysis and imprisonment of a cultivator's soul. This is indeed a fine treasure. Such a treasure is mine now. Ling Zhang was caught off guard and was immobilized by the soul-devouring chi for a mere 0.01 seconds. Another handsome old man with white eyebrows, wielding two large meteor hammers, charged towards the barrier released by the soul-devouring spear, laughing loudly. He slammed his meteor hammer against the barrier with a resounding crash. The soul-devouring spear is, after all, just a weapon. It might catch people off guard and ambush them. However, when facing this white-browed old man at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, the grand formation he had set up was clearly insignificant. The white-browed old man smashed the barrier to pieces with a single blow of his hammer. "Old white ghost, why the hell are you trying to take this gun from me, you hammer-wielding bastard?" The white-browed old man reached out to grab him, but Ling Zhang wouldn't let him succeed. The nascent soul-devouring blade in his hand slashed mercilessly at the white-browed old man. Chapter 64 Soul-Devouring Spear, 2. Little Ling, if I like to steal, so be it. What's it to you? Ha ha ha. The white-browed old man swung his meteor hammer at Ling Zhang. Seizing the opportunity, the soul-devouring spear shattered the glazed tiles with a whoosh, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the space where the spear tip passed, bursting out of the palace with a bone-chilling cold. The area outside the palace was now a ruin, reduced to dust by the surge of spiritual energy that erupted when these treasures were created. A muffled rumble like thunder came from the distant mountains, and countless streaks of light bounced and leaped. It was the various forces riding their magical treasures, their sword light like a galaxy hanging upside down, rushing towards this place. The moment the soul-devouring spear pierced through the palace dome, all the treasures trembled simultaneously as if they had lost their backbone. A brief commotion followed. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. This is an ancient secret passed down by the Thunder Department. Each one can summon heavenly thunder to obliterate a nascent soul stage expert. The Primordial Creation Pill. It can reshape the golden core and reverse the meridians. Legend has it that it requires 3,000-year-old ginseng and the inner core of a 9-headed dragon turtle to refine it. The 5 Poison Soul-Devouring Array Flags. When all are gathered, they can create a poisonous miasma-killing array that even those at the nascent soul stage find difficult to escape. The Crimson Flame Heaven-Burning Halberd. Legend has it that it can unleash the karmic flames of the 9 heavens, and a single strike can reduce even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator to ashes. The Sun and Moon Shining Together Grass. It can bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bones. After consuming it, one becomes immune to all poisons and one's spiritual power triples. The cultivators from all directions who were rushing to the scene were stunned when they suddenly saw countless treasures gathering in the sky. Some people saw 7 long halberds that were entirely crimson red. Some people saw 12 gilded talismans spontaneously combust without wind, forming a rotating bagua diagram in the air, with purple lightning crackling along the edges of the talismans. Others focused their attention on the 3 pills that shimmered with iridescent light. Furthermore, those who specialize in formations focused their attention on a pitch-black flag. On the flag, 5 lifelike white skeletal pythons were depicted, their eyes inlaid with eerie green gems. The entire flag churned and emitted sinister roars. A little girl with her hair in a bun stared intently at 3 translucent fairy herbs. Starlight shimmered among the stems and leaves of the herbs, and each leaf was covered with colorful dewdrops. At this moment, everyone's restless hearts had reached their peak, and all their eyes were fixed intently on the sky. At that moment, the 4 people inside the room simultaneously stopped their attacks as if by telepathy. Chu Xingyun was even more determined to win, and rushed outside again towards the soul-devouring spear. Ling Zhang, the white-browed old man, and the fat man followed closely behind, not to be outdone. The crowd outside was preparing to rush forward to find their own targets when they suddenly realized that all 4 of them were after that inconspicuous soul-devouring spear. I was taken aback at first. Then, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Live soldiers. No one present was a fool. With just a simple observation, they discovered that all the treasures were surrounding the soul-devouring spear, as if they were protecting it. Moreover, everyone knows 3 of these 4 people. The white-browed old man comes from the heaven-shaking sect of the 9 provinces continent, and his name is Shin Feng. He is quite famous among the nascent soul cultivators in the 9 provinces continent. Although the fat Xiong Tianba was a rogue cultivator, it is said that he once secluded himself on the shore of the East Sea for 30 years and comprehended the Taotai devouring heaven technique. His ability to absorb powerful techniques made him famous. Ling Zhang, needless to say, is an outer sect elder of the Jade Void Palace. The Jade Void Palace is the most prestigious and righteous sect, and its prestige is self-evident. But who is that Foundation establishment stage kid? However, no one dwelled on this issue. Thus began a chaotic and fierce battle. The girl with the bun hairstyle was the first to set off. With a swift movement, her late-stage nascent soul realm strength was unleashed as she soared straight into the sky. Then, whoosh! 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 Several more figures leaped into the air. In just a few breaths, hundreds of people came up. All sorts of forces and strengths, whether they were nascent soul realm or golden core realm, all flew up. Senior brother, what's the use of this gun? I don't know. Then why should we rob it? Who cares, let's just grab it first. However, the soul-devouring spear, a top-tier weapon, is not so easily chosen. It didn't fancy any of the people present, they would have to make sacrifices to get it. It was seen carrying numerous treasures, flying around and circling everywhere in the secret realm. Because of the magnetic field of the secret realm, the others flew briefly in the air like fish surfacing to breathe, quickly landed to gather their strength, and then soared into the sky again. Just as the soul-devouring spear was teasing the group like a dog, the 9 demons, hidden in the underground fissure, stared at Xing Suisui and Cao Meng with their divine sense as if they had swallowed a fly. Seeing that the demonic shadows were trapped in the devouring demon returning ruins formation by Xing Suisui, Cao Meng used the Yuan Yang golden light to kill the demonic shadows one by one. Even though the 9 demons were pressed under the ice wall in a surrendered posture, it still couldn't hide the ridiculous look on its face that could crush a fly. Considering how the 8 demons were killed, it was thankful that it hadn't been rescued by those 2 good-for-nothings. "Sigh, I guess I'll just have to stay trapped under this ice wall. It's too dangerous outside." As time passed, suddenly a few rays of light shone down through the crack, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. "Quick hurry, someone's coming." Xing Suisui sensed movement and rushed towards the crack, urging Cao Meng to speed up and kill the demonic shadow. "Damn it, what kind of blind fool dares to bother me?" Cao Meng looked up at the sky with a dissatisfaction. What he hated most was being disturbed when he was concentrating. The soul-devouring spear was rushing towards the crack below when it suddenly stopped, turned around, and flew back into the sky. It turns out that the light just now was from the soul-devouring spear, which, while leading the group, spotted its favorite person below the crack and then rushed down into the crack with its treasures. And those flickering lights were also emitted by the treasure. The group, who were chasing the treasure with all their might, had just reached the crack when they saw the soul-devouring spear rushing out again with the treasure. All were overjoyed. Just as I was about to grab it, I was momentarily stunned for 0.01 seconds. It was the soul-devouring spear that unleashed its wide-area damage, the power of soul-devouring. Xu Xingyun, Ling Zhang, the fat man, and the white-browed old man had already witnessed the power of the soul-devouring spear. While everyone was frozen in place, they perfectly avoided the attack. At the same time, the 4 of them had the same idea, to use their respective special skills to trap the soul-devouring spear. Being led around like a dog by the soul-devouring spear from one end of the road to the other, from the sky to the ground, the group was already getting impatient. "Damn it, they're treating me like a pet." The fat man cursed loudly, unleashing the gluttonous devouring heaven technique. He spread his arms, and a vortex appeared before his chest, gradually growing larger and expanding. "You beast, don't run away." The white-browed old man slammed his 2 meteor hammers together with a loud bang, creating a shockwave that spread out like a large net. Ling Zhang and Xu Xingyan each held a dragon-patterned spear and a broadsword, respectively. The 4 people, from 4 different directions, directly blocked the path of the soul-devouring spear that was about to burst out of the crack. How will Chapter 65 end? Seeing that there was no way to escape, the soul-devouring spear moved and commanded numerous treasures to pelt the 4 people like stones. Instantly, the light emitted by all the pills, herbs, and talismans made the entire sky dazzling and colorful. However, these treasures are not living objects, so without human intervention, they can only light up on their own and are not offensive. Even so, it's still dazzling to look at. Seeing this, the four quickly withdrew their strength. The soul-devouring spear is good, but these treasures are not bad either. It would be a real pity to damage them. Yuner, my power is beyond measure. Quickly hand over control of your body to your master. She had expended too much power since entering the soul-eating swamp. Moreover, after entering the secret realm, she discovered that the power she had consumed was recovering very slowly. That's why I suggested that Chu Xingyun bring Lu Bai and the other two under his command. Seeing countless treasures scattered and flying haphazardly towards them, he felt a little anxious. If these treasures contain body-shaping and rejuvenation pills, and they fall into the wrong hands, it would be troublesome. Judging from the current situation, she is at her strongest after unleashing all her power, but she dares not gamble on it. As a soul, she had had enough, and today she had to obtain the body-shaping and rejuvenation pill to reshape her physical body. She didn't care about guns anymore. Chu Xingyin stared at the soul-devouring spear for a brief moment in a daze, but finally obediently relinquished control of his body. After all, without his master's help, he's nothing. After taking control of his body, Chu Xingyun's aura surged instantly, soaring from the 6th level of the nascent soul realm to the 9.5 level. This is the strongest power that a soul entity can currently display. Chu Xingyun's eyes revealed a kind of feminine softness, and at the same time, the way he used the dragon pattern spear changed. It transformed from a fierce and powerful explosive force into a gentle and tender state, resembling a sword. Then, Chu Xingyun stopped using the two-handed grip on the spear and instead wielded the dragon pattern spear with a single-handed sword grip. As the dragon pattern spear spun, a beam of white light rapidly spread out, instantly trapping the treasure within the barrier formed by the white light before it could even reach them. In the blink of an eye, the soul entity, controlling Chu Xingyun's body, had already trapped himself and all his treasures within the barrier. Damn it, you little brat, you want to do? The fat man did not notice Chu Xingyun's change. He had just stopped using his strength and was preparing to collect the treasures that had come at him like stones. However, it was only when the treasure was suddenly trapped that he turned his attention to Chu Xingyun. He had barely opened his mouth and hadn't even finished cursing when he noticed something was wrong with Chu Xingyun's aura. The white-browed old man, Ling Zhang, and everyone else who had just been briefly stunned by the soul-devouring spear all unanimously focused their gazes on Chu Xingyun. Who is this kid? What is he thinking? Damn it, he wants to monopolize all the treasures. Damn it, that bastard, why I'll beat him to death, huh? Why can't I see through his strength? The crowd instantly stirred, their eyes fixed intently on Chu Xingyun inside the barrier. Elder Hua, isn't that Chu Xingyun? The disciples of the Illusion Moon sect, who arrived late, immediately spotted Chu Xingyun in the sky. The main reason is that he was too conspicuous. He and the treasure were in a large circle, making it difficult for him not to be noticed. Great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Hua Tingting could tell at a glance that Chu Xingyun's strength was extraordinary, and he said with a look of surprise. What? He's at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing the third elder's words, the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect were completely dumbfounded. In just half a year, this kid has already gone from the foundation establishment realm to the nascent soul realm? No way, third elder, are you sure you're not mistaken? He really is. That's right. Hua Tingting narrowed his eyes and said, however, this state seems a bit off. Although he is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, his aura is somewhat unstable and seems unlikely to last long. Could it be that he's on drugs? One disciple couldn't help but ask. There are many pills in this world that can temporarily enhance one's strength, and quite a few people have seen them. However, these pills are all overdrawing one's potential. If used too much, one's cultivation level will become unstable, and one will be unable to make any further progress. Those can't just go directly from the foundation establishment stage to the nascent soul stage, a disciple retorted directly. Even if you use drugs to improve your strength, there are prerequisites. You can't just take a couple of pills and reach the nascent soul stage. That depends on the individual's situation. Normally, one cannot advance from the first level of foundation establishment to the 9th level at most. It won't exceed one major level. Hua Tingting shook his head, equally confused about the situation. You little beast, you have quite the appetite. The white-browed old man banged his two meteor hammers together, staring coldly at Chu Xingyun. So noisy. Chu Xingyun then swung his spear, and a sharp white light, like a sword, shot towards the white-browed old man. Snort. The white-browed old man snorted coldly, completely disregarding the attack Chu Xingyun had launched. What Hua Tingting could see, he naturally could too. I was already certain that the kid was on drugs. What? However, just as he was calmly swinging his hammer to meet the attack, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. This power was actually beyond the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. One careless move and the white-browed old man was sent flying dozens of feet away, hammer and all. Damn it, Deacon Ling, this kid is not normal. Let's deal with him properly first. Seeing that Bai Mei had suffered a loss, the fat man dared not be careless anymore and immediately made a suggestion. Senior brother Xian, senior brother Ming, where are you? Have you completed the mission? Ling Zhang glanced around, thinking about Xin Yuan and Ming Xiao. Given the current situation, he is truly struggling to cope. Okay. Big Bear, stop with the dirty tricks. Ling Zhang responded, then his eyes turned cold as he addressed everyone outside the barrier. Gentlemen, this kid wants to take all the treasures for himself. Let's join forces to kill him, and then each of us can use our own abilities to find the treasures. Everyone naturally agreed. Even Bai Mei was sent flying far away by Chu Xingyun in one move, so they had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Listen to my command, everyone do your best to break this barrier, Ling Zhang shouted loudly. Then, at Ling Zhang's command, everyone unleashed their various special skills and attacked the barrier. Third Elder, should we help? A disciple of the Illusion Moon sect asked with concern. After all, Chu Xingyun was from the same sect as them, and it would be a bit unreasonable for them to watch him get beaten up without helping. Moreover, and most importantly, is his identity, the stepson of the Holy Sun. If the Holy Sun finds out that his son was beaten up while these people were just watching the show, wouldn't the Holy Sun make things difficult for him? Hua Tingting also frowned. Suddenly, as if he had heard some instruction, his eyes lit up and he said, "Ignore it." Snort. Chu Xingyun glanced at the crowd with disdain, then stepped into the air and began to collect the treasures within the barrier with an air of nonchalance. Judging from the current situation, including the white-browed old man who was injured by me in one move, there are only 3 nascent soul realm great perfection cultivators. The others are all trash, not even worth his attention. In the shadows of the crack, a man and a woman were quietly watching everything unfold. My good son, I'll see how you get out of this mess, ha ha ha. Chapter 66. These guys are fucking bastards. Is this your son? I guess so, ha ha ha. Then why aren't you going to help? Look at his strength, he's even stronger than his father, he doesn't need my help at all. That's right, the two were Cao Meng and Xing Suisui, who had just dealt with the demonic shadow in the crevice. At this moment, Xing Suisui felt Cao Meng's bravery and had been conquered by him. She clung to Cao Meng's arm with both hands, nestling against him like a little bird. Your son is no ordinary person. Oh? What did you figure out? Xing Suisui smiled faintly, this power is not his, but it won't last long. Then, she changed the subject and stared blankly at Cao Meng. Do you need my help? Cao Meng gently brushed the stray hairs from Xing Suisui's forehead, gave her a big kiss on the forehead, and said with a smile. Not for now. Xing Suisui blushed slightly, and although she was puzzled, she did not ask any further questions. Suddenly, Cao Meng spoke up again, asking, Tell me about yourself. Xing Suisui was taken aback, What's wrong with me? Who exactly are you? The 3 princesses of Bit? Is it still that Night Queen? Xing Suisui glanced at him with her pretty eyes. What kind of person do you think I am? Cao Meng wrapped his large arm tightly around Xing Suisui's willow branch, pulled her into his embrace, and kissed her fiery red lips. I want you to be mine. With a whoosh, Xing Suisui's already rosy cheeks gained an even more rosy glow. A light tap of his fist on Cao Meng's chest, You're never serious. Seeing that Xing Suisui didn't want to talk about it, Cao Meng stopped asking and instead teased her. Watch the show here while killing some demonic shadows. hate. While the two were flirting, the soul entity controlled Chu Xingyun's body to carry out the treasure collection phase. However, Chu Xingyun, controlled by the soul entity, showed no joy on his face. Because none of the body shaping and rejuvenation pills were found among these treasures. Chu Xingyun himself, however, was extremely excited. Although his master now has control over his body, he can still feel the energy contained within the soul-devouring spear he holds. After collecting the treasures, Chu Xingyun waved his hand and withdrew all the power of the barrier. After all, setting up a barrier also requires a significant amount of her soul power. What she needs most right now is to conserve her strength so that she can try to obtain the body shaping and rejuvenation pill when it appears. Damn it, kid, it's not right to take all these treasures. The moment the barrier disappeared, the fat man floated to Chu Xingyun's side and said solemnly. Ling Zhang also flashed and landed next to the fat man. The divine transformation devouring blade pointed directly at Chu Xingyun. With so many treasures, you're not going to use them all. You should leave some behind. Bang! Bang! The white-browed old man struck with his meteor hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood that flew over. Kid, give me that gun, and we'll call it even. He no longer dared to call Chu Xingyun a little beast. That attack just now had truly taught him a lesson. While you can still exert the strength of the nascent soul realm, give me the gun, and I'll let you go. Swish! 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 With the three of them taking the lead, everyone else surrounded them, staring intently at Chu Xingyun. Ling Zhang was quite disdainful when he saw people gathering around him. These people are all selfish. A group of them attacked a barrier and still couldn't break it. The reason is no longer obvious. No one is using their full strength. Everyone wanted to save their energy for picking up the scraps. Snort! The soul scoffed disdainfully, get lost. She is in a very bad mood because she couldn't find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill. Who dares to stop my master? Just then, Isohiro arrived at breakneck speed. He gazed at Chu Xingyun with deep affection and said, Master, I'm sorry I'm late. Don't worry, if anyone dares to cause you trouble, they'll have to step over my dead body. Upon hearing this, the soul controlling Chu Xingyun's body almost vomited. The old man's words were so cheesy, I can't imagine how Yuner usually interacts with him. You three pieces of trash, get out here. Chu Xingyun roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bai, Su Mei, and Lu Tsongshan flew over. In fact, he had sensed the presence of the three people earlier. These three are really too dishonest. They've already been given the life and death slave mark, yet they're still hiding far away watching the show. Since they are slaves, they should share the burden with their masters. The three of them stood beside Chu Xingyun, their lips twitching as they looked at the pairs of eyes that were directed at them. Unlike Ji Baiwan, who loved Chu Xingyun to the point of sacrificing their lives, they would have escaped long ago if it weren't for the life and death slave mark. Lu Bai, Su Mei, Lu Tsong, the five evils of the blood path. As soon as the three showed their faces, someone recognized them. The group had done many bad things on the 9 provinces continent, and many people knew about it. However, they only bully smaller sects, so the larger sects don't bother with these matters. That's Elder Ji Baiwan from the Nyang sect. Some people recognized Lu Bai and his group, and naturally, others knew about the unique sect, the Bebe sect. After all, there were 1 or 2 people present who had unusual hobbies. Since the soul body had not yet found the body reshaping and rejuvenation pill, it did not want to waste any more time. He turned to Isohiro beside him and said, "Stay close to me." He immediately drew his gun and charged at the crowd. A chaotic battle ensued. Everyone's goal was clear, to find someone they could bully and beat them up. The soul entity controlled Chu Xingyun's body, leading Ji Baiwan to fight against the old man with white eyebrows, the fat man, and Ling Zhang. The remaining few hundred people immediately surrounded Lu Bai, Su Mei, and Lu Tsong. Ha! The three of them were completely stunned. No, we're just employees. If you want to collect your debts, go find the boss. Why are you surrounding the three of us? The crowd wasn't stupid. Those people were all at the peak of the nascent soul realm, while their highest level was only the mid-nascent soul realm, so they didn't bother joining in the fun. Master, those three good-for-nothings are trapped. Should we rescue them? At this moment, Ji Baiwan still didn't understand what Chu Xingyun meant by telling him to stay close to him, and was still asking stupidly. There's no point in keeping trash around. From the moment the three of them hid and watched the show, the spirit had no intention of keeping them. Make the most of everything, even death should not be a waste. The battle was one-sided. With the soul-devouring spear as a living weapon, Chu Xingyun's side has a variety of skills coming out one after another. The three were completely overwhelmed and could only desperately defend themselves. Lu Bai and his two companions were also left only to be beaten up. Like rats crossing the street, they scurried and jumped around trying to escape. This was without anyone using their full strength. ISO Shiro, on the other hand, leisurely watched the show from behind Chu Xingyun. You bunch of useless trash, a group of you fighting three people, and it's been going on for so long. Come over here and help stop this kid. Ling was screaming his heart out over here. These people are fucking bastards. Oh. Interesting. Cao Meng, with his girlfriend in his arms, watched the chaotic battle with amusement, only lacking the need for a cigarette to relieve his fatigue. Chapter 67: The Disappearance of Power. Xiang, we're here to help you. Suddenly, two figures swept in from afar and joined Chu Xingyun's battle. The two were none other than Ling Jingxin's two senior brothers, Xian Yuan and Ming Xiao. Senior brother Xian, senior brother Ming. Ling Zhang was overjoyed. Have you completed your mission? Xiaoming and Xian Yuan exchanged a glance, their lips twitching. Ahem, that junior brother Zhang, it's a long story. Let's work together to fight for the treasure first. Good. With the addition of his two senior brothers, Ling Zhang's confidence increased greatly. Even the speed and power of his attack were several times stronger than before. Brother Ling, with a disciple like you, the future of Jade Void Palace is truly promising. The two senior brothers also praised Ling Zhang without reservation. Senior brother, watch carefully. Receiving the praise made Ling Zhang even more arrogant. The divine transformation devouring blade in his hand whistled as he slashed towards Chu Xingyun with a move that surpassed the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. This sword uses too much spiritual energy. With one strike, Ling Zhang had exhausted almost 80% of his power. He was so exhausted that he stuck the divine transformation devouring Yuan blade into the ground, bent over, panting heavily. Junior brother, this is truly a fine sword. Seeing his senior brother praising him again, Ling Zhang looked up and gave a smug smile. However, the smile lasted for less than 2 seconds. Ling Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted loudly. Senior brothers, watch out. Put. The soul entity controlled Chu Xingyun's body, piercing through the chests of Tong Xiao and Xian Yuan with one gun in each hand and two guns in each hand. The two were immediately rendered unable to fight. Well. It turns out that although Ling Zhang's attack was fierce, his ability was limited, and he failed to unleash the power of the nascent soul realm. However, the soul entity within Chu Xingyun's body possessed power approaching the nascent soul realm. This strike from Ling Zhang was effortless. While blocking, he unleashed the soul-devouring chi of the soul-devouring spear, causing a brief stun effect. Ling Zhang and the other two had all witnessed the skill of the soul-devouring spear before, and skillfully avoided it. Mingxiao and Xian Yuan were unaware of this, so they were immediately frozen for 0.01 seconds. In that mere 0.01 seconds, Chu Xingyun's left hand held the dragon pattern spear, and his right hand held the soul-devouring spear, both of them piercing into their chests. After piercing through the two men, Chu Xingyun kicked them both away. Then, his gaze gradually grew colder. Hua Meng, your son's borrowed power is almost gone. Judging from his appearance, he's about to go on a killing spree. Never mind him, let him kill all he wants, we'll have fun. Xing Suisui had just opened her cherry-like lips when Cao Meng silenced her again. Chu Xingyun slammed his twin pistols into the ground to receive the hand seals. Gradually, a barrier emanating pure white power enveloped everyone within it. You little beast, what do you want to do? Ling Zhang was shocked and roared. Young friend, I don't want the treasure anymore, I don't want it. Please allow me to leave, young friend. The white-browed old man immediately put down his meteor hammer and begged for mercy. "Damn it, Tui!" The fat man spat and cursed. However, just as the soul entity was controlling Chu Xingyun's body and the barrier was about to be formed, suddenly, his eyes and expression sharpened, the barrier vanished instantly, and he shouted sternly at the crowd. "Humph, I'll spare your lives today, now get lost." "Master!" Chu Xingyun cried out urgently in his heart. "Why release it? These people are all using deadly moves. Besides, having taken so many treasures, wouldn't it be like inviting trouble if we didn't kill them?" Everyone was taken aback and exchanged glances. "Figure out what Chu Xingyun is up to." Observing Chu Xingyun's aura again, it is still the aura of someone above the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Cao Meng was equally puzzled. What is Yuner doing? Has she become kind? Someone's coming. There are two figures rushing this way, Xing Suisui said with a satisfied look. Someone's coming? Yuner, it all depends on you now. Your teacher can no longer help you. I sense Cao Meng is nearby. Give him the treasure and beg him to protect you. Chu Xingyun, huh? Before he could even ask his question, control of his body returned to him. Master! Master! Chu Xingyun called out twice in his heart, but received only silence. As Chu Xingyun took over the body, the aura he possessed, which was above the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, suddenly disappeared. Damn it, the medicine has worn off. The fat man shook his large belly and looked at Chu Xingyun as if he were a clown. You little bastard, you almost fooled me. Pa! The white-browed old man got up and began banging his double hammers around. Ling Zhang, carrying a knife and supporting one of his senior brothers on one shoulder, glared fiercely at Chu Xingyun. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Lu Bai and his companions were completely wiped out. The group crushed a total of 4 souls, 2 of which were hidden within Lu Bai's body. However, these few people made the most of the situation, and their final counterattack killed many of their companions. Of course, all of this should be attributed to Chu Xingyun. At this moment, Chu Xingyun was surrounded by hundreds of people. They all stared at him with fierce eyes. Boy, hand over the treasure to me, and I'll give you a quick death, the white-browed old man said first. If you want to kill your master, you'll have to run over my body first. Iso Shiro, however, showed no fear and stood directly in front of Chu Xingyun, speaking with imposing force. Snort! The old man with white eyebrows threw a meteor hammer at him, and Ji Baiwan, looking dejected, coughed up blood. What kind of dog dares to jump around in front of me? You little beast, I don't want to say it a second time, hand over the treasure to me. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun had a sudden inspiration and said, I can give you the treasure, but you must keep your life. No problem. Upon hearing that someone wanted to obtain a treasure, Bai Mei spoke up without hesitation. Give me all the treasures, and I will save your life. You old hag, who do you think you are? Do you think you can protect me? The fat man stood up indignantly and retorted, even if I gave you all the treasures, could you eat them all? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Humph, fatty Xiong, whether you can eat it or not, it's up to my 2 hammers to decide. What, you're not convinced? Then let's have a go. Damn you, old man, I'm not afraid of you. Before they even got their hands on the treasure, the 2 of them started fighting. Humph, 2 brainless idiots, tricked by a little beast. Ling Zhang sneered inwardly, fight, the more intense the better. Now that his 2 senior brothers are injured, only these 2 remain as threats to him. He actually hoped that the 2 of them would fight to the death right now. Taking advantage of the moment, Ling Zhang threw his 2 senior brothers to the ground. In a flash, he arrived beside Chu Xingyun and, without saying a word, slashed at Chu Xingyun's arm. For him, there was no need for so much nonsense, he simply took the storage ring and kept it for himself. Chapter 68. What else? However, the white-browed old man and the fat man, who were fighting, suddenly exchanged a strange smile. His fighting stance instantly stopped, and he turned to attack Ling Zhang. What? Just as Chu Xingyun was about to feel the pain of losing his arm, Ling Zhang suddenly pulled back his broadsword, blocking the two energy waves that had attacked from the white-browed old man and the fat man. Well. Ah. Ling Zhang withdrew his broadsword at the critical moment, but the aftershocks still severely injured Chu Xingyun, causing him to vomit blood incessantly. Meanwhile, Ling Zhang was also caught off guard and was ambushed by the two. Fortunately, the nascent soul-devouring blade in his hand was no ordinary weapon, and it helped him deflect some of the power. Otherwise, this attack from the two of them would have definitely seriously injured Ling Zhang. "You bastards, you two dogs, how dare you ambush me?" A mouthful of blood spilled from Ling Zhang's mouth as he glared at the two men and spat out a curse. "Damn it, Deacon Ling, you've already obtained the divine transformation devouring blade during this trip to the secret realm, so don't covet any other treasures." "That's right, Steward Ling, one shouldn't be too greedy. Big Bear, thanks to your brilliant idea. If it weren't for your brilliant idea, we wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily, You two pieces of trash, how dare you team up to deceive me? I splat asterisk. Ling Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood, stunned for a moment. How are you two going to divide so many treasures? And that gun is a living thing, who gets it? You don't need to worry about that, The white-browed old man smiled as he approached Chu Xingyun, whose face was pale. "You little beast, should I smash your head open with this hammer, or will you hand over the spirit ring yourself?" Master, save me. Master." Chu Xingyun desperately called out to his master in his heart. "Yuner, didn't your master tell you to call in Cao Meng? Master is truly helpless." The soul sighed silently. At this moment, two figures in black robes, their faces veiled, stood far away on the distant horizon. "How is Senior Brother? Has he found out anything?" One of the men in black robes asked the other. The other person shook his head. "They must have sensed our presence and hid." "Senior Brother, is it that woman?" "Judging from this aura, it should be. It's said that a body-shaping and rejuvenating pill will appear in this secret realm. Do you think that woman might?" "Such a treasure is not easily obtained." The man in black robes sneered, then turned and floated away. At the same time, the soul entity on Chu Xingyun's body trembled in the spirit ring, not daring to utter a sound. Their conversation, of course, did not escape Cao Meng's eyes from the crack below. Cao Meng smiled slightly, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. They now understood why the soul within Chu Xingyun's body had suddenly hidden itself. The Soul Clan. Xing Sui Sui watched the departing figure of the man in black robes and solemnly uttered two words. "Swayer, you know about the Soul Clan too?" Xing Sui Sui nodded solemnly. "The Soul Clan has always aimed to capture souls, but they were wiped out by a coalition of races 10,000 years ago. How could they be here?" Then, with a mischievous grin, she looked at Cao Meng and said, "No wonder your son's power acts like a woman's when he activates it, and then suddenly disappears. Is there something inside him?" Cao Meng chuckled. "Of course you should ask him." "How would I know?" "I'm afraid we won't be able to ask," Xing Sui Sui chuckled. It was clear that Chu Xingyun was about to have his head smashed by a hammer. A single axe sent the old man with white eyebrows flying. "Who dares to touch my Yuner?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Meng, dressed in white, gracefully landed with a girl in a white dress in his arms. "You little beast, who are you?" Bai Mei was stunned by the sudden axe blow and shouted at Cao Meng. Cao Meng casually brushed the dust off his clothes and said, "This is my son. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I'll chop you all up." Then, he turned around and walked to Chu Xingyun, who was lying on the ground severely injured, and said, "Yuner, don't worry, your father will take care of everything. Here, baby, I'll keep this safe for you." "It's not safe for you to keep it with you." Before Chu Xingyun could react, Cao Meng grabbed Chu Xingyun and snatched the storage ring. "That traitor Cao opfed." Before Chu Xingyun could even stand up straight, he fell heavily to the ground again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have plundered 20,000 experience points from the chosen one of destiny, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. A surge of pure power flowed into Cao Meng's body like a tide. Hey! Cao Meng was surprised. Yuner was much more valuable. He could gain 20,000 experience points just by meeting her. Compared to his mother, she was a poor wretch. Even after spending half a year together, she hadn't given him many experience points. Yuner, let me introduce you. This is your second aunt. You're injured today, so it's alright. Remember to greet your second aunt when you see her in the future. Cough cough, ft. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyan nearly choked on his breath, coughing up blood as he weakly growled. Chow the traitor. Sway, this is my godson. Say hello. No need for a gift. Xing Sui glanced at Chu Xingyan curiously, feeling that Cao Meng didn't seem to be sincere. Ding! Host has successfully plundered 10,000 experience points, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Host, the system has detected that the chosen one is mentally exhausted and near death. He still has 300,000 experience points to plunder. If the child of Qiyun dies, their experience points will also be lost. Oh! Upon hearing the system notification, Cao Meng quickly took out a pill from his pocket and put it into Chu Xingyun's mouth. 300,000 experience points. We can't let them go to waste. Useless trash, I don't care who you are, quickly hand over the storage ring in your hand to this old man. The white-browed old man was getting impatient and said impatiently. Cao Meng glanced back and said coldly. Old man, if you get out of here now, I'll consider what you just said a load of bull. Otherwise, humph. You beast, what else could you do? With your mere late-stage golden core strength, you think you can kill this old man. The old man with white eyebrows hadn't finished saying the last few words. There was a loud plop sound. His head had rolled several times on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at the still-standing corpse. His mouth was wide open, as if he wanted to say something, but he could no longer make a sound. Then, Cao Meng grabbed the old man's nascent soul, which had left his body, and crushed it to dust in his hand. Xing Sui swung her jade-like hand, slung the axe back over her shoulder, and coldly stared at the crowd. Otherwise, this will be the consequence. Cao Meng looked at everyone with a benevolent smile. Gurgle. Chapter 69 Getting Started. With one axe blow, the head of a nascent soul realm cultivator at the great perfection stage fell to the ground. Everyone knows how strong this woman must be, she's at least at the nascent soul stage. What right do you have to kill someone? After a long while, a stubborn cultivator in the crowd asked tremblingly. What right do you have to kill someone? Ho! Cao Meng smiled. Do you need a reason to kill someone? Do you need it? I can kill him whenever I want. What, are you going to stand up for him? Cao Meng revealed a harmless smile and stared straight at the cultivator. The cultivator felt as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake, and cold sweat poured down his back. She swallowed hard and whispered, I don't know him well. Then shut up. Cao Meng said coldly, anyone else have any ideas? Bring them up now. If not, get out. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other. I was extremely unwilling, but I dared not utter a word. Ling Zhang, however, said loudly, with such a powerful figure by your side, we accept that you've taken all the treasures. However, your son colluded with these 5 evils, and you must give us an explanation. After Ling Zhang's encouragement, many people below immediately began to shout, that's right, those 5 evils usually commit many evil deeds and have killed many of our fellow disciples. You must offer us some treasure as compensation. Confess? Confess my ass. My son can do whatever he wants, it's his freedom. Cao Meng showed a protective attitude, making way for Chu Xingyun, who was lying listlessly on the ground behind him. Anyone who disagrees, come at me. My son is right here. If you're so capable, come up and kill him. A bunch of brats, wanting treasure, they can come up with any excuse. Cao Meng saw it all clearly when they were beating up Lu Bai and his 2 companions, they were all having a great time, like cats playing with mice. However, everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward. Since no one dares to come, I'll count to 3, and those who don't want to leave can stay in this secret realm forever. 1. Before the 2 words could even be uttered, the crowd scattered in an instant. In particular, Ling Zhang carried two senior brothers who looked like dead dogs and charged at the forefront. Ha! After everyone else had left, the fat man remained standing there, still smiling. Cao Meng was taken aback. What, you're not planning to leave? The fat man grinned and said, damn it, little brother, want to take me as a follower? I, Xiong Tianba, am willing to follow you, as long as you can give me that gun. Roll. Why? The fat man disappeared in a flash. Holy sun! After the crowd had all left, Huatingting arrived with the illusion moon sex forces. Holy sun, what should we do with Chu Xingyun? According to the sect rules, Chu Xingyun's departure from the sect without a word for half a year should have been treated as treason. Killed on the spot. But given his connection with Cao Meng, he couldn't say anything. Take it back first. Cao Meng glanced at Chu Xingyun, who had already fainted. There were still 300,000 experience points to plunder. We need to figure out a way to stimulate them gradually when we get back. Father, please take me with you too. I want to go with my master. Suddenly, Isabi grabbed Cao Meng's arm and pleaded. Father! Hearing the old man shouting, Cao Meng almost spat out a mouthful of blood, staring wide-eyed at Ji Baiwan. Father, don't let my male body fool you, I actually have the heart of a girl. I truly love your son. Ji Bai swung Cao Meng's arm and said in a charming tone. Holy crap! Hearing the word girlish heart gave Cao Meng goosebumps all over. Damn it! He went up and slapped a big slap across Ji Baiwan's old face. Fuck you! However, Ji Baiwan was not giving up and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and begging Cao Meng to take him along as well. Cough cough. Just then, Chu Xingyun coughed painfully twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood as if it were free. Master, master, you must hold on. If you die, ISO will not live either. Ji Baiwan quickly crawled to Chu Xingyun's side, hugged him, and wept bitterly. Seeing Ji Baiwan crying as if her mother had died, Xing Suisui was somewhat moved and said, Meng, why don't you take him with you? I think they are truly in love. Take it with you, take it with you. Cao Meng waved his hand impatiently at Huatingting. After resolving Chu Xingyun's troubles, Cao Meng arranged for everyone to rest on the spot, while he and Xing Suisui explored Chu Xingyun's storage spirit world together. After all, Cao Meng wasn't confident he could subdue this woman with his current strength. With Xing Suisui as his protective charm, he felt more at ease. Upon entering the spirit ring, Cao Meng saw a small space containing a girl's boudoir. The spirit was curled up on the bed, trembling. Is it really that exaggerated? The soul sensed someone approaching and immediately thrust its sword towards them. Fortunately, Cao Meng brought Xing Suisui with him, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to withstand that sword strike. At the critical moment, Xing Suisui's figure flashed, and she stepped forward to chop down with an axe. Although the sword and axe were both illusions, the fluctuations caused by the two energy pillars still overturned a large number of the surrounding treasures. You bunch of beasts! Ha! The spirit was easily defeated, and then burst into furious and frenzied curses. He was only halfway through his rant when he suddenly realized that the person who had come was not right. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and she asked in confusion, Why is it you? Where is Yuner? She had just completely severed her spiritual connection with the outside world, so she had no idea what was happening outside. When Cao Meng and Xing Suisui arrived suddenly, she thought they were the two members of the Soul Clan who had come to capture her. Yuner, it's all right, you don't need to worry. You should be worried about yourself now. Chu Xingyan looked the soul's kind face up and down, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Humph. What are you worried about me for? The spirit entity didn't give Cao Meng a friendly look upon his arrival. Putting aside what Cao Meng did to Yuner, she felt a sense of disgust just looking at that handsome face. In your current state, you'll probably be targeted by those two from the Soul Clan as soon as you show your face. How can we then obtain the body shaping and rejuvenation pill? Upon hearing Cao Meng's words, the beautiful face of the soul entity immediately darkened. She stared coldly at Cao Meng and asked, What do you know? A slight smile appeared on Cao Meng's lips. Your Highness Princess Xiaoxue, what I know is not important. The important question is, how can I help you? Upon hearing this, the soul stared wide-eyed at Cao Meng. I can't even remember how many years it's been since I last heard the title Your Highness the Eldest Princess. Who exactly are you? What do you know? The long sword in the soul's hand materialized again, pointing directly at Cao Meng's forehead, its eyes cold. Cao Meng smiled and deflected the longsword with 2 fingers. Princess Xiaoxue, I still maintain that who I am is not important, and what I know is even less important. The important thing is, you need my help. Chapter 70 Xiaoxue. As for why Cao Meng knew about the soul entity, it was naturally because the system told him. Upon entering the spirit ring, the system panel displays detailed information about the soul entity. Name, Xiaoxue. Identity, eldest princess of Kanglin Kingdom. Realm, currently in a soul form, with a suitable vessel, can exert power above the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, originally the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, for a certain period of time. Appearance, 95. Cause of death, framed by his most trusted younger brother, the 7th prince, in the struggle for the throne. Tip, you can plant a love karma imprint. Successfully planting it will grant you 3,000 experience points per day. Originally, Cao Meng only wanted to see what this woman's attitude was, and maybe recruit her into his ranks. With the system's prompts, I now realized that my perspective was too narrow. Xiaoxue stared intently at Cao Meng for a while, then glanced at Xing Sui. Sheathed her sword and coldly asked, how will you help me? Cao Meng smiled gently, I can help you obtain the body shaping and rejuvenation pill to help you reshape your physical body. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Xiaoxue's beautiful eyes. What do you want? She knew perfectly well that Cao Meng wouldn't be so kind as to help her for free, so she simply asked him directly. Cao Meng's wicked gaze swept over Xiaoxue. Just agree to one condition. What are your conditions? What do you want me to do? I'll agree to your terms now. Xiaoxue felt Cao Meng's ill-intentioned gaze and had a bad feeling. Cao Meng shook his head, not now. You can't do it now. I need you to rebuild your physical body before you agree. Really? Xiaoxue glared angrily at Cao Meng. That's what she thought of earlier, which is why she said she would fulfill Cao Meng's conditions now. Even if Cao Meng's ideas were unrealistic, she was currently just a soul, and he couldn't do anything about it. I never expected that Cao would be so cunning. Xing Sui glanced at Cao Meng sideways, then quietly reached her jade-like hand to Cao Meng's waist. Pull hard with your thumb and forefinger. Cao Meng immediately perked up. Cough, I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over. If you're not unwilling, I'll leave now. But let me give you a heads up, you can imagine how comfortable Yuner is right now that I've been able to get in here. You. Xiaoxue's lips trembled with anger. If it weren't for Xing Sui protecting her, she would have killed this scoundrel today. It's time. We'll meet again someday. Cao Meng dropped 3 fingers and immediately turned to leave. Wait a moment. Xiaoxue hurriedly called out. She paused for a moment, then cautiously said, could we change the terms? I'll agree to anything. However, Cao Meng only paused briefly before walking away again without saying a word. Okay, I promise you. Xiaoxue spat out a few words through gritted teeth. His face turned blue. If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you. Even if it means my soul is destroyed, I will skin you alive, tear out your tendons, and castrate you. Cao Meng. Of course I wouldn't lie to you. Only after you rebuild your physical body can you fulfill my conditions. How could I possibly lie to you? Xiaoxue was taken aback. Oh right. After emerging from her storage ring, Xing Sui looked at Cao Meng with a strange smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Cao Meng scratched his head and asked with an awkward laugh. Congratulations, you've managed to scam another one. Sai, how can this be called cheating? I helped her rebuild her physical body, and she gave me some compensation. In business, you only reap what you sow, it's perfectly reasonable. Hoshino Sui, that's quite reasonable. So what kind of reward do you want from me? How could we dare? Hey! Wait a minute, isn't it like I'm the one being forced? Cao Meng was taken aback and asked directly. Shouldn't you make it up to me in some way? Cough, cough. Xing Sui, who was watching Cao Meng speak with great interest, almost choked to death upon hearing this. Her face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Let's go find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill. Do you know where it is? Cao Meng asked curiously. You should know that. Xing Sui smiled mysteriously and set off first. As Cao Meng gazed at the woman's dramatically changed figure, he grew increasingly curious about her identity. From the moment she entered the secret realm, this woman's purpose was different from others. Everyone else comes to Taba, but this woman comes to suppress the demon race. And they seemed very familiar with this secret place. The group sped along with Xing Sui. They traveled for an unknown amount of time until they reached the end of a tidal fissure. Could there still be demonic energy inside? Cao Meng looked at the bottomless abyss and asked. No, but there's something even more powerful than those demonic shadows, Xing Sui said, staring down at the scene below with a serious expression. More powerful than the shadow demon. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect were all terrified. They were truly terrified of being haunted by those demonic figures. Now that this woman carrying a large axe is saying there are beings even more powerful than the shadow demon, how can one not be afraid? Although they didn't know the relationship between this woman and the Holy Sun, they knew from her strength that she was definitely not simple. They are someone they cannot afford to offend. Then this woman has no reason to lie to them. Cao Meng didn't think the demonic shadow was anything to be afraid of, it was something that could be resolved with 2 strikes. He didn't think Xing Sui was deliberately scaring him, but he didn't pay much attention to it either. Let your sect's disciples stay up there, the 2 of us can go down. Xing Sui glanced at the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect. Apart from Hua Tingting, who had some strength, none of them were a match for her. They're all at the golden core stage, going down there would just be suicide missions. Cao Meng shared the same idea. Whether it's true or not, there's no doubt that the sect's disciples are weak. If they were to be wiped out, wouldn't that be the end of them? Third Elder, you stay up here just in case. Sui and I will go down and investigate. Commander Hua Tingting stayed behind to keep order, while Cao Meng and Xing Sui jumped down. As soon as he jumped into the abyss, Cao Meng felt as if every inch of his skin was being desperately pulled by tiny hands. The pain of my muscles being torn instantly spread throughout my body. Seeing this, Xing Sui shook her axe violently, and a barrier formed, enveloping the 2 of them. Be careful. This soul-devouring power is specifically designed to target a cultivator's physical body and spiritual energy. It will seep into your meridians, interfere with your spiritual energy, and at the same time tear apart your muscle tissue until it cuts away every inch of your flesh. Cao Meng nodded solemnly. With Xing Sui's protection, the pain in his body lessened somewhat. Only then can one carefully observe the scene on both walls. But upon seeing it, he immediately gasped in shock. The walls of the abyss on both sides looked as if they were covered with spider webs. And on that spider web, countless corpses were densely wrapped, including human cultivators and various demons. Gurgle. Cao Meng swallowed hard. Just as he was about to ask Xing Sui a question, Xing Sui gave him a silencing gesture. Shu, don't speak. Why is chapter 71 so mysterious? Cao Meng had never seen Xing Sui with such a solemn expression. Even when they were resisting the demon sect, she had never been so tense. As he continued to fall, even with Xing Sui's barrier protecting him, Cao Meng still felt as if his body was being torn apart by sharp blades, and the excruciating pain came at him exponentially. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his face contorted as he gasped for breath, his consciousness gradually fading. Come out and protect him. Seeing Cao Meng's pained expression, Xing Sui felt heartbroken and sternly shouted at the spirit ring on his hand. It was the spirit ring that Cao Meng had taken from Chu Xingyun. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of white light emanated from the spirit ring, enveloping Cao Meng. Joshua's spirit appeared expressionlessly above Cao Meng's head. When rivals meet, the atmosphere instantly becomes tense and confrontational. Xing Sui Sui coldly glanced at Zhao Shui. Protect him well, or I'll break your legs. If anything happens to him, you won't be able to keep your soul either. Zhao Shui pretended not to hear, remaining silent with a cold face. It wasn't that she didn't want to refute, but with her current soul strength, she was no match for Xing Sui Sui. I might as well just ignore her. Seeing that Zhao Shui ignored her, Xing Sui Sui looked her up and down, her gaze sweeping from her chest to her waist and hips. Finally, he sneered, nothing special about you. I really don't understand what Meng saw in you. You. Zhao Shui's beautiful eyes widened in anger, her whole body trembled, and she clenched her fists as she glared at Xing Sui Sui. However, Xing Sui Sui, with an attitude of not caring about making trouble, deliberately puffed out her proud chest even more when she saw Zhao Shui's gaze, looking at her provocatively. It's as if it's saying, am I wrong? Do you have it? Upon seeing Xing Sui Sui's actions, Zhao Shui's soul and body trembled violently, her small fists clenched tightly, and she glared angrily at Xing Sui Sui for a long time. Finally, she left a halo of light enveloping Cao Meng, and then returned to her spirit ring. If I can't afford to mess with them, can't I just avoid them? Damn. Xing Sui Sui pouted, and the protective barrier around Cao Meng gained even more strength. With the support of 2 layers of shields, Cao Meng's complexion gradually improved. Arrive. Just then, Cao Meng felt the speed of his descent gradually slow down, as if the earth had lost its gravity. He and Xing Sui Sui floated straight in midair. Come, follow me. Xing Sui Sui pulled Cao Meng and quietly moved towards the side of the tidal wall. The movements were extremely light, as if afraid of being discovered by something. Why all the secrecy? Cao Meng frowned in confusion, letting Xing Sui Sui pull him away. Before even getting close to the tidal wall, Cao Meng could smell an extremely strong, pungent odor. It was an indescribable stench, like the smell of thousands of rotting corpses. As he approached the tidal wall, he almost vomited. It was a cave that was about 3 or 4 zhang wide and high. And in the cave entrance, there were human heads, each with a thin, transparent thread threading through its tongue and strung together. Each thin thread has hundreds of human heads attached, hanging at the cave entrance like a curtain. Be careful not to touch those heads. Xing Sui Sui pulled Cao Meng carefully through the space where only one person was in the air, through the curtain of heads. Whose masterpiece is this? Cao Meng couldn't help but ask. This is the first time he's ever met such a twisted person. The original design wasn't for the main head, but it didn't pass the review, so it had to be changed. This used to be the territory of the goddess of charm, so who do you think did this? A beautiful woman? Cao Meng was taken aback. Why did this name seem so familiar? I just can't remember it right now. Host, have you forgotten that you still have 13 plunderable causal imprints to complete? Just then, the system notification sounded. After a systematic explanation, Cao Meng understood that this was the place where the Yin god cultivated. The corpses and heads scattered all over the place were left behind after she drained the men's life force. So it was that evil heavenly Yin maiden, no wonder she decorated this place so perversely. I wonder where those 13 girls went. They didn't even see them when it came to something as big as stealing treasure. This shouldn't be the place, right? Could these monsters also be? Suddenly, Cao Meng looked at the 2 withered bodies, one black and one white, on the ground, and the head that looked like the birding sky shadow donkey. Although I had my own thoughts, I still wanted to verify them with the system. However, after receiving the system's reply, Cao Meng immediately started swearing. The title Heavenly Yin Maiden is truly fitting for her. The 2 walked deeper into the cave, where the walls were covered with countless dismembered remains of men and monsters. Seeing this, Cao Meng, being a man himself, could only want to curse in anger. Mother Gon Lin. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the space inside grew larger and larger, gradually increasing in height and width from its original size of 3 or 4 zhang, approximately 10 to 12 meters. And at some point, lamps began to appear on both sides of the wall. The candlelight flickered, and the original fishy smell was replaced by a pervasive fragrance. Suddenly, the scene that Cao Meng and Xing Sui Sui saw left them both frozen in place. That was the scene that made them develop corns. Hu Shimei and her 13 cult members were like succubi reincarnated, their debauchery and madness unmatched. Oh no! This fragrance is poisonous. Xing Sui Sui's expression changed drastically. She immediately shut down her senses and swung her axe at the ever-burning lamp. However, the disciples of the charming maiden sect, like madmen, lunged at Cao Meng with bared teeth and claws. Damn it! Cao Meng's eyes widened, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The critical moment has finally arrived. Swear, the scent of the ever-burning lamp is fake. The key to the fragrance array is hidden in that painting. Suddenly, Cao Meng's gaze fell upon a portrait hanging above the wall directly behind the cave. Looking in the direction Cao Meng pointed out, Xing Sui saw a painting. In the painting, a woman was playing a golden bell. The bell rang without wind. Although she couldn't hear the sound, she could clearly see the bell tongue constantly striking the bell wall. He immediately leaped up, wielding his axe, and unleashed a series of sharp axe flashes towards the scroll. With Zhao Shui protecting him, Cao Meng was naturally not afraid of being harmed by the 13 marks. He could easily block with a casual move, but he couldn't afford to hit too hard and kill the person. He had no interest in sowing seeds of karma with corpses. Besides, how can you plunder if someone is dead? It's pretty bad, it doesn't feel quite perfect. Furthermore, he had just asked the system in his mind what the consequences would be if he directly planted a mark to plunder experience points. The system replied that the experience points of the marked mark were stolen when the user was unconscious, and all the host's gains were halved. And they don't get the extra value from emotional abnormalities. Just like Xing Sui at the beginning, she was in a state of unclear consciousness, and no extra benefits appeared at all. From the moment he jumped into the tidal rift, he still needed Xing Sui and Zhao Shui to protect him. Cao Meng secretly vowed in his heart that he must become a good and hard-working holy son and would no longer rely on women to protect him. How embarrassing. Therefore, after careful consideration, Cao Meng decided to wait until the markings and imprints cleared up before planting. All hope now rests on whether Xing Sui can break the scroll. However, when Cao Meng focused his gaze on the painting, I was completely dumbfounded. As they watched, Xing Sui's axe-shaped energy waves, comparable to those of the nascent soul realm, struck the scroll but failed to cause the slightest disturbance. Moreover, Hoshino's condition began to change gradually. Her face was flushed, and fragrant sweat slid down her snow-white neck, making her eyes look even more dreamy. Depend on. It's all over. Swear, wake up. Don't let yourself be controlled. While defending against the tearing and clawing of the 13 marks, Cao Meng shouted loudly for Xing Sui. The formidable power of the 13 marks was clearly visible, and Cao Meng's flowing, tight-fitting clothes had been torn to shreds. His hair was so messy it looked like a bird's nest, making him look like a rag picker. Hearing Cao Meng's shout, Xing Sui suddenly looked up. He casually wiped the sweat from his brow and stared intently at the painting. Ah! Xing Sui shouted, pushed off with her legs, raised her axe high, and flew directly towards the scroll. They were determined to smash this painting, which was constantly releasing poisonous gas, to pieces with a single blow. As she drew closer, Xing Sui could clearly feel that the fragrance was becoming even stronger. She channeled all her power into her wrist, and the axe, like a bright pearl, was held high by Xing Sui. Seeing that she was only a body length away from the painting on the wall, Xing Sui suddenly froze. Then, with a thump, it fell directly to the ground. This scene completely stunned Cao Meng. After a few breaths, Xing Sui slowly got up from the ground. Her eyes were glazed over, as if she were being controlled, and she unconsciously began to take off her dress. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she swallowed hard, just like a wolf eyeing a lamb. No way. Hey, woman, come out and help. Cao Meng was truly terrified at this moment. With so many wolves and only one little lamb, there's no way it'll be enough for them to eat. Ever since Xing Sui mocked Zhao Shui returned to the spirit realm and shut herself off, refusing to look at the outside world, leaving only a soul imprint connected to her to protect Cao Meng. She had just sensed some of the fighting happening outside. However, with Xing Sui Sui, a powerful figure, by her side, she naturally had nothing to worry about. Although I didn't use my soul sense to check, I did hear some random noises. It smells so good. Take a bite. Her skin is so tender. My mouth is watering. It was a mess, full of noise. She thought she was eating roast duck. Hearing Cao Meng's cries for help suddenly puzzled her. Joshua's soul slowly emerged from the spirit ring and floated above Cao Meng's head. Just that one glance from her beautiful eyes. This soul, which had survived for over 1,000 years, had a beautiful face that shone with an radiant glow, as if illuminated by the setting sun. You're disgusting. Zhao Shui gave Cao Meng a fierce scolding, and then quickly disappeared back into the spirit ring. Ha? No. Cao Meng was taken aback. What did this mean? He asked you to come out and help, so why did you go back? You are all women, what is there to be ashamed of? Despite Cao Meng's desperate calls from outside, Zhao Shui refused to come out and ignored Cao Meng completely. A soul sat alone on the bed in the spirit ring, its face as red as a monkey's bottom, lost in thought. Fine, you're not going to help, huh? Find the body shaping and rejuvenating pill yourself, I don't care anymore. After repeated failed calls, Cao Meng got angry and simply gave up. I don't care anymore. Upon hearing Cao Meng's words, Zhao Shui's soul body stirred. I looked up. Her little face was scrunched up like a bitter gourd. 3 breaths later, a soul slowly floated in front of Cao Meng. Unlike before, she now has an eye band. A red tulle dress as thin as a cicada's wing, paired with a red eye mask, completely stunned Cao Meng. If the soul is this beautiful, how gorgeous it would be if it were sculpted into a physical body. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhao Shui said fiercely. Damn. Cao Meng rolled his eyes dismissively, don't forget what you promised me. I'll be looking at this with a magnifying glass. You. Zhao Shui's soul energy dissipated from her body. Since getting together with Cao Meng, she has never been happy. Either that woman is comparing her body material with hers, or that bastard Cao Meng is humiliating her. She was absolutely furious. Zhao Shui paused, then tried to calm herself down. Tell me, what do you want me to do? All she wanted to do now was get the body reshaping and rejuvenation pill, reshape her physical body, fulfill the condition she had agreed to with Cao Meng, and then leave far away, never to see that beast again. See that scroll? They became like this because of it. You destroyed it. Upon receiving the command, Zhao Shui's soul materialized into a long sword and slowly ascended. After finding a good spot, a sharp, cold sword cleaved across the scroll. Below, Cao Meng was still desperately trying to stop the 13 marks from pulling him, and now with the addition of Xing Sui Sui, he was even more overwhelmed. Sizzle sizzle. If these delirious wolves seize the opportunity, a large piece of Cao Meng's expensively purchased robe will be torn off. Helpless, Cao Meng could only tighten his grip, leaving a large footprint on the face of anyone who came near him. Then, barefoot, they ran and jumped around in the cave. Thus, the scene unfolded as follows. He ran ahead, while 14 shaving wolves frantically blocked his path. When they catch him, they bite, scratch, pull, and pluck. Moreover, everyone shares the same goal. Hey, hurry up, I'm about to be eaten. Zhao Shui glanced at Cao Meng's embarrassed expression and held the longsword to her chest with both hands. Looks like they're about to unleash a powerful move. Flaming phoenix slices through clouds. Zhao Shui shouted, and a sword shadow transformed into a phoenix rising from the ashes, rushing towards the painting. However, the scene that Cao Meng was looking forward to did not happen. The phoenix vanished quietly when it was still a distance from the painting. Zhao Shui frowned, carefully examined the scroll again, and then shook her head. I can't do it. The power in this scroll is extremely strong. Even if I were in my prime, let alone now that I'm just a soul, I couldn't do it. Can't do it. Holy crap. What should we do then? In a brief moment of hesitation, 14 wolves swarmed forward and pounced on Cao Meng, knocking him to the ground. They went up and started tearing and stripping him naked. Holy crap, quick help me. Chapter 72 First Practice of the 13 Deadly Shots. Before he could finish speaking, Cao Meng was pinned down by the 14 hungry wolves, and his mouth was gagged. Wah wah. Floating in the air, Zhao Shue's eyes were filled with confusion, and her beautiful eyebrows were tightly furrowed together. He had seen such a scene once before in his father's palace, but those concubines were not as crazy as them. Ugh, who you stinky woman, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and save me. Cao Meng, barely able to catch his breath, shouted loudly at Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui, with a bewildered expression, waved her hand, and a gentle breeze swept by, directly sending the 13 vicious wolves flying. Only Xing Sui Sui held onto Cao Meng tightly. Cao Meng grimaced in pain. I wanted to kick her in the face, but seeing her 98-point beauty, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Helpless, he reached out and grabbed Xing Sui Sui by the neck. Swift as a rabbit, he flipped over and pinned him down, controlling him. After being poisoned, Xing Sui Sui was like a zombie, unable to exert the power of her cultivation realm, and could only use her instinctive brute force. The difference is that zombies target brains, while these girls target boys. While Cao Meng was controlling Xing Sui Sui, Zhao Shui used a binding technique to temporarily restrain the others as well, and then questioned them. What do we do now? What to do? This question stumped Cao Meng. Xing Sui Sui brought him here, so she must be the only one who knows where the body shaping and rejuvenation pill is. But looking at her now, she's not even good enough to help Cao Meng find a job. She'd be lucky if she didn't hold him back. Just when Cao Meng was at a loss, Zhao Shui's sudden question made Cao Meng's eyes light up. Why aren't you all right? Yes. Why am I okay? It's understandable that Zhao Shui, being a spirit, wasn't poisoned. But why should I do it? Is it because I'm a man that this poison is ineffective against me? Cao Meng looked at Zhao Shui with a puzzled expression. Zhao Shui looked at the painting, remained silent for a moment, and then shook her head. That's definitely not the reason. The poisonous fragrance emanates from the golden bell at the waist of the woman in the painting. Even a woman with the strength of the nascent soul realm couldn't resist it. It has nothing to do with gender. You must possess some extraordinary qualities, or you must have a treasure that can resist this fragrant poison. Treasure? Cao Meng pondered to himself that there were indeed many treasures in the storage ring. However, he knew very well that those treasures could not possibly withstand this fragrant poison. That leaves only the different places. Does the extra 7 centimeters count as a difference? Cao Meng asked. What? Zhao Shui frowned in confusion. A smile appeared on Cao Meng's lips as he casually took out the soul-devouring spear he had obtained from his storage ring and said, This soul-devouring spear is a bit longer than Yunar's dragon pattern spear. Is that considered special? Rehabilitate. He frowned and stared blankly at Cao Meng for a long time, not understanding what this beast was saying. Ha ha ha. Cao Meng laughed loudly and slammed the soul-devouring spear into the ground. All right, release them. Go back to the spirit ring. I have my own way of neutralizing their poison. Is there a solution? Zhao Shui looked at Cao Meng suspiciously, pondering to herself. Does he really have a special talent that's different from others? Seeing that Zhao Shui had no intention of leaving, Cao Meng was taken aback. Since we'll have to be honest with each other sooner or later anyway, it doesn't matter. Then, he shouted loudly, and the tattered clothes on his body were instantly blown to smithereens. Come on, little wolves, it's time for dinner. Ha ha ha. The wolves' eyes lit up when they saw the soul-devouring spear, and they pounced on Cao Meng like madmen. 20,000 words omitted here. Gurgle. Zhao Shui couldn't help but swallow hard, completely stunned. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Oh my god. What did she see? They fought for a fur coat that was 10,000 feet long, and then fought for a fur coat that was 10,000 feet long. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. The incredibly impactful scene caused her floating soul to tremble slightly. When she was very young, she, like everyone else, secretly peeked into her father and mother's secret. But this is completely different from the scene she remembers. Hashiho looked like she was in a lot of pain, grimacing. If it's so painful, why continue? Fortunately, I am just a soul and cannot feel any physical sensations. Otherwise, she wasn't sure if her body would become agitated due to the effects of the incense poison. After the soul-devouring spear used its soul-devouring power to detoxify Xing Sui Sui for a quarter of an hour and a half, it finally cleared all the remaining poison from her body. Xing Sui Sui slumped to the side, still feeling unsatisfied, the redness on her face caused by the poisonous fragrance slowly fading away. At the same time, the blurry female figure in the painting seemed to sense that her authority had been challenged. Suddenly, it moved, and the golden bell on its waist struck the bell wall more and more violently, releasing and spreading circles of fragrant poison that could be seen with the naked eye. Zhao Xue stared at the painting for a quarter and a half minutes until the unusual movement of the scroll distracted her for a moment. "Meng, you saved me again, thank you." Once the redness and poison on Xing Sui Sui's face had completely disappeared, she thanked them weakly. "Fool, what nonsense are you talking about?" Cao Meng gently stroked Xing Sui Sui's long hair and said to Zhao Xue, "Hey woman, stop spacing out. Either get involved or give me a hand." "Ah." Upon hearing Cao Meng's shout, Zhao Xue was startled, but instantly came to her senses. Blushing, she asked, "How can I help?" "Use your power to imprison them for me." These marks, like starving ghosts, kept gnawing and biting, trying to snatch the soul-devouring spear from his hand, making it impossible for him to concentrate on detoxifying. There was no other way but to have Zhao Xue use a binding spell to temporarily immobilize them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xue rolled her beautiful eyes. Although he was extremely unwilling to help Cao Meng, the thought that he still needed Cao Meng to find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill made him reluctant to do so. She compromised, and with a series of magical hand seals, she unleashed them. The raging wolves seemed to be frozen in place by a spell. Seeing this, Cao Meng lined up the wolves and laid them down in a row. As he swung the soul-devouring spear, the power of soul-devouring flowed silently. Suppress the world. One shot can shake the world and make mountains and rivers tremble, all evils will be warded off and the wind and clouds will be in chaos. This move was the first of the 13 deadly spears, the super spear technique that Chu Xingyun had obtained, world suppression. Ever since Cao Meng obtained Chu Xingyun's storage ring, he has become less interested in the 13 deadly shots than in any of those so-called treasures. Today he will use these wolves as targets to test his deadly 13 shots. Unfortunately, this was Cao Meng's first time using this spear technique, and he was not proficient enough in mastering the moves and achieving precision. Every time he thrust the spear, it would easily deviate from the intended position within 2 or 3 strokes. Fortunately, the advantages of the soul-devouring spear over those dead weapons became apparent. It always manages to accurately help Cao Meng find his destination, but occasionally it will deviate from the course and enter another channel. Nevertheless, this did not affect Cao Meng's pace in curing the incense poison. As Cao Meng continued to make his moves, each of his 13 deadly shots was a test against the 13 vicious wolves. Chapter 73: The Woman in the Painting. Congratulations, host, you have plundered 500 experience points, which have been automatically converted into cultivation level. Source: Hu Shimei, senior sister of the charming woman sect. 12 hours later, Cao Meng successfully woke Hu Shimei up and plundered 500 experience points. Just as the system predicted, the profits were halved. No extra income. As for why it's 12 hours, it's naturally because Cao Meng detoxifies at the same time, so the average time allocated to each mark is exactly 1 hour. Hu Shimei, who slowly woke up, had the same expression as Xing Sui Sui when she woke up. Perhaps because she had been exposed to the poison for too long, her eyes seemed somewhat vacant. It's as if I've lost my memory. Host has successfully plundered 400 experience points, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Source: Lu Lianyu, second senior sister of the charming maiden sect. A few minutes later, Lu Lianyu opened her eyes blankly, blinking as if trying to understand something. Host has successfully plundered 200 experience points. Host has successfully plundered 100 experience points. As the system notifications continued, 100 or 200 experience points were converted into cultivation points, which surged into Cao Meng's meridians like a tidal wave. Boom! Cao Meng finally broke through from the 8th level of the Golden Core stage to the 9th level. Zhao Shue's worldview was once again challenged, and she stared blankly at the rings of light that appeared on Cao Meng's body due to his breakthrough. It's truly unimaginable that someone could elevate their realm to such a level. What secrets does he hold? At this moment, Liener, Ronger, Inger, Tower, and the remaining sisters of the charming maiden sect slowly opened their beautiful eyes. However, their expressions were all blank and stunned. They all seemed to have lost their souls, staring blankly at everything around them. After completing the 13 deadly shots trial, 12 quarters of an hour is neither long nor short. For others, it might have long since passed away. Then, for Cao Meng, who possessed the pure Yang Supreme Body, the special skill of constantly refreshing, repairing, and resetting simply caused the soul-devouring spear in his hand to peel off its skin. However, the soul-devouring spear itself remained completely undamaged. "You little bastard, how dare you ruin my good time? You're asking for death." Just then, the blurry woman in the painting suddenly spoke. The golden bell at her waist mysteriously flew out of the painting and flew towards Cao Meng. The golden bell grew larger and larger in the air, like a giant golden bell, flying towards Cao Meng. Cao Meng immediately sensed something was wrong. He tried to dodge, but found himself firmly locked in place by the golden bell, which prevented him from moving even though he was at the 9th level of the golden core realm. "Hey woman, stop standing there like an idiot, come help me." In this emergency, he quickly sought help from Zhao Xue. After being cured of the poison by Cao Meng, Xing Suisui fell into a deep sleep again. Besides, these people were all so dazed and confused that they couldn't possibly be of any help. Zhao Xue was taken aback, and her expression immediately turned serious. "I'll borrow your body for a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, he darted straight into Cao Meng's body. When Zhao Xue's soul bound Cao Meng's meridians like chains, at that instant, a surging power poured into his spiritual platform like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens. This body is incredibly powerful. Zhao Xue was greatly alarmed. There is no harm without comparison. She had taken control of her obedient disciple Chu Xingyun's body multiple times. Although it was already much stronger than ordinary cultivators, compared to Cao Meng's physique, its body was like a candle flickering in the wind, barely able to support the circulation of spiritual energy. Logically speaking, 12 hours of exertion should have already brought this body to the brink of collapse. After all, in my memory, when I secretly peeked at my father, he was already panting heavily in less than half an incense stick's time. At this moment, Cao Meng's physique was exuding the aura of an ancient ferocious beast in every muscle, and every drop of his blood was surging with flames that could burn the heavens. Furthermore, his opponent is far more ferocious than his disciple. It is no exaggeration to say that one is an ancient demon god who controls mountains and rivers, while the other is an insignificant ant. They are not even on the same level. The reason why Zhao Xue had this feeling was naturally because Cao Meng secretly used the supreme pure yang holy body to bring the power of Yuan Yang to its extreme. Although Zhao Xue has taken control of the body, Cao can still control some of its mechanisms. Zhao Xue controlled Cao Meng's body, channeling her spiritual energy to gather all her power into her wrist, and assumed a horse stance, ready to attack at any moment. Just as the golden bell was about to reach his head, the soul-devouring spear swung in his hand and stabbed fiercely at the golden bell. When the tip of the soul-devouring spear touched the golden bell, the sound of the collision was deafening, and the sharp sound waves reverberated through the cave as if they were real, causing rubble to fall from the cave ceiling. Under the attack of the soul-devouring spear, the golden bell's light suddenly dimmed, turning into a stream of light and shrinking back into the scroll. This is the power of a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. Zhao Xue had lost count of how many times she had been shocked. He stared blankly at the soul-devouring spear in his hand. She could clearly sense from that shot that the user had reached the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. This is something that absolutely cannot be achieved with my good disciple Chu Xingyun. What exactly is your constitution? Even the aloof Zhao Xue couldn't help but wonder in her heart at this moment. What, you've taken a fancy to my body? Trying to usurp my place? You. Zhao Xue was furious and stopped paying attention to Cao Meng. He pointed the gun at the painting and stared coldly at the blurry woman inside. You all deserve to die. The woman's face was indistinct, but one could see her mouth wide open, as if she were furious. Then the scroll trembled, and the entire cave began to shake. The curtains made of human heads at the entrance of the cave also began to sway. A green light emanated from their empty eyes. As the scroll shook more and more violently, strings of human heads flew one by one into the cave. Next, the limbs on the wall disintegrated and began to automatically find their respective body parts and sew them back together. Then came the rotting corpses on the ground, their slime gushing out like zombies as they limped into the cave. Within minutes, Cao Meng and his men were surrounded inside the cave. Cao Meng couldn't help but curse inwardly, "What the hell is all this garbage? Woman, what should we do?" "Humph. So you're afraid of death too?" Zhao Xue said coldly with disdain. "Hey! What are you saying? I've always been afraid of death, but you're not afraid of death at all, you've turned yourself into a spirit. You." Zhao Xue tightened her grip on the soul-devouring spear. She realized that talking to Cao Meng was just asking for trouble. So, she copied Cao Meng, shoving the soul-devouring spear into the ground and starting to slack off. These filth have long transcended life and death, ordinary attacks are a waste of effort. Good luck to you. Speak, he said, then vanished from Cao Meng's body and hid back in his storage ring. Chapter 74 Soul Fragrant Bell. You wretched woman, don't even think about me finding you another body-shaping and rejuvenating pill. You can stay here with this soul form for the rest of your life. Cao Meng was very dissatisfied with the woman's behavior. He walked up to Hu Shimei, cursing, and slapped her twice across the face. Wake up! I saved you not so you could be doing something stupid here. Cao Meng was truly anxious. Those zombie-like creatures were approaching step by step, and he couldn't rely on himself at this critical moment. Slap slap. After being shoved down by 26 large fists, the 13 young ladies of the charming maiden cult finally regained their senses. It's you! The first thing they did upon waking up wasn't to feel shy, but to stare at Cao Meng in surprise. Stop talking nonsense, stop these things. Cao Meng's roar startled them, and they realized that countless zombie monsters with broken skulls were attacking them. Grandmaster Uncle, stop. We are only ordered to retrieve the soul incense bell. Hu Shimei spoke sternly to the blurry woman in the painting with a serious expression. You slut, the charming maiden cult no longer exists. Whose orders are you on? You want to take the soul incense bell for your next life. The blurry face in the painting is only visible as a mouth that is split open to the ears, extremely distorted. Then, the golden bell at her waist swayed even more strangely. Young master, these filthy things are controlled by the soul incense bell. To resolve this crisis, we must retrieve the soul incense bell. Hu Shimei approached Cao Meng and said shyly. Then go get it. Cao Meng was taken aback. Since there was a solution, why not implement it? What was the point of asking him? Young master, do you know why we sisters have come here? Cao Meng raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, Hu Shimei spoke again. Young master, this soul incense bell was originally a sacred object of my sect, but it was stolen by that witch and refined into a deadly weapon that bewitches people's minds. Through Hu Shimei's explanation, Cao Meng learned about the peculiarities of the soul incense bell. This is an evil bell that incites passion and delusion. The fragrance it emits has the same effects as aphrodisiacs. Once inhaled, the poisoned person will fall into a hallucinatory state of self-intoxication, as if they are in a paradise on earth, as if their body is enveloped by a warm current, and they are intoxicated by the endless pleasure of men and women intertwining, unable to extricate themselves. In that illusory pleasure, one's spirit is being gradually drained away, and vitality is rapidly fading. Once the incense poison takes full effect, the poisoned person will become a mindless puppet, only knowing how to obey the commands of the controller, becoming a walking corpse. Even when driven to do the cruelest and most contrary to heart things, they are powerless to resist. And there, their vital essence is drained. When the illusion dissipates, only a body remains, subject to manipulation. Thus, the more essence the soul incense bell absorbs, the stronger its power becomes, and the wider its control range becomes. What kind of weird, broken bell is this? Since it's a sacred object of your sect, Why don't you hurry up and retrieve it? What's the point of telling me all this? Cao Meng was also annoyed. This woman had taken so much time to talk to him about getting it back. Then, upon hearing Cao Meng's words, Hushime lowered her head and whispered, "We don't have the antidote, and our minds have already been disturbed by that incense poison. I'm afraid we can't go alone now." Antidote? Cao Meng was taken aback. What antidote? Young master, when I was poisoned, I saw a man's image in my mind. Cao Meng. Young master, I want to know if that person is you. Hushime's voice was barely audible. This. Right. Upon hearing this, Hushime was overjoyed. So it really was you, young master, who saved us sisters. Young master, you must have an antidote to this incense poison. Please grant us some more to help my sisters retrieve the sacred artifact of our sect. All the sisters of the Charming Maiden sect will be eternally grateful. Cao Meng. Looking at the pitiful eyes staring at him, he felt a little uncomfortable. Then let's bestow some more rewards. Alright, I'll do you a favor to the end and give you some more. Upon hearing this, the 13 sisters exchanged glances and beamed with joy. What are you waiting for? Come and get it yourself. What a bunch of clueless people. I already promised to help them, and they still don't know how to take the initiative. Sisters, you hold off those filthy things first. I'll go and scout things out first. Hushime directed her fellow disciples to fight off the zombies, while she knelt before Cao Meng to express her gratitude. Cao Meng stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at the somewhat muscular young girl. Hushime's chubby hands formed a lotus mudra, her fingertips twirling. Zombies, skulls, and severed arms swarmed in from the cave entrance, and the 12 sisters each displayed their unique abilities. Swords, whips, and hand seals formed a small array, desperately blocking the entrance. Give their senior sister enough space to find the antidote. Shameless. Although Zhao Shui entered the spirit ring, she still left a trace of her soul power to protect Cao Meng. They kept a close eye on the outside world to prevent Cao Meng from encountering any mishap. But seeing Cao Meng's aloof and carefree demeanor, he couldn't help but curse angrily. Hey, you woman, how am I shameless? She begged me to save her. Snort. Zhao Shui didn't want to argue with such a beast anymore, so she immediately withdrew her soul power, sealed off her soul consciousness, and stopped perceiving anything in the outside world. Senior sister, hurry up. There are more and more zombies, and we can't stop them soon. The 12 sisters were both angry and anxious as they watched their eldest sister's leisurely demeanor. They know this senior sister very well. Whenever there's something delicious in the sect, she uses her senior sister status to intimidate others. She always tasted it first before sharing it with her junior sisters. Then, judging from her plump physique, you could tell how much she could eat. By the time it was their turn, there would be no meat left. They'd be lucky to get a sip of soup. Although they are now fighting these zombies, the skeletons are having no trouble at all. They still showed a sense of crisis that they were about to collapse. Ah! Senior sister, Tower is injured. Please quickly get the antidote to help her. A bunch of sluts, they can't stand to see me doing well. Hushime wiped her mouth, swallowed, and mumbled indistinctly. Stop yelling, I'm coming right now. Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 800 experience points, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Source, Hushime, senior sister of the Charming Maiden sect. Oh wow! The sound of system experience points being credited rang in Cao Meng's mind. Hushime's slender body, which served as a human shield, flashed and flew towards the group of sisters. Go, and remember, do not swallow the antidote. Cao Meng moved his feet, preparing to stretch his body. Second senior sister Lu Lianyu then flew over. Young master, if we want to break that old hag's soul incense array and seize the soul incense bell, we 13 sisters must work together. Please, sir, do this good deed to the end. Thank you for your trouble. Cao Meng, huh? Chapter 75 Chu Xingyun Awakens. The girls' teamwork in stopping the zombies was remarkably smooth, almost seamless. They each occupied a corner, forming a spatial array resembling a granary. Then, they put in batches of zombies. Finally, take out a container that looks like a measuring cylinder and spit out a little of the antidote from your mouth into it. Then, the graduated cylinder-like container glowed with golden light, forming 12 beams of light that converged at the very center of the granary. Instantly, golden light covered the entire granary formation. Whether it's a zombie or a skull, anything that comes into direct contact with the golden light instantly turns into nothingness. As the sun rose and the first rays of light fell upon the tidal fissures, the queue for the antidote finally came to an end. Another 12 hours passed, which was neither long nor short. For Cao Meng, it was nothing more than a pointless act of charity. After finishing his work, he opened the system panel and began to examine how many experience points the system had given him in total. After the investigation, Cao Meng, having nothing else to do, began to study and rank the women's cultivation levels. Without a doubt, senior sister Hu Shimei deserves the position of the leader. Whether it's the size or scale of the grain silo, or the depth and diameter of the measuring cylinder, it can be made to be the largest, deepest, and narrowest. Following them are Inger, Tower, Liener, Ronger. The second senior sister, on the other hand, was very thin and looked frail. Even the control of the array granary was the smallest, shallowest, and widest. Cao Meng shook his head inwardly. Sure enough, it's better to marry a wife who is a little chubby. Third elder, the Holy Sun has been gone for a month now. Will there be any problems? Should we go down and take a look? Above the tidal abyss, disciples of the illusion moon sect lay on the edge, intently gazing downwards. Hua Tingting frowned, glanced down, and shook his head, saying, with that woman protecting the Holy Sun, he should be fine. We can just wait here. Third elder, what exactly is the relationship between the nascent soul realm fairy maiden beside our Holy Sun and our Holy Sun? At this moment, a disciple asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun, whose hands and feet were bound and who was sitting to the side, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Crack! His fists clenched involuntarily. Chu Xingyun, out of respect for the Holy Sun, I'm only imprisoning you. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll deal with you according to the sect's rules. Seeing that Chu Xingyun was making some noise, Hua Tingting threatened. Ever since this kid recovered from his injuries, he's been planning to escape. If he hadn't discovered it in time, the kid would have gotten away again. In other words, the Holy Sun gave instructions before he went down to the capital, telling people to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, given his temper, he would have killed him long ago. Snort. Chu Xingyun turned her head to the side, looking indignant. Court death. Seeing that Chu Xingyun was so disrespectful to him, Hua Tingting immediately lost his temper. He was about to strike Chu Xingyun with a single palm strike. At this critical moment, Iso Shiro stepped directly in front of Chu Xingyun. Puff. With a single palm strike, Iso Shiro spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Hua, please spare my master. Koiso kowtows to you. Ignoring his injuries, Ji Baiwan knelt on the ground and began to kowtow repeatedly. While kowtowing, he also tried to persuade Chu Xingyun. Master, please apologize to Hua Di immediately. This unfilial son must have had some incredible luck to have acquired such a loyal servant. Yeah, damn it. Why didn't I get to experience this kind of good thing? A servant? Are you blind? Have you ever seen a servant so fearless of death? As far as I'm concerned, their relationship is clearly strained. What's the relationship? I don't see it coming. I've heard that this old man belongs to the northern sect of the 9 provinces continent, and that the people in that sect are all homosexual. Oh no way? It's no wonder he was willing to give up his life for this unfilial son. It turns out it was true love. The disciples chattered amongst themselves, each offering their own opinion. The voice wasn't loud, but Chu Xingyun heard it clearly. His fingernails were deeply embedded in his palms, and he almost broke his back teeth. His eyes were bloodshot as he viciously swept his gaze across the faces of the group of people. He wanted to memorize each of their faces so that he could kill them when his master returned. He wants to kill everyone who talks about him. Stop talking, that unfilial son is glaring at you. Damn. It's a miracle that a foundation establishment cultivator like him could even get to this secret realm. What can he do to me? Don't forget his status, he's the Holy Sun's stepson. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the disdainful disciple was suddenly startled. He immediately forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace, and kindly addressed Chu Xingyun. He was praying in his heart, "Brother, I was wrong, please don't tell your Holy Sun Father." Cao Meng, who was in the depths of the tidal abyss, was naturally unaware of the farce that was unfolding above. At this moment, he was leisurely watching the battle between the 13 young ladies of the Charming Maiden's cult and the painting scroll, with Xing Sui Sui in his arms. Zhao Xuexing was so bored that his spirit appeared above Cao Meng's head, quietly watching the great battle. The 13th Miss used her combined granary formation to trap the painting inside. Holding a measuring cylinder, the golden waves inside continuously supplied energy to the great formation. As time passed, the woman's face, which was already indistinct in the painting, became even more blurred. Slowly, he saw a huge mouth, roaring desperately, but Cao Meng couldn't hear a sound. Until finally, the scroll began to spontaneously combust, leaving only a golden bell floating in the granary array. "Young Master Cao, thank you for your generous help this time. It was thanks to you that we were able to retrieve our sacred artifact. If it weren't for you, the sisters would probably have been defeated by this old hag." The moment the formation dissipated, Hu Shimei gracefully moved to Cao Meng's side and knelt down. The soul incense bell in her hand lost its eerie black light and returned to its warm, jade-like color. "This vixen is also a member of your Charming Maiden cult, isn't she?" Xing Sui Sui asked with a lively look in her beautiful eyes. Hu Shimei's expression suddenly turned serious, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the dark patterns on the bell. "Senior has a good eye. This vixen was originally the junior sister of the first founder of my Charming Maiden sect, the goddess of Charming Maiden. Back then, she cultivated the heart-corroding and bone-bewitching technique, using the essence of living people as a catalyst in an attempt to break through to the Mahayana realm. The goddess of charm personally killed her, suppressed her soul with the soul incense bell, and sealed it into the scroll of rebirth, so that she could never be reborn. Who would have thought that after thousands of years? It is unknown how she broke the seal, but she was able to manipulate the bell with her remnant soul and raise a horde of corpses in the mountains. Her awakening this time is probably to reshape her physical body through a blood sacrifice of 1,000 people, and then... Shah! Cao and his men scoffed disdainfully in their hearts. If he were really that powerful, he wouldn't have been so easily killed by his antidote. Zhao Shui and Xing Sui Sui exchanged a glance, and surprisingly, both showed an indifferent expression. After Hu Shimei finished speaking, seeing that the two men and one soul remained unmoved, she gave an awkward smile and changed the subject, saying, "Senior, young Master Cao, did you come here for the body shaping and rejuvenation pill? Do you know the location of the body shaping and rejuvenation pill?" Before Cao Meng could speak, Zhao Shui excitedly asked. "Please follow me, Senior." Chapter 76 Untying. Third Elder, what's going on? Why is my Yuner tied up? Don't you know he's my stepson? Cao Meng spotted Chu Xingyun, who was bound hand and foot, and pretended to be angry as he questioned Hua Tingting. Hua Tingting's face turned cold. This little beast is trying to escape. Walk? Cao Meng glanced at Chu Xingyun for a moment, then said, "Let go of me right now." Hua Tingting waved his hand, and two disciples rushed forward to untie the ropes. Oh no! Seeing the Holy Sun's expression change, the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect nearby all shrank back and dared not utter a sound. This Holy Sun truly treats Chu Xingyun as his son. They even dared to reprimand the third elder. Two of the disciples who had just mocked Chu Xingyun quickly took advantage of the loosening of the tension to secretly tell Chu Xingyun, "Brother Yun, we were just joking with you earlier, please don't take it seriously." The implication is clear, they are afraid that Chu Xingyun will complain to the Holy Sun. Chu Xingyun. He was taken aback. He was about to get angry, but he couldn't muster any anger. Instead, he was somewhat enjoying the feeling of being a bully in someone else's place. He stretched his limbs and straightened his back perfectly. I don't know why, but my anger subsided by half. Yuner, you've suffered so much, it's all my fault. Cao Meng approached Chu Xingyun with a smile and offered words of comfort. Don't fucking call me Yuner. Upon hearing the name Yuner, Chu Xingyun's anger instantly flared up. And let me tell you, you are you, and I am me. Don't fucking try to get close to me. Okay. Cao Meng was still smiling. You may not want to think that your father is irrelevant, but the bond between us as family is unbreakable. Don't worry, whatever you do, your father will definitely help you solve it. Although Cao Meng said this, he was thinking something else entirely. Good Yuner, you'd better keep your composure and not mistake a thief for your father. Otherwise, I'd feel bad about taking your experience points. Chu Xingyun gave Cao Meng a cold look, then lowered his tone and asked. Give me back my things. Cao Meng, Yuner, although you are my son, I will not allow you to have all these treasures. After all, the sect disciples have sacrificed a lot for you this time. If I give you all the treasures, it will hurt the feelings of the other senior brothers. I can't do that. But don't worry, once we return to the sect, you'll have priority in choosing these treasures. Upon hearing this, the other disciples' faces lit up with excitement. So many treasures, all of them are the best of the best. To even catch a glimpse of it is a blessing from a past life, to actually obtain one would be enough to make one smile in their sleep. Do you think the Holy Sun will really share treasures with us? When has the Holy Sun ever broken his word? Long live the Holy Sun. I don't know who shouted it first. Then, a series of sounds reached Cao Meng's ears. Long live the Holy Sun. Long live the Holy Sun. All of this was clearly heard by Zhao Xue, who was residing in the spirit ring. She was slightly moved, and her perception of Cao Meng changed somewhat. Cao Meng's approach is very much in line with the behavior of a sect leader, treating every disciple fairly. Although she also wanted her disciple to take all the treasures, she greatly approved of Cao Meng's decision. While she was still pondering how she would handle the situation if she were in that position, Chu Xingyun spoke out again. This time he was somewhat annoyed, and there was a hint of threat in his voice. You scoundrel Cao, stop pretending. Give me back my storage ring. However, before Cao Meng could speak, the other disciples glared angrily at Chu Xingyun. Damn it, they're such scumbags. What a fucking selfish guy. Even the Holy Sun said he'd share the treasures with everyone when we got back, but this kid's trying to hoard them all. Damn, if you ask me, the Holy Sun spoils him too much. Exactly. Selfish kids like that deserve a good beating. Everyone knows that those treasures are in Chu Xingyun's spirit ring. The Holy Sun had just finished saying that they would go back and divide the treasures before discussing anything else, when this kid started chasing after him for the spirit ring. Who wouldn't want to seize one or two treasures upon arriving in this secret realm? But with the prize about to slip away, who could be happy? In an instant, all the chill converged on Chu Xingyun like a lamplight. Yuner, stop fooling around. Cao Mengli shouted, although we are father and son, I am also a holy son of the Illusion Moon sect. How can I betray the expectations of my disciples for the sect for my own selfish reasons? Then, Cao Meng's tone became calm as he said, these treasures are partly thanks to you. Don't worry, your father will reward you according to your merits. I'll give you a couple more items, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. These words made everyone's expressions soften. Regardless, Chu Xingyun deserves the most credit, that's a fact, so let's just say we deserve a couple more credits. As long as we don't infringe on their interests, it's fine. Zhao Xue saw it all and listened to it all. At that moment, she truly felt that Cao Meng possessed great talent and was a rare and excellent manager. At this moment, I actually admire him a little. Unbeknownst to her, her prejudice against Cao Meng was gradually dissipating. After saying all this, Cao Meng looked at Chu Xingyun thoughtfully. However, to his surprise, Chu Xingyun did not show any anger. Not only that, but surprisingly, they stopped mentioning the matter altogether. This puzzled Cao Meng. They compromised so quickly? After a moment's thought, Cao Meng smiled. This kid has finally learned to be smart. The reason Chu Xingyun stopped speaking was certainly not because he was obedient. Instead, he thought Cao Meng was unaware that his master was hidden in his storage ring. He was afraid that if he pursued too aggressively, it would arouse Cao Meng's suspicion. "Humph. You dog, just you wait. Once I get my spirit ring back, I'll find a chance to stab you to death." Time flies, and it has been almost 2 months since everyone came to the secret realm. Suddenly, the sky above churned with clouds and rumbled. "Holy Sun, the secret realm is about to close. We need to head to the entrance of the passage as soon as possible to get out." As someone knowledgeable, Hua Tingting naturally knew that this was a signal that the secret realm was closing. Cao Meng and the other disciples of the Illusion Moon sect glanced at the sky, and then everyone followed Hua Tingting and ran as fast as they had come from. The news that Cao Meng possessed a treasure had spread throughout the entire secret realm. Therefore, they encountered several assassins and ambushes along the way. However, with the protection of the great goddess Xing Sui Sui, anyone who tries to sneak around will have their head chopped off with an axe. 10 days later, Cao Meng led the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect out of the soul-eating miasma swamp. "Young Master Chao's assistance to our charming maiden sect is something our sisters will never forget." As she spoke, Hu Shimei took out a token with the words "charming woman" on it from her waist and handed it to Cao Meng. "If you ever travel south to the South China Sea, please inform me. I will certainly welcome you with the highest honors of the charming maiden sect." Cao Meng did not necessarily have Hu Shimei's good intentions. Even in his past lives, he had never dated a girlfriend like Cao Hu Shimei, who was a tank-like figure. But this time, he lingered there, reluctant to leave. He smiled, then took the token and said, "Okay, see you another day." Chapter 77 His How is this possible? Hu Shimei gave a slight bow, then turned and left with her sisters. "Senior sister, how does it feel?" Lu Lingyu secretly glanced behind her, then leaned close to Hu Shimei's ear and asked. Upon hearing this, the other women all gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on Hu Shimei. "A bunch of little sluts, haven't you tried it yourselves? Why are you asking me? We have small mouths, can't we taste anything? Senior sister, tell us sisters if it's sour, sweet, bitter, or spicy, hee hee hee." "You little slut." Hu Shimei glanced at him disdainfully, then smiled wickedly. "I feel a tingling sensation." "Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee." As the sisters of the charming maiden sect walked, they chatted and laughed, discussing their different feelings. "Are you crazy?" Cao Meng watched as the maid taught these girls, muttering something to herself. Sometimes she would cover her mouth and giggle, and other times she would laugh heartily, which made me roll my eyes. Xing Sui Sui, however, twitched her ears and then stared at Cao Meng with a meaningful smile on her face. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Cao Meng frowned upon suddenly noticing Xing Sui Sui's strange smile. "Fine." Xing Sui Sui smiled and shook her head. "Let's go, I'll take you back to the Illusion Moon sect." Upon hearing Xing Sui Sui's words, Cao Meng was startled and asked incredulously, "You're going to the Illusion Moon sect too?" "What, you don't want to? Are you afraid I'll see your wife?" Xing Sui Sui grabbed Cao Meng's ear, displaying the image of a domineering young lady, completely disregarding the gazes of others. "Yes, yes. How could I not? You're my wife too." Cao Meng was pulled so hard he grimaced. He gently brushed Xing Sui Sui's forehead with both hands, tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, and then gave her a fierce kiss on her fiery red lips. Absurd. Seeing the two childhood sweethearts flirting in front of everyone, Hua Tingting frowned, turned away, and left. The disciples of the Illusion Moon sect were all staring wide-eyed. This holy sun went out and brought back a holy sun's wife for them, and each one of them was more beautiful than the last. How could they not panic? "You adulterous couple." Chu Xingyun spat at the two men and cursed them viciously before turning and leaving. "Master, wait for me." Iso Shiro naturally stayed by Chu Xingyun's side. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, covered Cao Meng with a wisp of pure white power. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, two golden flying wheels suddenly shot towards Cao Meng as if splitting the sky and earth. "Humph, that damned mole has finally shown its face." Xing Sui Sui snorted coldly and moved like a rabbit, turning Cao Meng, who was originally holding her waist, upside down. At the same time, the axe instantly appeared in his hand. He swung his axe at the golden flying wheel. Bite. Clang. Get out here. With a single move, Xing Suisui shattered the golden wheel, then stood imposingly in front of Cao Meng, wielding her mountain-splitting axe, and roared at the sky. Ha, little girl, you have such strong perception. I underestimated you. With a chilling laugh, a barrier instantly trapped Cao Meng and Xing Suisui from top to bottom. The barrier was half gold and half silver, like a golden bell covering the two of them. Damn bastards, who are you? Xing Suisui pointed her axe at the two of them and asked with icy eyes. Fine, little girl, I'll let you die knowing why. We are Jinluan and Insha, old men. Hand over all your treasures, and we'll give you a quick death. You damned bastard, you want the treasure, huh? Fine. I'll catch it for you, Grandma. Xing Suisui shouted sharply and swung her mountain-splitting axe at the two of them. Bang. When? The sounds of the golden wheel, the silver wheel, and the axe clashing together were incessant. All the vegetation and rocks within the barrier instantly turned into ruins. Second brother, I'm tied up with this woman, you go and deal with that kid. Jinluan said. Don't even think about it. Xing Suisui's axe slowly grew larger, her gaze fixed resolutely on Jinluan and Insha. Then came the clanging, thumping, and banging a loud and intense exchange. After dozens of exchanges, the three of them all stopped briefly, seemingly without prior agreement. Although all three were at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, Xing Suisui always used a life-or-death fighting style when she made a move. This made the two of them hesitant to confront each other directly. At this moment, Jinluan coldly said to Xing Suisui, Little girl, if you keep dragging this on, you will surely lose. It's not easy to cultivate to the nascent soul realm at such a young age. Don't ruin your future for a little lover. If you leave now, we two old men might spare your life. Xing Suisui was panting heavily. Although she had gained some advantage in her continuous life-or-death struggle, she had also exhausted a great deal of her physical strength. Really? Of course, we, the Golden Will Silver Fiends, believe in the power of our word. We will not stop you from leaving now. Alright, I'm too tired to fight anymore. If you want the treasure, go and take it yourselves. Xing Suisui released the axe from her hand, stepped onto it, and floated in the air, quietly watching the two of them. Jinluan Insha was taken aback, looked at Xing Suisui, and then at Cao Meng. Brother, could this be a trap? Silver Will transmitted his thoughts to Silver Wheel. Humph, although this woman is difficult to deal with, this kid is only at the Golden Core realm. You go all out and try to kill him in one move. I'll follow behind you to prevent this woman from launching a sneak attack. Good. Jinluan wholeheartedly agreed with Jinluan's suggestion. The two exchanged a glance and nodded, instantly unleashing all their power as they charged towards Cao Meng. Just as Jinluan Insha rushed out, Xing Suisui revealed a meaningful smile. Ha! A sense of unease suddenly welled up in the hearts of Jinluan and Insha, but the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. They were already on their way to kill Cao Meng, and it was too late to regret it now. Gritting his teeth, Jinluan, who had originally planned to only let Jinluan make a move, also tightened his grip on Jinluan. Just as Jinluan and Insha were swooping down and were still 2 body lengths away from Cao Meng, Cao Meng's face, which had been expressionless, suddenly broke into a wicked smile. Here comes the woman. As wisps of pure white power completely enveloped Cao Meng. Instantly, his aura surged, directly soaring to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. In the blink of an eye, Cao Meng's soul-devouring spear appeared in his hand, piercing through the heads of the 2 men with a single thrust. Not good. Their pupils contracted sharply as they watched Cao Meng's figure turn into a blur. Then, he watched helplessly as Cao Meng appeared right to his side. He didn't even realize what was happening until his head was pierced by the soul-devouring spear. Pung! Cao Meng flicked his wrist, and both of their heads exploded. Xing Suisui sat on a mountain-splitting axe, her little hands grasping 2 soul entities. Bye-bye. No please, ah. Those 2 old devils, Jinluan and Inluan, are dead. 100 miles away, on a secluded mountain peak, an old man, about the height of a child, spoke with a solemn expression. Hiss. How is that possible? Chapter 78 The Little Old Man. Ling Zhang was quite surprised. Senior brother, could you have sensed something wrong? At this moment, he showed no airs of a steward in front of the old man who was as tall as a child. Instead, he appeared rather timid and submissive. Those two old ghosts, Golden Wheel and Silver Fiend, are at the third level of the nascent soul realm. And the woman next to that little beast, from what I observed, should only be on the second floor. How could she possibly have been killed? Waste. You also know that the two of them are at the third level of the nascent soul realm. Then tell me, how did a mere girl at the second level of the nascent soul realm manage to kill those two old ghosts? The old man, who was about the height of a child, asked angrily. Ling Zhang, this. He stammered for a long time, not knowing what to say. For this secret realm, I strongly recommend the three of you to lead the team to the sect leader. And now, not only have you failed to complete the task assigned to you, but you've also. Our disciples suffered heavy losses, even you two good-for-nothings were seriously injured. We didn't even get the treasure, and this is your reward to me? The old man gave Ling Zhang, Ming Xiao, and Xian Yuan a fierce look, filled with disappointment. Us. Ling Zhang lowered his head, not daring to meet the old man's eyes. I thought to myself, we have our own difficulties too. Who would have thought that a nascent soul realm expert would enter the secret realm? Beating up those nascent soul realm cultivators is as easy as beating up kindergarten kids. Ming Xiao, however, spoke his mind directly, muttering, Senior brother, we can't entirely blame ourselves for this. Who could have imagined that a nascent soul cultivator would sneak in? Upon hearing this, the old man's anger subsided considerably, and he even showed a hint of confusion. The Xianhuang ancient site has always been a place of suppression based on cultivation level, preventing even those who have reached the nascent soul realm from entering. This is an unchanging fact throughout history. How did this woman even get in there? Senior brother, a once-in-a-millennium living weapon has appeared in the secret realm this time. Could the deaths of those two old ghosts, Golden Wheel and Silver Fiend, be related to this divine spear? Seeing that the old man's anger had subsided somewhat, Ling Zhang carefully recounted the entire story of the soul-devouring spear's spiritual power and the scene of everyone vying for the treasure. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. Such a treasure has actually appeared in the world? Then he shook his head. No matter how good the weapon is, it's only an auxiliary tool. It's unrealistic to think about killing people of a higher level, especially two people who are stronger than you. And the old man frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. A nascent soul cultivator is not so easily killed. Senior brother, you mean there are still experts? Hearing the old man's words, Ling Zhang was even more shocked, staring wide-eyed at his senior brother. I don't know if there are any other experts, but that woman's strength is definitely not as simple as just the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Senior brother, shall we still go and intercept that little beast? Ling Zhang's eyes darted around, and he looked determined not to return. Do you think I'm too old to live, or do you want to inherit my position as soon as possible? Upon hearing Ling Zhang's words, the old man glared at him angrily and retorted. Damn it, I'm just a nobody at the second level of the nascent soul realm. Even those two third-level cultivators, Golden Wheel and Silver Fiend, are dead. This idiot even asked if I wanted to go. Ling Zhang lowered his head, his face full of resentment, and said, So we're just going to go back like this? That's too embarrassing. You actually know what shame is? If your intelligence hadn't been wrong, would we be here like cats and mice? Upon hearing Ling Zhang's words, the old man became even angrier. As the head of the righteous sects of Yushu Palace, how can a single trip to the secret realm yield nothing? What will the other sects think of us? Let's go back and ask senior brother Zhong for help. Damn it, we have to get that gun back. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhang, Ming Xiao, and Xian Yuan's eyes lit up, and they exchanged glances. Senior brother Zhong is a powerful expert who has reached the fourth level of the nascent soul realm. Let alone this little piece of trash, he could easily destroy the entire Illusion Moon sect. Woman, your plan is quite good. I will remember this merit. Once you have recovered your physical body, I will reward you handsomely. Cao Meng, from the Illusion Moon sect, looked at the two headless corpses on the ground and was in a rather good mood. Ever since leaving the secret realm, Xing Sui has sensed that a tail is following her in the dark. Then, Joshua came up with a plan to make the shameless couple have sex in front of each other, so that the other party could take the opportunity to make a move. Then, Zhao Shui would take control of Cao Meng's body to carry out the final hunt. Snort. Zhao Shui ignored Cao Meng and quickly re-entered the spirit ring. With the deaths of Jin Luan and Yin Sha, the barrier disappeared simultaneously. Holy Sun! Hua Tingting rushed over at that moment. Holy Sun, how are you? Upon arriving, he saw the two corpses on the ground and asked with concern. Cao Meng waved his hand. It's nothing, just two rats. Trying to ambush? They're still too green. Chu Xingyun and other disciples of the Illusion Moon sect also arrived at the same time. Chu Xingyun instantly sensed a familiar power lingering around him. Why does this power feel so much like Master's? Chu Xingyun frowned and looked around. After finding nothing, he shook his head, thinking that he must have sensed something wrong. How could his master possibly appear? Then, his gaze became fixed on the spirit ring he wore on Cao Meng's hand. He secretly vowed, Master, please bear with me for a while. I will be able to see you again when I return to the Illusion Moon sect. After 10 days of travel, Cao Meng and Xing Sui finally arrived at the Tianyuan domain. Whoosh! Xing Sui nestled affectionately in Cao Meng's arms. What's wrong, Swayer? Cao Meng was taken aback and asked in confusion. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up inside me. It was a sense of loss, like the thought of being separated from my loved one. Xing Sui smiled gently and gave Cao Meng a big kiss on the lips with her fiery red lips. I can't go to the Illusion Moon sect with you. Be careful. Finally, it's time to leave. For the first time, Cao Meng felt a slight unease in his heart as he traversed his past and present lives. Putting aside the fact that this woman is the most beautiful woman I've ever met, Cao Meng was happy both physically and mentally during the time he spent with her. Moreover, this woman protected him at all times, allowing him to experience both the domineering nature of a man and the sense of security of a younger brother being cared for by an older sister. Will we ever meet again? Cao Meng didn't know what to do at this moment, and asked blankly. Yes, it will. It definitely will. Xing Sui smiled brightly. Then, she swung her axe, and an axe mark bloomed in the sky like fireworks. Then, a thick red mist instantly covered the sky, and countless Bit tribe dwarves arrived riding on the red clouds. Big brother. The three dwarfs at the head were the same three people Chu Xingyun had strung together. Upon seeing Xing Sui, they immediately knelt down in worship. Benbo, Boba, Baben, are all the troubles resolved? Xing Sui asked, holding the mountain-splitting axe in her arms, in a bossy manner. Big brother, we've wiped out all the forces that came out of the secret realm. We can't beat the people from Jade Void Palace. Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Xing Sui's face. Then, she said with concern and seriousness. Wow, this soul-devouring spear in your hand was forged 1,000 years ago by Venerable Ganjiang using himself as a cauldron, drawing upon the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations to temper his divine soul. Now that the soul-devouring spear has chosen you, the Tianyuan domain will likely never be peaceful again. Chapter 79 Psi Life after transmigrating is so boring. Swayer, don't worry. I can handle evil creatures like the demon fiend, let alone these ants. Besides, I'm lusting after your body, how could I die so easily? Upon hearing Cao Meng's words, Xing Sui's worried expression vanished, and a blush quietly appeared on her face. Shameless. Chu Xingyun spat out a disgusted curse. Meng. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Xing Sui gently brushed her jade-like hand across Cao Meng's face until it landed on Cao Meng's strong, large hands. Then, her figure flashed and disappeared into the red mist. As the red clouds drifted away, a voice entered the storage ring. Protect him well. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off the hook. Snort. Joshua glanced disdainfully at the outside world, snorted coldly, and didn't say anything more. Cao Meng frowned, looking grave. It wasn't because of Xing Suisui's departure, but because before she left, she secretly imprinted a black mark into her palm. At this moment, Cao Meng could clearly feel that after the black seal entered his body, it went straight to his heart and enveloped it. Cao Meng naturally believed that Xing Suisui would not harm him, but what was the purpose of her actions? Moreover, what exactly is her identity? The third miss of the Bit tribe? And this is the Night Queen that the demon spoke of? Just as Cao Meng was pondering, the golden-winged roc flew in from afar, its wings covering the sky. My husband. On the back of the golden-winged roc, Ouyang, with her large pregnant belly, looked dashing and heroic, her skirt fluttering in the wind. Just as Cao Meng was about to leap to meet him, he heard a notification from the system in his mind. Congratulations, host! You have successfully plundered 3,000 experience points from the chosen one of destiny, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Ha! Cao Meng was taken aback and turned his gaze to Chu Xingyun. Chu Xingyun stared at Ouyang stomach with gritted teeth, his palms bleeding from his clenched fists. Hey! Good Yuner, it seems that it was a wise move for your father to bring you back to the sect. Cao Meng lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped into the air. Dressed in white, she floated gracefully towards Ouyang, like a banished immortal. My husband. Ouyang threw herself into Cao Meng's arms, looking like a little girl. My love, I miss you so much. Without your spiritual liquid, Nier's cultivation has stagnated for so long, sob. Cao Meng. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, this woman had finally spoken her mind. She wasn't thinking about herself at all, she was thinking about the finest nectar. Cao Meng smiled awkwardly, honey, look who I brought to you. As he spoke, he pointed down at Chu Xingyun. Yuner. When Ouyang saw Chu Xingyun, she was startled and quickly broke free from Cao Meng's embrace, her motherly authority and love returning. Yuner, are you alright? Your mother misses you so much. Ouyang's clone landed beside Chu Xingyun and brushed against Chu Xingyun's face. Mother. Chu Xingyun, who originally wanted to call out to her mother, stopped when she saw Ouyang with her big pregnant belly. He was instantly furious and unconsciously took a step back. He shouted sternly, don't touch me. Yuner, you've gone too far. Your mother came all the way to visit you, and you treat her like this. Upon seeing this, Cao Meng immediately rebuked him. You beast. You're a fucking beast. His mother traveled a long way to welcome him, and he was so ungrateful. Damn it, if I had known this ingrate was this kind of person, if I were his father, I would have killed the bastard when he was a kid. After Cao Meng finished speaking, the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect angrily cursed Chu Xingyun. Pick me up? Hearing his disciples' words, Chu Xingyun was furious. Is this guy here to pick me up? It's clearly a welcome to that beast Cao. Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered 4,000 experience points from the chosen one of destiny, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Good job. More. Cao Meng was overjoyed, these disciples were truly a godsend. Holy Sun. Just as Cao Meng was waiting for the system to continue reporting good news, dozens of cloud-winged ships flew overhead. Yun Qingqing excitedly called out to Cao Meng from above. Holy shit! Cao Meng was furious at Yun Qingqing's sudden interruption. Looking at Chu Xingyun, his pale complexion was gradually returning to normal. From the slight rise and fall of his chest, it was clear that he had realized something was wrong and was gradually adjusting his mindset. That dog Qingqing is ruining my good time. Cao Meng stared fiercely at Yun Qingqing with the eyes of the man with the knife. What's going on? Yun Qingqing's excited face suddenly froze. Why is the Holy Sun looking at me like that? Did I offend him? That shouldn't be the case, we just met. Yun Qingqing was still dressed like a young scholar, and jumped off the boat to Hua Tingting's side. Old Hua, what happened? Hua Tingting was taken aback and looked at Yun Qingqing with a puzzled expression. I don't understand what this old man means. Are you all right? Yun Qingqing asked cautiously. What do you want? It's all right, ha. Yun Qingqing gave a dry laugh and walked to Cao Meng's side. Ah, holy son. News from the sect says that we achieved a great victory in the secret realm and obtained many treasures. The Grand Elder specifically instructed me to come and welcome you. The Grand Elder is back. Upon hearing Yun Qingqing's words, Cao Meng asked curiously. Yes. You're back. You returned not long after you entered the secret realm. In Cao Meng's memory, the Grand Elder was an old man who had the final say and was very disciplined. To put it bluntly, they lack social skills and understanding. With him around, the disciples in the sect felt generally suppressed. He doesn't hesitate to punish even Lung Yuqian, let alone his disciples, for making mistakes. However, when he was still young, the old man left the sect for reasons unknown. Is he all right? Cao Meng asked. Yun Qingqing chuckled, very good, even more old-fashioned than before. Cao Meng. Is master still in seclusion? Yun Qingqing, the sect leader, is still in seclusion. I have already informed him of your return, and he should already know. Let's go back to the sect. Cao Meng leaped onto the eagle. The rest of the Illusion Moon sect members flew onto the Cloudwing ship. With Chu Xingyun by her side, Ouyangmi no longer perched on the back of the golden-winged rock with Cao Meng, but instead spent time chatting with her son in a room on the Cloudwing ship. However, the heart-to-heart talk didn't seem to go very smoothly. Because Cao Meng was on the back of the rock, and system notification sounds came from time to time. Congratulations, host. You have plundered 1,000 experience points of Chi of Fortune, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Congratulations, host. You have plundered 500 experience points of Chi of Fortune, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Congratulations, host. You have plundered 800 experience points of Chi of Destiny, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Big and small, although the experience points aren't many, they happen frequently. Time travel is so boring. Cao Meng crossed his legs and lay leisurely on the eagle's back. Chapter 80 Ant. However, the system's announcement did not last long. Ouyangmi flew away from the Cloudwing ship with bloodshot eyes. Her graceful figure flashed and she leaped into Cao Meng's arms atop the giant eagle. My husband, sob. Cao Meng hugged Ouyangmi tightly, feeling sorry for her, and scolded her angrily. That unfilial son, Mir, I will go and teach him a good lesson for you. No. Husband, no. Ouyangmi quickly stopped her, crying and pleading. He's still young. Precisely because he is young and doesn't understand things, he should be disciplined more strictly. Cao Meng spoke with righteous indignation. Otherwise, when you enter the martial world, you will be brutally beaten by other sections. And just as Cao Meng was about to continue lecturing, Ouyangmi gently pressed two jade-like fingers against Cao Meng's lips. Husband, let's not talk about this anymore. You haven't given Mir any guidance in her cultivation for a long time. Seeing Ouyangmi's red and infatuated eyes, Cao Meng felt a pang of heartache. Giving birth to such an unfilial son is also a sin. With a flick of his wrist, Cao Meng unleashed a barrier that simultaneously encircled the golden-winged rock and Ouyangmi. The barrier is like one-way glass, allowing a clear view of everything outside from inside. However, those outside cannot see anything inside. However, Cao Meng's cultivation level was limited, and the barrier he cast could only block vision, not soundproofing. The golden-winged rock trapped in the barrier was very dissatisfied with Chao's actions. It kept roaring and howling in protest against Cao Meng. It itself was rising and falling, going back and forth. You beast, stop yelling. If you yell again, I'll send you back to the demon-locking prison. This is also what Chu Xingyu wanted to say. He stood on the edge of the Cloudwing ship, his face ashen, staring at a large, blurry sphere. Listening to the high-pitched, loud, continuous, and melodious cry of the golden-winged rock inside, he clenched his hands tightly, his 10 fingernails digging into his flesh like 10 poisoned steel nails. Fine beads of blood seeped from between the rolled-up skin and flesh. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 3,500 experience points from the Chosen One, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points for you. Oh wow! What a pleasant surprise! Suddenly, Cao Meng heard the system's celebratory message and was delighted. The power of the barrier was applied even deeper. Can't you be a little more reserved? Hua Tingting looked like he'd swallowed a fly. He casually released a barrier to envelop all the Cloudwing ships, too lazy to listen to those annoying noises anymore. Cao Meng didn't do anything productive along the way, he just messed around with all sorts of shady stuff. Yun Qingqing chuckled. Old Hua, you say the Holy Sun hasn't done anything productive along the way, then let me ask you, which sect gained the most from this secret realm trip? Also, who has the treasures in the secret realm? Hua Tingting had just told him everything that happened in the secret realm, including how the Bit Clan killed everyone in the secret realm after they came out. The experience of fleeing in disgrace with Yushu Palace. Yun Qingqing was shocked after hearing this. Unexpectedly, Cao Meng had such a miraculous encounter, even a major sect like Jade Void Palace suffered a setback at the hands of the Holy Sun. Hua Tingting was taken aback by Yun Qingqing's words. That's right. Although the Holy Sun didn't make a move along the way, he didn't miss a single treasure and got his hands on them all. And it seems like I didn't do anything at all. With a change of perspective, Hua Tingting instantly became much more cheerful and his mood improved significantly. With another wave of his hand, all the barriers shattered instantly. The warbling of the oriole reached my ears once again. It's like a fairy singing, her voice clear and melodious, sweetly entering your ears, making your heart flutter. How wonderful! Ha! The disciples of the Illusion Moon sect felt as if they had experienced a roller coaster ride. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, their heartstrings began to twitch slightly, when suddenly an invisible barrier appeared, shutting out everyone's hearing. The climax suddenly plummeted into the abyss. Well, just when everyone thought the show was about to end, the barrier suddenly shattered again. The little boat that had been battered in the abyss began to float up quietly again. What does that mean? Are they going to let us listen or not? 3 days later, the golden-winged roc was the first to arrive at the summit of the Illusion Moon sect. Cao Meng jumped off the eagle's back in a princess carry. Ouyang nestled against Cao Meng, her face radiating happiness and contentment. Her lips unconsciously curved into crescent moons, even the wrinkles around her eyes were filled with sweetness, and she felt like cotton wool soaked in the warm spring sun, softly sinking into contentment. Cao Meng carried Ouyang in a princess carry and leaped off the eagle's back. Welcome back, Holy Sun. Welcome back, Holy Sun. As Cao Meng landed, a chorus of kneeling and worship echoed throughout the entire Illusion Moon Peak. Elder brother. A clear, melodious voice, like that of a nightingale, rang out, and Mu Linger, the little girl, rushed towards Cao Meng. The fact that she was able to come so quickly to greet Cao Meng shows that she has been doing well lately. Her personality has also changed drastically, she is no longer the timid little girl she used to be. Linger. Cao Meng patted the little girl's head. Is Linger happy at the Illusion Moon sect? Cao Meng was very fond of Mu Linger, this little girl. This kind of affection is the kind an older brother has for his younger sister, pure and protective love. This little girl is like a pure white lotus flower, rising from the mud unsullied. If it weren't for the system's causal imprint, Cao Meng would have wanted to treat her like a younger sister for the rest of his life. However, now that this little girl is missing one soul and 3 spirits, Cao Meng didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability. I plan to bring him under my wing after I have helped him achieve his goal. Yes. Linger is very happy to have 7 older sisters with her. Moreover, the 7 older sisters taught Linger many things. As she spoke, Mu Linger showed Cao Meng the 7-tailed flower in her hand. Brother, look, haven't the flowers gotten bigger? Mu Linger blinked her bright, lively eyes and asked happily. Cao Meng's eyes were full of doting affection, this little girl was just too adorable. Give me back my storage ring. Just as Mu Linger was happily demonstrating her illusion flower technique, Chu Xingyun stepped forward and asked Cao Meng for the ring. Suddenly, I was disturbed. Mu Linger was very unhappy, pouting and grimacing as she complained. Brother, who is this person? How rude. Didn't they see that someone was embroidering flowers? Cao Meng chuckled softly. Linger, have you forgotten? You saw him at the Shin family a few months ago. However, now he has to call you aunt. Aunt. Mu Linger looked puzzled, then her eyes suddenly lit up. Is he sister-in-law Mier's son? Cao Meng smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Mu Linger blinked her bright eyes again and stretched out her little hand. Hello, little nephew. I'm your aunt, you can call me Aunt Linger. Puff. Chapter 81. What the hell did I promise you? Xu Xingyun was furious when he heard this. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuner, is your aunt shaking your hand? Cao Meng smiled and stared at Xu Xingyun as he gave a reminder. I will give you the spirit ring. Shake hands with your aunt first. He spoke quite kindly, but to Xu Xingyun, it definitely carried a strong sense of threat. Xu Xingyun almost ground his back teeth to powder, clenched his fist and then opened it again. After a struggle with his conscience, he finally reached out to Mu Linger. However, at this moment, Mu Linger suddenly changed her mind and hurriedly withdrew her small hand. Ah. No, brother. I can't be his aunt. Sister Qingwan is his Taoist partner. If I become his aunt, wouldn't she have to call me aunt too? Then how should I address Sister Qingwan? Should we call her sister or niece-in-law? No, it's too messy. Mu Linger shook her head as she spoke, her head bobbing like a rattle drum. Cough. Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered 1500 experience points from the chosen one of destiny, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points for you. Finally, Xu Xingyun couldn't hold back any longer, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yuner. Seeing this, Ouyangmi felt distressed and quickly went forward to check on her. Don't touch me. Xu Xingyun, however, was unmoved and staggered back a step. He originally wanted to reach out and push Ouyangmi, but then he thought that she was, after all, his mother. With such a big belly, if she were accidentally pushed over and injured, wouldn't that truly solidify her reputation as an unfilial son? Brother Yun. At this moment, Shin Xingwan ran over and happened to see Xu Xingyun vomiting blood. She hadn't originally planned to come, but upon hearing that Xu Xingyun had also returned, she rushed over. After that day, Xu Xingyun left without saying a word. Shin Xingwan was heartbroken. Her beloved Yungij was so irresponsible, he left without even saying goodbye. Now, seeing Xu Xingyun again, and seeing his pale face, Shin Xingwan was heartbroken. Brother Yun, how are you? Are you all right? Xingwan, you've come at the perfect time. Upon seeing Shin Xingwan, Cao Meng immediately put on airs and said, quickly, go and help Yuner down to rest. Make sure to take good care of her. Shin Xingwan glanced at Cao Meng, feeling a mix of emotions. With a gentle nod, he carried Xu Xingyun away. This time, Xu Xingyun didn't retaliate. He knew in his heart that Cao Meng had no intention of giving him the ring, and staying here would only be humiliating, so he might as well leave. As Ouyangmi watched Xu Xingyun leave, another tear unconsciously slid down her delicate cheek. Cao Meng gently pulled her into his arms and comforted her. Honey, don't worry, Xingwan will take good care of Yuner. 3 days later. Brother Yun, are you feeling better? We've come to see you. Inside a small bamboo house on the peak of the Illusion Moon Sect's Disciples' Peak. A dozen or so disciples of the Illusion Moon Sect arrived at Xu Xingyun's residence together, shouting loudly outside the fenced courtyard. Squeak! The door opened, and Shin Xingwan came out. She hurriedly tidied herself up, her hair disheveled and her clothes unbuttoned. He said with a displeased look, "Why are you here again? These people have been here for 3 days in a row." They always claimed they were there to visit Xu Xingyun, and although they brought many good things for healing, such as pills and elixirs, Shin Xingwan still didn't care for them. Seeing how timid and hesitant they looked, Shin Xingwan thought they were doing nothing right. Seeing this, the others blushed and felt very embarrassed, so they pushed one of them out. The person being pushed out was named Zhao Tianjua. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Ahem, Senior Sister Shin, I'm sorry to interrupt your good time. We heard that Brother Yin made great contributions in the secret realm and was seriously injured. The Holy Sun also said that he would commend him in person once he recovered. So we just wanted to check on Brother Yun's injuries. Yes, we came here specifically to see Brother Yun. With Zhao Tianjue taking the lead, several disciples of the Illusion Moon sect rushed to speak, expressing their concern for Chu Xingyun.
Is that true? Upon hearing Zhao Tianjue and the others' words, Shen Xingwan looked doubtful.
Brother Yun did not tell her about this. She had thought that Brother Yun's injury was caused by Cao Meng, but she never expected it to be for this reason. Although she had never been to the secret realm, she had heard many sect elders talk about it. The ferocity inside is truly terrifying. One wrong move and you could lose your life. Therefore, for this trip to the secret realm, the sect selected only senior brothers who were at least at the golden core stage and had considerable strength. Brother Yun, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, has managed to stand out among so many senior brothers. This made her very happy.
Senior sister Shen.
Just as Shen Xingwan was lost in thought, Zhao Tianjue waved his hand in front of her eyes.
What? Shen Xingwan suddenly woke up and angrily rebuked Zhao Tianjue.
Excuse me, we wanted to know how Brother Yun's injury is it any better? If he's not better, we have some fine elixirs here that you can give to Brother Yun, they'll be good for his injuries. As he spoke, Zhao Tianjue took out a delicate little jade bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Shen Xingwan.
Well, Brother Yun has already.
Just as Shen Xingwan was about to refuse, Chu Xingyun came out of the house.
Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Zhao.
As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the nectar. Chu Xingyun's perplexing behavior left Shen Xingwan completely stunned.
Is Brother Yun's injury still not healed?
That shouldn't be the case, it was quite fierce just now.
Then why accept other people's treasures? Chu Xingyun didn't care about any of that.
Having spent years in the underworld, he had long since lost his humanity. The world is bustling, all for profit, the world is in turmoil, all for gain. There's no time to snatch it, let alone have it delivered to your door.
Why not take it if it's free?
Seeing that Chu Xingyun had accepted the gifts they had sent once again, Zhao Tianjue and the others were even happier than Chu Xingyun himself. Zhao Tianjue said with a smile, Brother Yun, we won't bother you any longer. Please take good care of yourself. When the Holy Sun distributes the rewards the day after tomorrow, please remember to put in a good word for us brothers.
Chu Xingyun was taken aback. What does Zhao Tianjue mean by this? Brother Yun, let's go now.
You and senior sister continue, hee. Say it, Zhao Tianjue said, turning to leave.
Wait a moment. Just then, Chu Xingyun became increasingly uneasy and asked in confusion, what do you mean? What reward?
A few kind words. Zhao Tianjue and the others, who were about to leave, were all taken aback when they heard Chu Xingyun's words and exchanged glances. Zhao Tianjue turned around and chuckled, Brother Yun, don't play dumb with us. You've accepted the things, but you can't go back on your promise.
Chu Xingyun. What the hell did I promise you? Chapter 82 Beating Up Chu Xingyun.
Chu Xingyun still looked dazed and confused.
Zhao Tianjue's expression changed slightly, and he sneered.
Brother Yun, you've taken a lot of good stuff from us brothers these past 3 days, so don't you dare play tricks on us.
Chu Xingyun. Baffling. Chu Xingyun, what the hell do you mean? Zhao Tianjue shouted, you promised so readily before, and now you want to go back on your word? Are you treating us brothers like monkeys?
You son of a bitch. The dozen or so Huanyu sect disciples behind Zhao Tianjue instantly surrounded Chu Xingyun, each staring at him with fierce expressions. Chu Xingyun's face darkened, showing no fear whatsoever, and he asked in a sinister tone, you worthless trash, what did I promise you? Damn it, Brother Zhao, this beast just doesn't want to admit his mistake. Beat him to death, you bastard.
Crunch, crunch. A dozen or so men clenched their fists, looking eager to beat up Chu Xingyun.
Chu Xingyun became more and more confused as he listened, and seeing how these people really wanted to make a move, he felt a little scared. Wait a minute, make this clear, what exactly did I promise you? All of these people were at the golden core stage. He, a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage, could only manage a 1-to-2 exchange at most, even with the support of a spirit talisman master. Even if you're risking your life, taking down 3 is already the limit. Without his master protecting him, he should definitely hold back for now and ask for clarification.
Fine, you're pretending to be confused, huh?
I'll make things clear to you today. I came to see you 3 days ago and brought you top-quality healing pills. At that time, I also told Xinsheng that you should go to the Holy Sun to help our brothers get a chance to receive the treasure.
After Zhao Tianjua's explanation, Xu Xingyun finally understood the whole story.
It turned out that 3 days ago, after he vomited blood and was helped back by Xinxingwan, Cao Meng announced that everyone except the disciples who went to the secret realm would receive a treasure. Disciples with outstanding achievements and good performance in the sect can also receive one. So, these people brought all sorts of healing pills, spiritual liquids, and fine wines to visit Xu Xingyun. Ostensibly, it was a visit to someone in the hospital, but in reality, they wanted to ask Xu Xingyun for special favors. They absolutely believed that Xu Xingyun was Cao Meng's stepson and had made great contributions in the secret realm. She must have held a very high position in Cao Meng's heart, and everyone knows that Cao Meng even gave up his own white moonlight, whom he had admired for several years, for his mother's sake.
Xu Xingyun, what do you have to say now? Damn it, let me tell you, we brothers aren't pushovers either. If you want to get something for free, you'd better see if you have the ability to do so. You son of a bitch. Several disciples behind Zhao Tianjua spat and cursed viciously. At this moment, Xu Xingyun stood there dumbfounded, like a chicken. How come he didn't know about this? Moreover, you want him to ask Cao Meng and those useless bastards to pull strings? Absolutely not. Even if I knew, I would never go looking for that damned Xiao traitor. Brother Yun, why don't you go and tell Cao Saint's son? Just then, Shen Xingwan stepped forward and said. When Zhao Tianjua and the others arrived, she just casually agreed. That's why several people came to fawn over him every day. Xu Xingyun's expression shifted from surprise to anger as he stared intently at Shen Xingwan. It's you. Shen Xingwan said somewhat guiltily, I saw you were vomiting blood, so. You idiot, you big-breasted, brainless stupid woman. Xu Xingyun roared through gritted teeth, wanting nothing more than to kill Shen Xingwan. You. Smack. Shen Xingwan slapped Xu Xingyun across the face, glaring at him fiercely with her eyes wide like a bull. She hates it most when people say she's all looks and no brains. Is it a mistake to have big breasts? She was born this way, what could she do about it? Besides, wasn't she doing all this so that Brother Yun's injuries could heal faster? If he hadn't eaten all these good things, would he have been so strong these past 2 days? Alright, Xu Xingyun, you two stop acting here. I'm just asking you one question, are you going to help me or not? If you can put in a good word for us with the Holy Sun, we might call you Brother Yun. Otherwise. Zhao Tianjua had no time to watch the show. More than a dozen people had given almost all their belongings to Xu Xingyun, all for the sake of 1 or 2 treasures. If Xu Xingyun wanted to go back on his word, he would never let him off so easily. I'll help your mom. Get out, all of you, get the hell out of here. Xu Xingyun's face was burning with pain after being slapped in the face by a big cunt. Hearing Zhao Tianjua's suppressed anger finally erupt, he immediately started arguing back. Good. 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 You little beast, you've got guts. Zhao Tianju sneered twice and asked his fellow disciples behind him. Brothers, what do you say? Senior Brother Zhao, what are you saying? Those spiritual liquids and pills were all saved up by us brothers and sisters. How can we let this kid get them for nothing? The group exchanged glances. What else was there to say? Let's get him. Then came a series of loud crackling sounds. A dozen or so golden core cultivators surrounded Xu Xingyun, who was in the foundation establishment stage, and gave him a brutal beating. Ah! Xu Xingyun originally intended to conceal his identity as a spirit talisman master and not use his soul power. However, in a short while, he turned into a pig's head. This was something he could no longer tolerate. While being beaten, he secretly released his soul and circled behind Zhao Tianjua. What a brilliant move! The strategist personally entered the game.
Just as Zhao Tianzhua and his group were getting into the swing of things, he formed a hand seal and used a stun skill to instantly control the three of them.
Go to hell!
Zhu Xingyun seized the opportunity, and the dragon pattern spear instantly appeared in his hand. He stabbed at Zhao Tianzhua and the other two who had been briefly restrained. However, Zhao Tianzhua is no pushover, he does possess some abilities.
Just as Zhu Xingyun's dragon pattern spear was about to pierce through,
he unleashed his full power, instantly breaking free from the shackles of dizziness. At the same time, he used his physical abilities to the fullest, employing a teleportation technique to dodge the shot. Unfortunately, the two Illusion Moon sect disciples behind him were not so lucky. Although he broke free from the stun effect, he was still pierced through the chest by the dragon pattern spear.
Well. Puff.
Before they knew it, Zhu Xingyun had seriously injured them.
You son of a bitch, you little beast, are you serious? Seeing their teammate injured, these people were completely enraged. Boom. Boom boom. Everyone unleashed their golden core realm power without reservation.
They were initially mindful of Zhu Xingyun's status and didn't use their cultivation levels, instead simply beating him with their bare hands.
However, Zhu Xingyun killed them. How can we tolerate this any longer?
Fellow disciples, be careful not to kill this little beast. Zhao Tianzhu stared fiercely at Zhu Xingyun and gave him a warning.
Chapter 83 Killing Zhu Xingyun. Mount Sinshou.
A disciple rushed to the Holy Sun's room in a great hurry.
Knock knock knock.
Holy Sun, something terrible has happened.
Squeak.
The door opened, and Cao Meng, wearing a long robe, walked out with a displeased expression.
Shi Yong, why are you in such a panic?
Shi Yong knelt down and said, reporting to the Holy Sun, the Grand Elder has arrested Zhu Xingyun.
Cao Meng was taken aback, what happened?
Shi Yong, reporting to the Holy Sun, Zhu Xingyun caused a great disturbance at the Disciples' Peak, not only attacking senior brother Zhao Tianzhua but also seriously injuring two junior brothers. At this moment, he has been ordered by the Grand Elder to be taken to the Law Enforcement Hall to prepare for the implementation of the sect rules.
Cao Meng. I'm petrified. Yun'er.
Yang Mi, looking rather unsatisfied, was waiting on the bed in the room when she heard Shi Yong's words. She didn't even have time to put on her clothes before running out barefoot.
Meng, what's wrong with Yun'er?
Shi Yong's eyes flickered, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look closely.
Honey, don't panic, I'll go check on her. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Yun'er. Cao Meng comforted him.
Meng, I beg you,
please don't let anything happen to Yun'er. Yang Mi pleaded, knowing the elder's style of doing things.
Before the Grand Elder returned, she was like a bird released from its cage in the Illusion Moon sect, free to fly as she pleased.
Unrestrained and free.
However, this stubborn old man suddenly returned some time ago. They set many rules for her and provided her with a lot of assistance, ostensibly to take care of her daily life, but in reality, they were restricting her freedom. She protested to Yun Xingqing many times, but all her efforts were in vain.
Honey, don't worry, I'm here. You stay here and relax, I'll go check on things. Elder, let's wait for the Holy Sun to arrive and hear his opinion.
Yun Xingqing from the enforcement hall made a suggestion to the old man beside her with a wry smile.
Humph.
I am the Grand Elder of the Illusion Moon sect. I have full authority over the entire sect under the sect master.
How come I don't even have the right to deal with a mere disciple? And I have to listen to the Holy Sun's words?
This. Yun Xingqing was so embarrassed she couldn't speak, her face contorted with awkwardness. And you, as the second elder of the sect, you dress up like a little girl all day long, what kind of behavior is that? The first elder gave the second elder, a young and handsome man, a look of disdain before reprimanding him. Upon hearing this, Yun Xingqing's already embarrassed face became even more awkward. Don't let his constant talk of Laohua in front of the third elder fool you, Laohua's rebuttals can be quite fierce. But when he encountered this leader of the elders, he became as docile as a lab rat. He was even more jealous and critical inside. No need for any dressing up, I just transformed into my younger self. Although he was dissatisfied, he did so quite consciously, waving his hand in front of his face, and as if changing his expression, he reappeared with an old look. The elder's expression softened considerably upon seeing this. His gaze shifted to Chu Xingyun, who was kneeling and restrained below, and he said sternly, "Yamada Michi, read out the crimes." Yamada Michino is the execution elder of the enforcement hall, specifically responsible for carrying out executions. Upon hearing the order, he stepped out from the ranks of elders with a list of incriminating evidence, went up to the top platform of the main hall, and began to read out Chu Xingyun's crimes. Name: Chu Xingyun, outer disciple. Crime 1: unauthorized departure from one's clan. Without the sect's permission, carrying the pass token outside the sect's territory. According to Article 7 of the Illusion Moon Sect Rules, Gate Controls, this behavior constitutes disregarding sect rules and showing no respect for hierarchy, thus disrupting the sect's security and order. Effective immediately, it is proposed that he be stripped of his outer disciple status, demoted to menial labor, and forbidden from leaving the sect for life. Criminal offense 2: disregarding sect order. They openly fought within the sect, using extremely vicious methods, and seriously injured 2 inner disciples, causing them severe injuries. This behavior seriously disrupted the peace of the sect and violated Article 1 of the Phantom Moon Sect Rules, Penal Code regarding fratricide. Those who kill their fellow disciples shall be executed immediately. This act not only violates the bonds of camaraderie among fellow disciples but also shakes the foundation of the sect and affects the morale of its members. Considering that no sect member had died, he was shown leniency and his cultivation was abolished. Crime 3: abusing one's status to solicit or accept bribes. Taking advantage of his special status as the adopted son of the Holy Sun, Chu Xingyun repeatedly demanded cultivation resources such as spiritual liquids, elixirs, and fine wines from the sect disciples. They abused their power for personal gain, coerce and entice others, and if they do not obey, they use their position to make things difficult for and suppress them. This behavior seriously undermines the sect's fair order and corrupts its atmosphere. Violating Article 5 of the Virtue Chapter of the Phantom Moon Clan Rules, abusing power to amass wealth and engaging in corruption, is extremely egregious. He is now sentenced to have his tendons severed and be thrown into the sect's forbidden area, the Bony Roding Cave, to suffer the torture of being devoured by thousands of ants. After reading the list of crimes, Yamada Michizane looked directly at Chu Xingyun and said, "Chu Xingyun, do you plead guilty? I acknowledge you as my mother." Chu Xingyun was currently bound by the god-locking chains and imprisoned in the main hall below, kneeling on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Yamada Michi. "You traitor Cao, all you want is to kill me. A bunch of old dogs, if you're so capable, just do it. Stop pretending and going through the motions." These words immediately caused an uproar in the Hall of Law Enforcement. The Grand Elder, seated at the head of the table, his face turning a deep purplish red, slammed his hand on the armrest, shattering it with a loud crack. "Rebellion! Rebellion! This kind of arrogant scoundrel who shows no respect for his elders and insults them must be severely punished." Yun Xingqing frowned and subconsciously moved to the side, afraid that the Grand Elder's anger would affect her. Then, he secretly gave a wink to the disciple beside him. The disciple understood immediately and quietly retreated and left. When Yamada heard Chu Xingyun insult him by calling him an old dog, his face darkened. He opened his mouth and said loudly again. Fourth offense: disrespect for elders and sect elders. During his trial in the Hall of Enforcement, Chu Xingyun not only refused to plead guilty, but also openly insulted the execution elder with vulgar and obscene language. His actions seriously desecrated the sect's dignity, trampled on the hierarchical order, and violated Article 8 of the Illusion Moon Sect Rules Hierarchical Chapter, disrespecting elders and disgracing the sect. He was sentenced to have his tongue cut out and face disfigured, all his meridians severed, and thrown into the soul-locking abyss to suffer the punishment of being chained with cold iron for 1,000 years. His soul would be forever imprisoned in the sect's forbidden area, and he would never be reincarnated. Ha ha ha! Chu Xingyun laughed wildly. "Illusion Moon Sect, I will haunt you even as a ghost. If there is a next life, I will wipe out your entire family." Bang! Rebellion! Rebellion! Upon hearing Chu Xingyun's words, the Grand Elder suddenly stood up, and the chill emanating from his body shattered the tables and chairs beside him. He glared fiercely at Chu Xingyun and said, "Yamada, do skin this little beast alive, tear him apart, and kill him. Do it immediately." Outside the Hall of Law Enforcement, the disciple who had been signaled by Yun Qingqing to slip out ran into Cao Meng and Shi Yang as soon as he stepped out. "Holy Son, the Grand Elder wants to kill Chu Xingyun, and the execution is about to take place."
Depend on. Upon hearing this, Cao Meng exclaimed, "How can this be? Damn it, there are still so many experience points we haven't plundered yet. If it just goes offline like this, who am I supposed to contact?"
With a swift movement, he unleashed his full power, and a streak of light hurtled towards the Hall of Law Enforcement.
Chapter 84 So Brave.
Inside the Hall of Enforcement, Yamada Michi walked towards Chu Xingyun step by step with a cold face. Just as he was about to strike Chu Xingyun's head with his claw,
when
suddenly, a protective aura, like a golden bell, enveloped Chu Xingyun.
"Who dares to hurt my Yuner?"
As a sharp shout rang out, Cao Meng appeared beside Chu Xingyun. Even though Yamada Michi was an elder of the enforcement hall, he treated Cao Meng Lai with great courtesy.
"Holy Son,
Chu Xingyun has violated the sect rules. I was only acting under the instructions of the Grand Elder to punish Chu Xingyun. I hope you will forgive me. After all, everyone knows that Cao Meng is the only one who can hold the position of sect leader in the future." Not wanting to offend anyone, he immediately shifted all the blame onto the Grand Elder. Chu Xingyun merely glanced at him and bowed to the Grand Elder.
"Elder, it seems there is some misunderstanding. Please allow me to take Yuner back and ask her to clarify the matter."
He gave this stubborn old man plenty of face. Apart from his master, he had never bowed to anyone in the entire Illusion Moon sect.
"Misunderstanding, Holy Son. Every charge is clearly marked. What misunderstanding could there be?"
However, the Grand Elder was completely oblivious to human feelings and directly rebuked him to his face. "As the Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect, you should set an example in upholding the sect's rules. You cannot protect this little beast just because he is your adopted son. Old man, this is making me look bad in front of everyone."
Cao Meng was extremely dissatisfied, as this was the first time he had been reprimanded by someone other than his master. However, he still smiled awkwardly and said, "The Grand Elder is right. I will discipline Yuner properly in the future. Please forgive Yuner this time, Grand Elder. He absolutely cannot let the Grand Elder kill Chu Xingyun today."
"Oh Yangmi, that poor bastard, only contributes a tiny bit of experience points each time. He's about to be attacked, and he's desperately short of experience points. Since you have violated the sect rules, you should be punished.
How can you just let it go? Do you think my Illusion Moon sect is a place for children to play house?" The elder immediately stood up and roared. "Cao Meng!
This person is completely unresponsive to both soft and hard approaches.
Damn it, I've been trying to be nice to him for ages, and he won't give me any face at all." Cao Meng's eyes turned cold, and he immediately used a special channel to transmit his voice over 1,000 miles. "Old man, give me some face and let this kid go. Consider it a favor I owe you."
The elder, who was coldly watching Cao Meng, suddenly paused.
He immediately looked at Cao Meng with newfound respect.
Keep in mind that he was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a nascent soul realm expert, while Cao Meng was only a golden core realm expert. It's simply impossible to secretly give something to someone of a higher level than yourself without anyone knowing.
How did Cao Meng manage to do that?
The elder frowned, his gaze intently scanning Cao Meng.
"Old man, what do you want in exchange for releasing him?"
Cao Meng asked again. "The reason you were able to use such a special skill is, of course, because Zhao Shui secretly helped you. Rules are rules, and no one is allowed to break the sect's rules." The Grand Elder stopped observing Cao Meng and retorted directly.
All right, old man, since you're being so disrespectful, then don't blame me."
Cao Meng replied with a cold laugh to himself.
The Grand Elder was taken aback. What did that mean? Before he could figure it out, he saw the soul-devouring spear appear in Cao Meng's hand and thrust it fiercely towards him. His eyes widened immediately. He could hardly believe that Cao Meng dared to attack him.
A golden core cultivator dared to attack him, who was about to enter the divine transformation realm. I never expected Cao Meng to be so brave. Not only the Grand Elder, but everyone present was stunned.
The Holy Sun actually attacked the Grand Elder?
Yun Qingqing was dumbfounded. Hua Tingting was also stunned.
Cao Meng's idea was very simple. Since you won't give me any face, I'll beat you into submission first.
Xu Xingyun was completely dumbfounded, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets.
This scoundrel actually went so far as to fight this old dog? Am I dreaming?
At that moment, without realizing it, an idea suddenly came to him. Having a dad who stands up for you like this seems pretty good. Wait, why does this scoundrel's aura feel so familiar?
Woman, don't hit him too hard. Just give him a black eye and a swollen face.
Cao Meng said to Zhao Shui in his heart. The power that Xu Xingyun sensed was naturally from his master. At this moment, she was controlling Cao Meng's body, attacking the Grand Elder. No sooner said than done, Cao Meng, wielding the soul-devouring spear, had already arrived in front of the Grand Elder.
Young man, it's been years. I've come to see if you've improved. The Grand Elder said dismissively.
Then, he used 30% of his own power and shot a stream of light towards Cao Meng. In his view, 30% of his power would be enough to deal with someone like Cao Meng, who was at the golden core stage. However, the moment the energy wave he fired touched Cao Meng's soul-devouring spear, he couldn't even hold out for a second before Cao Meng directly exposed his weakness.
What?
The elder was shocked, and his pupils suddenly contracted.
Boom!
He dared not be careless and immediately released all his power. The oppressive aura, approaching that of the nascent soul realm, suddenly blasted out with gusts of wind. Many disciples with cultivation at the golden core stage were directly blasted away by this force.
However, Cao Meng was completely unaffected.
With a few swift strokes, he shattered the forces blocking his path with the soul-devouring spear. Then, before the Grand Elder could use any more moves, the soul-devouring spear was already only 0.01 millimeters away from his forehead.
Old man, do you want to fight again?
Cao Meng continued to ask himself coldly.
How is this possible?
The Holy Sun actually defeated the Grand Elder.
With a whoosh.
Immediately, the entire law enforcement hall erupted in noise and exclamations. When Cao Meng made his move, they already guessed that the battle wouldn't last long. After all, the difference in strength between the two is too great. But no one expected the battle to end so quickly, and the ending to be so unexpected. Cao Meng broke through the Grand Elder's repeated attacks and defenses with just one shot.
Is the Holy Sun that strong?
Even the Grand Elder is no match for him. The Grand Elder is a powerhouse close to the nascent soul realm. Apart from the sect master, he is the strongest in the entire Illusion Moon sect. But isn't the Holy Sun only at the golden core stage? If the Holy Sun didn't have some trump cards, how could he have managed to collect all the treasures during this trip to the secret realm? From skepticism to praise, the voices came one after another. Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting were extremely shocked, their eyes fixed intently on Cao Meng.
They had just sensed a faint, tangible power emanating from Cao Meng.
The Grand Elder's mind went blank at that moment, and he naturally knew that Cao Meng was not using his own power.
But as a strong person, one never complains about the environment. Whatever the power, as long as it can be used by me, it is mine.
Old man, times have changed, and some rules should be changed. Cao Meng muttered something to himself before putting away the soul-devouring spear. Then, he turned to Yamada and said, "Bring me Yunner's crimes so I can see them." Upon hearing this, Yamada quickly ran to Cao Meng's side and respectfully handed over the record of crimes to Cao Meng. Regardless of his status, even the Grand Elder was rendered stupid in one move, so it's not shameful to show some respect. Cao Meng glanced at the list of crimes, then looked at Xu Xingyun seriously.
Yunner, do you plead guilty?
Xu Xingyun. Suddenly I don't understand what Cao Meng means by this.
Weren't you going to save me? Why are you asking me if I confess? I don't acknowledge it.
Xu Xingyun argued loudly.
Good.
Cao Meng gave a long very well, and then continued, "In that case, I will certainly seek justice for you and will never let you be wronged."
Sure Yon, bring Zhao Tianjua to me. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun felt much more satisfied. You scoundrel, you're lucky you know what's good for you. Once I reach the pinnacle of power, I might consider sparing your life.
A short while later, Shi Yang led Zhao Tianjua and the others to the Hall of Punishments. And there were two people lying on a homemade stretcher. These were the two people who had been ambushed and severely injured by Chu Xingyun. The two of them began to wail loudly as soon as they entered the hall. "Holy Son, I beg you to do justice for me. Holy Son, that Chu Xingyun, relying on being your adopted son, bullies us at every turn, demanding money from us. If we don't give it to him, he threatens to kill us. Holy Son, you must avenge your disciples." The two of them cried their eyes out, recounting in detail the terrible things Chu Xingyun had done.
That's too much.
It is precisely because the Holy Son is his father that he has committed all sorts of evil deeds in the Illusion Moon sect and disregarded the sect rules.
What can you do? Who told her to have a good mother and a good father? If you had a father like that, you could do whatever you want.
Humph, he's screwing his father over.
Shoo, keep your voices down, don't let the Holy Son hear you. Didn't you see he even dared to beat up the Grand Elder for his sake? Do you want to die?
Immediately, a cacophony of noise and whispers filled the entire hall. Chu Xingyun was furious when he heard the baseless accusations the two men had leveled against him and the disdainful words around him. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the two of them, gritting his teeth as he spat out a few words.
"You two scoundrels, you villains, I'm going to kill you."
However, he is still bound by chains, and although he desperately wants to kill, he has no way to do so. Seeing that Chu Xingyun was already so furious, and the system hadn't given any notification yet, Cao Meng knew that one more spark was needed. His expression changed, and he said seriously, "Yuner, don't worry, I said I would get justice for you." Then he turned his gaze to Zhao Tianjua and said, "Zhao Tianjua, what they said is true. Tell me the whole story in detail." Zhao Tianjua bowed respectfully to Cao Meng, then said awkwardly, "Reporting to the Holy Son, 3 days ago Chu Xingyun suddenly approached us and said that you should distribute the treasures to outstanding disciples within the sect. He also said that he was your stepson, and that you risked offending many sects to save him in the secret realm, and that he was the one you listened to the most. If he just says one word to you, you can give the spot for outstanding disciple to a few of us." In order to secure this excellent spot, we immediately agreed to give him all of our cultivation resources, the last bit of precious elixir we had left. However, to our surprise, he was not satisfied and continued to ask us for resources for 3 consecutive days. To this day, we really can't produce it, and he said that if we can't produce it, he won't speak well of us to you. We were not satisfied and wanted to confront him with you, but he disregarded martial ethics and launched a sneak attack on us, resulting in serious injuries to 2 of our fellow disciples. Your Holiness, as the Supreme Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect, you must avenge us. Please, Holy Son, grant us justice. Please, Holy Son, grant us justice. Please, Holy Son, grant us justice." After Zhao Tianjua finished speaking, the disciples who were with him behind him made a loud request in unison.
"Cao Meng."
His lips twitched. To be honest, he didn't believe a single word Zhao Tianjua said. But that's exactly the effect he wanted this nonsense. His expression turned cold, and he gave Chu Xingyun a sharp shout.
"Yuner, you have disappointed me greatly.
What your senior brother Zhao said is true, do you acknowledge it?" "I acknowledge you as my mother."
Chu Xingyun was furious.
This damn Hu Zhozhou was just spouting nonsense, twisting the truth like that.
When have I ever done any of these things? Didn't you all come to me on your own?
Outside the palace gate, Shen Xingwan, with Ji Baiwan peeking out, said anxiously, "Senior brother, please let me in so I can explain things clearly."
Brother Yun is truly innocent.
"Yes, sir, please let Miss Shin and me go in." Ji Baiwan kept glancing into the hall, politely pleading with the 2 disciples at the door. The gatekeeper was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, but he showed no respect whatsoever when looking at Ji Baiwan, glancing at her with disdain. According to the rules of the Illusion Moon sect, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter our sect's secret areas.
Go back to where you came from. Iso Hiro.
His lips twitched.
It's just a law enforcement hall, why call it a secret base? What's so secret about it?
Back in the day, when I was in the northern sect, I could go anywhere I wanted, and no one dared to stop me. However, despite thinking this in his heart, a fawning smile still appeared on his face. What you say is true, what you say is true, I was being presumptuous. As he spoke, he craned his neck to look up into the hall. After reprimanding and finishing his reprimand, the gatekeeper then spoke to Shin Qingwan. Junior Sister Shin, you know that the Holy Sun specifically instructed that unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter the Hall of Law Enforcement. Besides, the Holy Sun entered the hall to save Chu Xingyun, so you don't need to worry. These two gatekeeper disciples used to call her senior sister when they met her. Since the Holy Sun announced his breakup with her, her status as the senior sister has ceased to exist, and she has gone directly from being the older sister to the younger sister. Inside the hall, Cao Meng became increasingly excited after Chu Xingyun finished cursing. With a smack, he smashed the tea table in front of Yun Qingqing to pieces, and said sternly, "Yuner, even if you are my stepson, you cannot be so presumptuous.
I'm giving you a chance.
Now confess your sins, kowtow to Zhao Tianzhua and your senior brothers to apologize, and I'll forgive you." Sai the Holy Sun really spoils Chu Xingyun too much. Yes, the crime of beheading can now be saved by simply kowtowing.
Where can you find a father like that? I really want one.
Hearing Cao Meng's words, everyone felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Chu Xingyun.
Cough.
However, Chu Xingyun showed no gratitude whatsoever, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 2,000 experience points from the Chosen One.
As the system notification arrived in his mind, a faint smile appeared on Cao Meng's lips. Chapter 85 Warning.
The Chosen One's vital signs are below 15%. Just then, Yang Mi, heavily pregnant and dressed in a loose red dress, arrived anxiously in front of the Hall of Law Enforcement.
"Madam, you've arrived. Please come in."
Upon seeing this, the two quickly stepped forward to bow and lead the way for Yang Mi. This made Shin Xingwan and Ji Baiwan extremely depressed. Shin Xingwan wore a bitter expression, a stark reminder of how the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect used to fawn over her. I can only blame myself for not cherishing it.
Iso Shiro glanced at the unhappy Shin Xingwan and asked the two gatekeepers. "Young men, weren't you told that unauthorized personnel are not allowed in? Why is Madam Ha allowed in?"
He had naturally met Yang Mi when he returned with Chu Xingyun, and during this time he learned about the relationship between Yang Mi, Cao Meng, Chu Xingyun, and Shin Xingwan from other disciples. I deeply admire Cao Meng's actions. The two young men glanced at Isoba with disdain. Since you know she is the Holy Sun's wife, why don't you tell me I should stop her?
Iso Shiro gave an awkward smile.
This Miss Shin is your Holy Sun's ex-girlfriend, so why can't she come in? The two gatekeepers rolled their eyes at Ishiba and ignored him.
The meaning in the doorman's eyes was crystal clear, you know it's your ex.
Ji Baiwan was completely petrified, her awkward expression frozen on her face, and she instinctively glanced at Shin Xingwan. Shin Xingwan pouted, stomped her foot, and turned to leave.
Is there anything else?
After Shin Xingwan left, the two guards became even more brazen and spoke directly to Ji Baiwan.
It's nothing, it's nothing.
I just wanted to know how Master is doing.
Iso Shiro said with a forced smile. Don't ask too many questions. Get out of here.
No idlers should linger in my Illusion Moon sect's secret territory for too long, or they will be treated as espionage.
Iso Hiro. Damn it, two mere Foundation establishment cultivators dare to speak to me like that? If this were the Northern sect, I would slap you to death. After Yang Mi entered the hall, Shi Yong recounted the entire incident to her in detail. She walked up to Chu Xingyun with a mixture of heartache and disappointment.
Yuner, I don't blame you for making your mother angry, but you can't use Meng Ji's identity to do bad things in the Illusion Moon sect.
Puff. Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Chu Xingyun's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Manga? He really wanted to curse, shameless. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 2,000 experience points from the chosen one.
Oh wow. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Cao Meng's smile deepened.
He paused for a moment, then flew down with a serious expression, landing next to Ouyang and wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Yuner, even if you do whatever you want in the illusion moonsec because of my status, I will not blame you. But you shouldn't have been so cruel to your senior brothers. Now listen to your father, kneel down and apologize, and I will take care of the rest for you. Brother Meng, thank you so much.
I'm sorry to have troubled you again.
Touched, Ouyang nestled in Cao Meng's arms like a little bird seeking shelter.
Ah, I'll curse your mother, you dog, I'll kill you, I'll kill everyone.
Xu Xingyun's eyes turned blood red. He knelt on the ground, roaring, screaming, and collapsing.
Presumptuous.
Cao Meng revealed a look of deep anguish.
I've protected you 10 or 8 times, but do you think I can protect you forever?
If you don't admit your mistake today, you'll be expelled from the sect competition tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, a system notification exploded in his mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 3,000 experience points from the chosen one, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points for you.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 1,500 experience points from the chosen one, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points for you.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered 2,000 experience points from the chosen one, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points for you. As the system's celebratory messages echoed in Cao Meng's mind, a trace of power was continuously flowing into his body through his 7 meridians and 6 channels.
Boom.
Suddenly, golden light burst forth from his body, and golden ripples spread outwards.
The great perfection of the golden core formation.
The Holy Sun has actually broken through to the great perfection of the golden core stage at this moment. Suddenly, Yun Qingqing stood up from the table and chair in astonishment, staring intently at Cao Meng. The Holy Sun has already broken through to the great perfection of the golden core stage at such a young age. The future of our illusion moon sect is truly promising. An elder stroked his beard and said with a smile. The Grand Elder was also staring at Cao Meng. Since his defeat, he hadn't spoken, but had silently watched the farce unfold. Although he was stubborn, he was not a fool in this world where the strong are respected. Cao Meng's breakthrough at this moment made him think even more highly of him. At the age of no more than 30, to break through to the great perfection of the golden core stage is already considered quite low in terms of genius. Finally, after seeing that Cao Meng was down to 1 level again, Xu Xingyun could no longer bear it. Puff! He coughed up a mouthful of blood and naturally collapsed. He realized that Cao Cao hadn't genuinely come to save him, he was simply there to humiliate him.
Ding! Warning, the chosen one's life is in danger.
If she dies now, all 100,000 experience points will be lost.
Holy crap! Upon hearing the system notification, Cao Meng immediately cursed. Warning! The chosen one's vital signs are below 15%. Help! Quickly, let Yuner go. Get the hell out of here and save him. His anxious demeanor didn't seem fake to anyone. Countless disciples once again gave Cao Meng a big thumbs up for his responsible attitude as a father.
Ouyang, in particular, stared blankly as Cao Meng generously fed Xu Xingyun all sorts of precious pills. I was so moved that I shed tears.
Meng, thank you. I'll agree to whatever trouble you cause tonight. If anything happens to Yuner, I will never forgive you.
Zhao Shui angrily warned from her storage ring. Cao Meng originally planned to take her to the forbidden area behind the illusion moon sect today, where he would create a physical body for her and, by the way, she would agree to his request and take her in. I never expected to encounter this kind of thing.
This isn't my fault. I've already covered it up. I just made him apologize and that was it. But he's unwilling to do even something this simple, what can I do?
Cao Meng pretended to be very aggrieved and said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xue fell silent.
Thinking back, that makes sense. Cao Meng has been directly confronting the Grand Elder ever since he arrived. Even after hearing Zhao Tianjua's account, she felt that her disciple had gone too far. Unexpectedly, Cao Meng was still defending him relentlessly. Well, Yuner, when did you become so disobedient? Zhao Xue sighed deeply. Chapter 86 Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain. 3 days later, at Disciple Peak. Cough, cough. Chu Xingyun coughed twice and painfully opened his eyes. Brother Yun, you're awake. Shen Xingwan quickly brought over a cup of spiritual liquid and fed it to him. Brother Yun, this is a superior spiritual liquid that the Holy Sun specially left behind. It will be good for your injuries. You traitor Cao, I will never let you live under the same sky. Xu Xingyan looked at the cup full of spiritual liquid in his hand, drank it down in one gulp, and said fiercely. Seeing Chu Xingyun's reaction, Shen Xingwan raised her eyebrows slightly and said, Brother Yun, I think you have too much prejudice against the Holy Sun. This time, we are very grateful to the Holy Sun. It was he who, at the first moment, gave you the finest elixir he had collected for many years and personally healed your wounds, thus protecting your heart meridian and preventing a backlash. If it weren't for him, you probably would have. Chu Xingyun, filled with rage, blurted it out. Big-breasted, brainless, stupid woman, what do you know? That scoundrel must have had a reason for saving me. He was in a deep inner struggle, unable to understand why Cao Meng was doing this. You scoundrel, what exactly do you want? Is the only reason for me to live to humiliate and belittle myself? You. This is yet another time Chu Xingyun has been cursing herself for being all looks and no brains. Shen Xingwan blushed bright red, completely unable to bear it any longer, and began to lash out. You're the idiot, the stupid dog, the stupid pig. You're not only incompetent, you're also stupid. You're far inferior to Cao Meng. When Chu Xingyun heard this, he assumed it was just a quarrel between the young couple and that Shen Xingwan was saying something to him in anger, so he didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, however, he looked at Shen Xingwan in shock. What did you say? I'm no good. Am I even worse than that traitor Cao Cao? He grabbed Shen Xingwan's smooth, slender neck and said viciously. You shameless woman, what have you done? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered 1,000 experience points from the Chosen One, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points for you. Cao Meng, who was leaning against the bed, leisurely collecting experience points while stroking Ouyang Mi's forehead, was stunned. Ha! What a pleasant surprise! Startled, Ouyang Mi looked up, wiped her red lips, and spoke. Brother Meng, what's wrong? Cao Meng smiled and pinched Ouyang Mi's cheek. Honey, Yuner is awake. Really? Ouyang Mi was overjoyed. Slurp. Brother Meng, thank you for saving Yuner again. Fool, what are you saying? Yuner is also my son. As his father, I can't just stand by and watch him die. Hearing Cao Meng's emotional words, Ouyang Mi once again nestled against Cao Meng's strong chest. When are we going to the back mountain? Just then, Joshua's voice reached Cao Meng's ears. Wasn't peeking enough just now? You want to try it yourself so soon? You. Shameless. He was exonerated and cursed angrily. I'm warning you, if you dare to spout nonsense in front of me again, I'll cut you up. Shah. Cao and his men gave a disdainful snort. Mir, go visit Yuner. Keep a close watch on her during this time. Master sent word that she will be out of seclusion soon. Don't let him cause any more trouble. After Ouyang Mi left, Cao Meng dressed in a striking black outfit and arrived at the forbidden area behind the Illusion Moon sect. The landmark of the forbidden area is located in a huge valley between two mountain peaks. This place was originally a wicked battlefield, so the atmosphere here was heavy with evil spirits. Later, it was transformed and designated as a forbidden area. It is specifically used to punish disciples who have made mistakes. Holy Sun. When the gatekeeper's disciple saw Cao Meng arrive, he quickly knelt down in obeisance. You all get on with your work. Cao Meng casually waved his hand, signaling his disciple to step back.
Then he took out the sect leader's token from his pocket and placed it in a hidden slot above the mountain gate.
Click. 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 Boom. The mechanism turned, and a small opening appeared in the mountain gate. Cao Meng retrieved the sect leader's token and slipped inside.
Upon entering the valley, a chilling wind immediately swept over them.
Wah-ah!
Various wailing and howling sounds reached Cao Meng's ears. He could clearly feel that his whole body was being scratched by countless giant hands, which was extremely uncomfortable.
Boom!
Cao Meng formed his power into a protective aura and rushed towards the depths of the valley.
In a short while, the sounds of various wailing and the woman's wails grew louder and louder.
Before him stood 4 towering pillars, each occupying one of the 4 directions.
Countless transparent, blurry white figures seemed to be nailed to stone pillars, baring their fangs and roaring. Next, Cao Meng placed the sect leader's token into the central part of one of the stone pillars. Whoosh! In an instant,
thousands upon thousands, hundreds of billions of blurry white figures within the stone pillars seemed to be manipulated, soaring into the sky. As they soar into the sky and reach a certain height, they converge towards a central point.
Then, at the moment of convergence, 4 pillars in different directions connected the billions of souls into a 4-sided barrier.
Cao Meng calmly took out the remains of Rama, the transformation elixir, and the body restoration pill from his storage spirit realm.
Then, he shouted to Zhao Xue. "Come out, woman." Wah-ah! He he he.
Chirp chirp chirp. Upon seeing Zhao Xue's spirit manifest, the blurry white figures became even more excited, and all sorts of strange sounds floated in rows.
Smack, smack, they're really excited to see you.
Cao Meng clicked his tongue and said casually.
Everything has been prepared for you. You can slowly recover your physical body here.
Don't worry, no one will disturb you. After saying that, Cao Meng flashed away and left the valley. After all, according to Zhao Xue, it would take at least half a month to reshape the physical body, so Cao Meng naturally couldn't stay here indefinitely.
He still needs to continue to gain experience points to improve his cultivation. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen in Tianyuan domain.
We must take advantage of this time to quickly gain experience points, and of course, Chu Xingyun is the primary target.
Boom!
The stone door opened again, and Cao Meng walked out with a gust of cold wind. The 2 gatekeepers saw Cao Meng come out and quickly ran over to him, bowing respectfully.
Holy Sun! Keep a close watch. Report to me immediately if there is any disturbance inside.
Cao Meng wasn't worried about the fact that no one could enter without the sect leader's order, but he still had to be wary of Zhao Xue.
After all, that woman's strength is undeniable. I wonder what Master's cultivation level is like now. Cao Meng looked at the sect leader's token in his hand and shook his head. On the Disciples' Peak, Chu Xingyun's fenced courtyard was soon surrounded by people. It exploded. Junior Brother Wu, you're too late. You didn't hear the good news.
Let me tell you, that girl from the Shin family was forced by the Holy Sun long before she even met Chu Xingyun. The disciple, addressed as Junior Brother Wu, stared wide-eyed at the person before him and said blankly.
No way. Why would I lie to you?
I heard it clearly just now. That unfilial son Chu Xingyun called that girl from the Shin family a slut.
Junior Brother Wu. Is such a thing true?
No, you're making me go through all sorts of trouble.
This Shin Xingwan was the Holy Sun's Taoist partner before, wasn't she? Right. So Shin Xingwan is now Chu Xingyun's Taoist partner, right? Right. So Chu Xingyun is now the Holy Sun's adopted son, right? That's right. Doesn't that mean the Holy Sun gave away his daughter-in-law? Ah. That's insane. Chapter 87, Closing the Net.
The most intense moment of their argument.
With a creak, Old Yangmi pushed the door open and entered.
At this moment, Shin Xingwan was being bullied by Chu Xingyun, who was pinning her to the ground. Both were at the great perfection of foundation establishment, but Chu Xingyun, who was blessed with good fortune, completely overwhelmed Shin Xingwan.
Yuner, why are you being silly again? Yang Mi had a cold face.
She was really worried sick about her son who was always causing trouble. Upon seeing his mother arrive, Xu Xingyun stopped what he was doing and got up from Shin Qingwan.
Wah. As soon as Shin Qingwan saw Yang Mi arrive, she threw herself into Yang Mi's arms and began to sob. Why, honey, why? Yang Mi gently patted Shin Qingwan's back, saying with heartache. Alright, stop crying, Wanner. I will seek justice for you.
Xu Xingyun was completely stunned when he saw this scene. Hearing the two of them calling each other sister and younger sister so intimately, my brainwaves were about to short-circuit.
What he didn't know was that during their trip to the secret realm, Yang Mi came to see Shin Qingwan every day for the sake of her son's happiness.
Their relationship has gone from awkward to like sisters.
Yuner, haven't you caused enough trouble?
You've turned the entire Illusion Moon sect upside down.
What do you want? Hearing his mother's scolding, Xu Xingyun had no time to pay attention to the intimate actions between the two. He said angrily, I'm making a scene? Ask the slut what she's done.
Upon hearing this, Yang Mi calmly and unhurriedly replied with a single sentence.
I know. Forehead?
Xu Xingyun stared blankly at his mother.
Yang Mi's face showed no emotion as she said indifferently. Xingwan told me all these things before.
Before you came to the Illusion Moon sect, she and the Holy Sun were Taoist partners.
You should be able to understand. I understand your mother.
Before Yang Mi could finish speaking, Xu Xingyun blurted out a curse, but quickly took it back halfway through, angrily saying,
I don't understand.
Yang Mi frowned her beautiful eyebrows and said earnestly, Yuner, how can you accomplish great things with such a petty and narrow-minded attitude? Xu Xingyun was so angry at his mother's words that he laughed, and asked with wide eyes.
Me, petty and narrow-minded? That Cao Cao was quite generous.
He really wanted to say the second half of the sentence, is Cao Cao so generous that he would allow his wife to sleep with someone else? However, due to her status as Cao Meng's wife, she couldn't bring herself to say it.
Then, Yang Mi's next words completely silenced Xu Xingyun. Meng Ji is indeed more magnanimous than you.
Before my mother married him, she was already a fallen woman, but Meng Ji never said a word of disdain. He treated me like a new bride, and not only me, but he also cared for and took care of you like his own son. But Xingwan only made a mistake that any woman would make, yet you held on to it and made it known to everyone on the entire Disciple Peak.
Yuner, when will you finally grow up and stop making your mother worry about you? Well. Xu Xingyun was truly speechless. With a bang, he slammed the door and left. Screw you, get out.
Seeing that the area outside the fence was crowded with people, Xu Xingyun cursed angrily. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he hopped away in a flash.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 2,000 experience points from the Chosen One, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Cao Meng, who had just left the back mountain, suddenly heard the system's announcement. His face lit up with joy, and he quickened his pace toward Illusion Moon Peak.
Watching Xu Xingyun's retreating figure, Yang Mi sighed silently. I have a son and a daughter. My son is so disobedient. I wonder how my daughter is doing now.
At the foot of the Illusion Moon Sect mountain, a group of people were crouching in one spot, seemingly waiting for something. Boss, even you are no match for Xu Xingyun, so how can we possibly trap him? A young man with small eyebrows asked worriedly from the crowd.
That was before. Now he's a complete waste.
I heard that Zhao Tianjua and his group easily took him down a while ago.
The speaker was none other than Shentian Beidou.
He came here because he heard that his daughter had been bullied by Xu Xingyun. As her family and future father-in-law, he came specifically to stand up for his daughter. Upon hearing this, the group immediately felt much more at ease.
Zhao Tianjua's strength is not much different from Shen Tianba's.
If Zhao Tianjua can defeat Xu Xingyun, then they have nothing to worry about.
Xu Xingyun ran wildly, just passing the sect.
Suddenly he sensed something was wrong, before he could even react. Suddenly everything went black, and a burlap sack was shoved over my head.
10 days later. Illusion Moon Peak.
Cao Meng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind.
Holy Sun.
As a clear, melodious song faded, Huanji appeared behind Cao Meng, kneeling on one knee.
Reporting to your majesty, the Shen family has taken Chu Xingyun away. Cao Meng nodded. Any progress on Chu Xingyun's pet?
No. He has been secretly infiltrating my library these past few days, but he hasn't found that book yet. Upon hearing this, Cao Meng revealed a hint of displeasure.
Go, lend him a hand.
Yes. Huan Ji accepted the order, and then her figure disappeared little by little, like the curtain falling on a movie. The treasure scripture pavilion of the Illusion Moon sect is where the sect stores various advanced martial arts manuals and treasures.
At this moment, Isoba bypassed the gatekeepers and secretly sneaked in.
During this time, he discovered many good things here. The Illusion Moon sect, they are truly wealthy, with so many treasures, more magnificent than my northern sect. Ji Baiwan was wantonly stealing all kinds of treasures and martial arts techniques from the treasure pavilion. Suddenly, a technique called soul-devouring talisman appeared before him.
Ha! Isohiro looked around warily.
He remembered that when he came to this location some time ago, he did not find this technique. However, unable to resist his curiosity, he opened it and took a look. After careful observation, he discovered that this was a cultivation technique that primarily focused on the cultivation of the soul.
Overjoyed,
he knew that Chu Xingyun was a spirit talisman master who cultivated the soul body. During this time, he had been wanting to do something for Chu Xingyun, but he had no status in the Illusion Moon sect and didn't dare to offend even a disciple of the sect. That's why he sneaked in, just to teach the Illusion Moon sect a lesson. Now is the perfect time to use this opportunity to present something to Buddha. It's truly a stroke of luck.
Then, Isohiro left.
Deep within the treasure pavilion of the Illusion Moon sect, a figure slowly emerged. It was Illusion Princess. She was still wearing a black veil, so her expression was not visible. However, judging from his bright eyes, it was clear that he had completed the task Cao Meng had assigned him. Then, his figure disappeared again.
Holy Sun. When Huan Ji reappeared, she was already behind Cao Meng.
Holy Sun, Chu Xingyun's pet slave has already taken the soul-devouring talisman away. Upon hearing this, Cao Meng revealed a meaningful smile.
Very good, it's time to close the net. Chapter 88, Re-entering Lingxiao City. Lingxiao City. The Shen family. Chu Xingyun was stripped naked and hung from a roof beam.
His body was covered in whip marks. He was beaten beyond recognition.
You bastards, what have you all done? Inside the Shen family council hall, Shen Wansen was furious.
He sat in the main seat, sternly rebuking the people below, including Shen Tianba.
Shen Tianba, father, that brat dared to bully Qingwan, how could I let him get away with it?
Shen Wansen shook his head inside, foolish, foolish.
Tianba, you are really confused.
Even if he hit Qingwan today, or even if he hit her again tomorrow or every day, what difference will it make? We have already offended Cao Meng, and this Chu Xingyun is a spirit talisman master, so he has immeasurable potential for future achievements. Don't even mention hitting Qingwan. Even if you or I were hit, we would have to endure it. As long as he's happy, our Shen family can cling to this big tree, gain a firm foothold in the Tianyuan domain, and even strive for a higher level. After hearing Shen Wansan's words, Shen Tianba lowered his head and muttered to himself. I'm just so angry. Shen Wansan shook his head and angrily rebuked, I don't care what methods you use, you must make that brat Chu Xingyun forgive you, or get out of the Shen family.
Never mind, I'll go myself.
A short while later.
Creak.
The door opened, and Shen Wansan entered first. Upon seeing Chu Xingyun's appearance, he immediately rebuked him.
Tianba, hurry up and put your grandson-in-law down. Grandson-in-law, Tianba is just protective of his daughter. Don't blame him. If you have to blame someone, blame me.
It's all my fault for not raising her properly.
Shen Wansan gave Chu Xingyun a lot of face, smiling as he invited him to sit down.
Chu Xingyun glanced at Shen Wansan, and surprisingly, he did not get angry. He simply said, prepare a room for me.
When someone comes, don't stop them. Ah? Shenwan-san was completely dumbfounded by Chu Xingyun's actions and stared at him blankly. According to the plot, shouldn't he get revenge? What's going on here? However, he still gave Shin Tianba a wink, signaling him to hurry up and make the arrangements.
3 hours later, Ji Baiwan arrived at the Shin family based on the information left by the life and death mark. As soon as I arrived at the door, someone greeted me with a smile. "My lord, the patriarch has been waiting for you for some time.
Please come in." Oh? Isohiro was even more bewildered. What a difference!
He was treated worse than a dog in the Illusion Moon sect. Anyone could order him around, and he didn't dare say anything. Upon arriving in Lingxiao City, he immediately reverted to human form.
This feels amazing.
Ji Baiwan casually straightened her clothes, straightened her back, and followed the guide, striding towards the inner courtyard of the Shin family.
This must be Brother Iso, right? Upon seeing Ji Baiwan, Shenwan-sen quickly went out of the palace to greet him.
Ji Baiwan was taken aback, then returned the greeting with clasped hands. "And this fellow Taoist is? I am Shenwan-san, the head of the Shin family, and also Qingwan's grandfather."
Shenwan-san deliberately mentioned Shin Qingwan, and Ji Baiwan immediately understood.
So he was the grandfather of the master's young girlfriend.
No wonder he was so polite to me.
It seems the master holds a high position in the Shin family's hearts.
Where is the master?
Ji Baiwan had no intention of talking to Shenwan-san any longer. He just wanted to get to the top quickly and claim credit.
"Tianba, take this brother Ji to Yuner's room." "Master, how are you? I've missed you so much."
"Shu Xingyun. Don't you dare disgust me, talk to me properly."
Iso Shiro chuckled. "Master, Iso has brought you something good."
Shu Xingyun rolled her eyes, her face full of disbelief.
"What is that?" Isohiro asked cryptically. "Master, what do you need most right now?" Shu Xingyun's eyes lit up. "No way. You brought my storage ring." "Ha?" Isohiro shook her head. No.
Shu Xingyun immediately showed a look of great disappointment. He is like a child without a mother, longing to return to his mother's embrace.
And this embrace is the master. Seeing Shu Xingyun's sorrowful expression, Ji Baiwan smiled and said,
"Master, there's nothing to be sad about with that broken ring.
I've got you something good." "Stop talking nonsense, what is it?" Shu Xingyun said impatiently.
Ji Bai reversed his palm, and the soul-devouring talisman floated in his hand.
"Shu Xingyun, this is..."
The moment the soul-devouring talisman appeared, he felt a flutter in his heart. This feeling of being moved is not just a simple attraction, but a kind of intense longing that the soul within the body desperately desires.
"Master, this is a cultivation technique that focuses on cultivating the soul body.
I stole it from the Illusion Moon sect." Upon hearing that the cultivation method focused on the soul body, Shu Xingyun's heart became even more restless. It should be noted that spirit talisman masters inherently possess time, so there are very few cultivation methods that primarily focus on the soul body. If such a cultivation method were to emerge, it would be a divine grade technique, regardless of its rank. Seeing Shu Xingyun's somewhat dazed expression, Ji Baiwan was quite pleased with herself.
"Master, you didn't expect this, did you?"
"I didn't expect it either. I never expected that such a small sect like Illusion Moon sect would hide such a treasure."
"How did you get it?"
Shu Xingyun raised an eyebrow, looking at Ji Baiwan with a puzzled expression. Although he desperately wanted to possess it, he still retained a sliver of rationality to question it.
Upon hearing this, Iso Shiro became even more smug.
He took out all the stolen treasures one by one from his storage ring. He then revealed in detail how he secretly infiltrated the treasure pavilion and the techniques he used to evade detection by the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect.
After listening, Shu Xingyun gave him a suspicious look.
That old dog has such great abilities. However, he ultimately couldn't resist his desire and reached out to take the soul-devouring talisman.
3 days later.
The Shin Family Council Hall.
"Father, that brat has gone mad again.
He slaughtered the entire Lu family.
If this continues, he will kill all the remaining people in Lingxiao City. Shen Tianba said angrily. The Lu family was originally a small force that was subordinate to the Shen family, and could be considered as the Shen family's lackeys.
Upon hearing this, Shen Wansen slammed his fist on the table next to him, shattering it into pieces.
What on earth has gotten into this kid?
For the past 3 days, he has been going out to kill people every night at midnight. At first, they only killed a few people at random, but later they treated people like animals, slaughtering entire families.
Regardless of gender, age, or seniority, not a single person was spared. Moreover, the methods used were extremely cruel.
Not only did they skin and dismember the person, but after torturing them to death, they would smash them into a pool of blood with a single blow. Father, if we let him continue like this, our Lingxiao city will be finished. Shen Tianba gritted his teeth so hard they almost broke, and said viciously. On the very first day after Chu Xingyun committed the crime, he discovered that Chu Xingyun was the one who did it. However, Shen Wansen suppressed the matter, saying that he would let Chu Xingyun vent his anger and that killing 2 people was fine. Although he was extremely dissatisfied, he still obeyed his father's orders.
Father, if you don't take action, then Tianba will probably no longer listen to you.
Since the Shen family will have no one to protect us in the future, I can't let that brat run wild anymore.
Shen Tianba's face was terribly gloomy, and he practically forced those words out of his mouth. Shen Tianba, what do you plan to do with me, ha ha ha?
Shen Tianba had barely finished speaking. Chu Xingyun seemed to walk, float, or teleport, arriving at the council hall in the blink of an eye. His eyes were blood red, and a dark crimson aura covered his entire body. The whole person exuded a sinister and terrifying aura.
Gurgle. Shen Tianba couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 89. The Shen family is annihilated.
The mere aura emanating from Chu Xingyun made him feel uneasy, and the invisible oppression made it hard for him to breathe.
You killed so many people from my Lingxiao city, what exactly do you want to do? Shen Tianba had lost his earlier ambition, and his tone of voice had clearly changed from accusatory to questioning. What are you doing? Ha ha ha.
Chu Xingyun sneered ominously. Of course, it's to improve our strength.
But Chu Xingyun's bloodshot pupils turned to Shen Wansan.
Those dogs are too weak, they're not enough for me to absorb.
Could you please do me a favor, Mr. Shen?
Shen Wansan's heart skipped a beat when Chu Xingyun suddenly looked directly at him. His Adam's apple bobbed, and a deliberate smile appeared on his face.
Grandson-in-law, what do you want me to help you with? What a strange son-in-law, ha ha ha.
Chu Xingyun laughed loudly, but his laughter was so sinister and terrifying.
I'd like to borrow your life, Grandpa, is that all right?
Upon hearing this, Shen Wansan's face instantly darkened, and he looked at Chu Xingyun warily. With his current strength at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, he felt as if he were being stared at from above when facing Chu Xingyun's gaze, and he couldn't muster any strength to resist. Judging from this kid's cultivation level, he should have just broken through to the golden core realm.
Why do I have this feeling? What's wrong with this kid? Shen Wansan had a bad feeling and was filled with regret. He wished he had just let Tianba kill the little thing. Just as Shen Wansan was still pondering, the dark red and black smoke on Chu Xingyun's body began to grow thicker and thicker, spreading throughout the entire council hall. His aura also began to rise layer by layer. Mid-stage golden core, late-stage golden core, great perfection of golden core. Until he reached the same level as Shen Wanshan, the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Chu Xingyun's bloodshot eyes grew even more intense. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking at Shen Wansen with a sinister smile. Grandpa, your grandson-in-law is begging you, ha ha. Form ranks and kill this little beast. Shen Wansen finally realized that Chu Xingyun was acting strangely.
With a loud shout, he unleashed all his power and attacked Chu Xingyun. However, just as everyone was about to take action, the dark red and black smoke filling the room suddenly transformed into countless incredibly hard, thin black threads that bound everyone's bodies. Then it can be tightened little by little.
Ah. Well. You little beast, what are you doing?
For a moment, the entire council hall was filled with roars, screams, and painful wails. The black stockings continued to tighten, and it was clear that everyone looked like a large watermelon, with Chu Xingyun using rubber bands to bind them together.
Bang!
Finally, with a loud bang, blood splattered on everyone's faces.
Fear.
A sense of despair and helplessness instantly overwhelmed everyone's hearts.
Chu Xingyun, please, let me go.
The roar turned into pleas for mercy. The wails turned into cries.
You little beast, stop right now. I'll kill you. All of this happened in the blink of an eye.
As Shen Wansen charged toward Chu Xingyun, he clearly saw the scene unfold before his eyes during his flight. He roared in exasperation, concentrating almost all his power into his palm strike.
They were determined to split Chu Xingyun in two. Ha ha ha.
Sigh. Chu Xingyun became even more excited as he smelled the blood filling the room. The dragon-patterned spear appeared in his hand, and he suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on Shen Wansen, who was charging towards him.
Bang! Bang!
The entire Shen family council hall exploded like a watermelon, with disciples turning into a cloud of blood mist.
Bang! Another explosion followed.
As the blood mist gradually dissipated, a head was revealed hanging from the dragon-patterned spear. With a wicked grin, Chu Xingyun grabbed Shen Wansen's soul with his other hand.
Grandson-in-law, I'll grant you whatever you want.
I'll make Xingwan kneel down and apologize to you. Also, the Shen family has more than just Xingwan as a girl.
Whoever you want, I will grant your wish. Shen Wansen's spirit body pleaded desperately, its eyes filled with terror. He.
Chu Xingyun grinned mischievously.
Grandpa, please grant my wish. I want you. Ha ha ha.
As the laughter subsided, he grabbed Shen Wansen's soul and swallowed it whole. Shen Wansen's head was on the tip of the dragon-patterned spear, staring wide-eyed as he watched his soul being devoured by the very person he wanted to cling to.
I never imagined my life would end like this. Net.
The entire council chamber was quiet, except for the occasional sound of watermelon being popped.
Everyone was stunned. Chu Xingyun, you little beast, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. 3 seconds later, Shen Tianbao roared like a mad dog.
The scene descended into chaos once more, with cries of pleas for mercy, curses, and wailing filling the air.
Illusion Moon Peak. Holy Sun. Huan Ji was listless and knelt behind Cao Meng. Holy Sun, Chu Xingyun slaughtered the entire Shen family. He has been completely controlled by that evil spirit. Puff.
After saying just a few words, Huan Ji coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted.
Yuner, you have indeed not disappointed your father. Cao Meng smiled with satisfaction and bent down to pick up Huan Ji.
Only then did they realize that the woman had been severely injured in many places, and her whole body was instantly soaked in blood. Seeing that her cool and beautiful face covered with dark red and black marks, I felt a little sorry for her. Silly girl, I told you not to use your hands, why won't you listen?
For so many years, this woman has been protecting him in secret.
Through the stormy night, she had no regrets, even though it was her duty. But Cao Meng knew perfectly well that she had other thoughts in her mind. Especially the moment he confirmed his relationship with Ouyangmi, he noticed that the woman on the distant tree seemed a little uneasy.
Cao Meng shook his head and sighed.
I wonder if my supreme pure yang holy body can heal your injuries. As he spoke, he flew toward a small bamboo house on the summit.
An hour later,
Huan Ji opened her cold and stunningly beautiful eyes. My head feels dizzy, as if I'd just woken up from a dream. In the dream, I was being corroded by the dark red and black energy. Despite using all my strength, I could not resist the power of the dark red and black energy. This power is slowly eroding my soul, I can't escape it, and I can't fight back. She felt her soul was in an endless expanse of dark red.
Huan Ji once thought she was about to die.
Until a streak of golden light broke through the clouds and mist. It was an extremely powerful force, the dark red and black energy instantly crumbled upon contact with it.
You're awake. How are you feeling? Are your injuries any better?
Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Huan Ji's ears. She looked closely and saw Cao Meng wearing a long robe, standing by the bed, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside the window.
The Holy Sun. Huanji was shocked. Could it be that all of this was not a dream, and that the Holy Sun had saved her?
Thinking of this, she disregarded her exposed body and immediately stood up to perform the kneeling ceremony.
Cough, cough.
But before she could regain her footing, her legs gave way and she collapsed again.
All right, no need for formalities.
You were struck by the dark red and black energy of that evil spirit, and you are seriously injured.
Cao Meng pointed to the blood-stained bed sheet and said seriously.
From now on, you are not allowed to disobey orders or act on your own.
Otherwise, this Holy Sun will not let you off easily. It sounded like she was being scolded, but Huanji was secretly delighted.
She could naturally sense that although the Holy Sun was ostensibly reprimanding her, his words implied that he was genuinely concerned about her.
Yes. Princess Huan will obey the Holy Sun's command.
Huanji shrank her head and whispered.
All right, you can rest here and don't worry about anything else. No one will bother you.
Cao Meng gave Huanji a meaningful look, then changed back into a pure white outfit and left with a flourish. Stealing a glance at the back of the handsome young man, Huanji's originally cold face softened into a charming smile with dimples.
Chapter 90 wanted, Xu Xingyun.
Inside the main hall of the Illusion Moon sect, the main seat was empty. On a side seat, Elderly Can sat upright in a rosewood armchair. The dark patterns on his moonwhite Taoist robe trembled slightly with his breath. Beneath his long, snow-white eyebrows, his eyes were slightly closed, as if he were resting or deep in thought. Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting each took the first seat on either side, their eyes filled with confusion as they exchanged glances. The Grand Elder today is completely different from the decisive and efficient old man of the past. Next in line were the elders of the Illusion Moon sect, followed by the leaders of various sections.
Elderly Can.
The sect leader of Danxia sect took a half step forward, the jade pendant at his waist clanging crisply with the movement. Xu Xingyun slaughtered half of my disciples and killed my 3 elders.
Does your sect have any explanation?
How does your Illusion Moon sect plan to handle this matter? These words were like a spark falling on oil, instantly causing a commotion in the hall.
The leaders of various sects stood up, gritting their teeth.
Elderly Can, Xu Xingyun not only raped my concubine, but also killed my good-for-nothing father-in-law's entire family. Such a beastly act deserves an explanation from your Illusion Moon sect. Elderly Can, that beast Xu Xingyun didn't even spare my little girl who had just turned 18.
He.
The Valley Master of Xianbing Valley choked with emotion as the cold jade bracelet in his sleeve shattered into dust.
In an instant, leaders of various sects recounted Xu Xingyun's various crimes.
The elder sitting on the side seat did not speak, as if he had not heard. Ai Mei twitched slightly, glancing sideways at the empty seat in the main position, but his expression didn't change much. Since being defeated by Cao Meng with a single spear thrust, he has become less stubborn and less interested in meddling in other people's business.
Hua Tingting and Yun Qingqing exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled.
In the past, this old man would have been furious long ago.
What's wrong with me today? Elderly Can, say something.
Xu Xingyun has committed so many beastly acts, are you going to sit idly by and do nothing?
Yawn.
Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder yawned slightly and leaned back gently in his armchair.
Completely disregarding the feelings of others.
Elderly Can, Xu Xingyun is a disciple of your Illusion Moon sect. If you don't take care of him, don't blame us for killing him. Seeing the Grand Elder's indifferent attitude, the many sect leaders spoke with faces full of anger. The first elder raised an eyelid, glanced at the sect leader who had spoken, and then closed his eyes again with disdain.
This? Everyone was truly baffled by the Illusion Moon sect's attitude.
They came here as a team today to demand an explanation from the Illusion Moon sect, but it seems they have no intention of getting involved.
He. Sect leaders, fellow Taoists, please calm down. Let's talk this out.
You say that Xu Xingyun killed your concubine, your wife, your father-in-law. Do you have any evidence? At this moment, Yun Qingqing, the troublemaker, suddenly stepped in to smooth things over.
Evidence?
What more evidence do you need? The leader of the Blazing Sun sect glared angrily. Dozens of us witnessed it with our own eyes.
Are you trying to frame your illusion moon sect? Second elder, is your illusion moon sect trying to shirk responsibility? Second elder, we are all eyewitnesses. Aren't our words evidence? Stop beating around the bush. As the leader of all forces in our Tianyuan domain, what do you mean by "do you're not going to do anything"? Tube. Of course we'll take care of it.
Just as the atmosphere in the hall was tense and ready to fight, a white figure broke through the wind and entered. The newcomer stood with his hands behind his back, the cloud patterns embroidered with gold thread on his moonwhite robe flowing with his movements. He was none other than Cao Meng, the holy son of the Illusion Moon sect.
Sect masters, fellow Taoists, effective immediately, the entire Tianyuan domain will be on the hunt for Chu Xingyun. Anyone who can kill Chu Xingyun will be richly rewarded by this holy sun.
A sudden sound drew everyone's attention.
Who is this guy, talking so arrogantly?
Many people had never seen Cao Meng before, and judging from his youthful appearance, they didn't know who he was.
Cao Meng, the holy son of Huan Yu's sect. It's him. Aside from being a bit pretty, there's nothing special about her. Many people muttered under their breath, mostly expressing their disdain for Cao Meng. Cao Meng shook his head and smiled, not paying much attention to it.
He strode straight to the head seat and plopped down. After he sat down, the eyes of those sect leaders nearly popped out of their sockets.
They knew perfectly well what this position represented. The throne of the leader of Tianyuan domain is not one that anyone can sit on. Moreover, everyone looked at elderly Can, who was sitting there without any reaction, not even blinking. You should know that this old man doesn't have a very good reputation.
He wouldn't submit to an ordinary person, let alone this young man who looked like a greenhorn. Upon seeing Cao Meng arrive, the Grand Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief.
They make me manage everything.
He used to manage things himself because there was no one to take over, but now that he has this formidable Cao Meng, he's been wanting to take a break for a while. Cao Meng sat in the main seat and smiled slightly. Go, all of you. If you see Chu Xingyun, just kill him. But whoever brings Chu Xingyun's head to me, the Holy Sun, can choose any treasure from my Illusion Moon Sect's treasure pavilion. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder finally opened his eyes and stared blankly at Cao Meng.
What's this kid up to now? She was willing to turn against me for her stepson a while ago. What is she up to today? Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting were both taken aback.
The reason they hadn't spoken was because of Chu Xingyun's identity. They didn't want to offend Cao Meng. Otherwise, an order would have been issued long ago to arrest them.
Is this really true?
One of the sect leaders asked suspiciously.
Of course, this holy sun's word is law. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed.
They had heard of the Illusion Moon Sect's treasure vault, which was filled with all sorts of treasures. If you just pick one or two of their items, they would be the most prized possessions of a small sect like theirs. However, despite their excitement, some people looked rather uncomfortable. We request that the Holy Sun arrange for disciples of the Illusion Moon Sect to assist us.
I don't know what kind of evil art Chu Xingyun is practicing. His dark power is truly formidable.
I'm afraid we are no match for him.
Ho!
Cao Meng sneered inwardly, knowing that these people were all paper tigers, seemingly powerful but actually useless.
Elder, you make the arrangements.
Cao Meng said something casually, then got up and left. Upon hearing this, the first elder looked at him with displeasure. I was hoping to enjoy a peaceful retirement, but now I'm entangled in this mess again. As soon as Cao Meng left, a group of people immediately surrounded him, each offering their own insights on how to capture Chu Xingyun. After leaving the main hall, Cao Meng went straight to the Holy Sun Peak. Squeak! As soon as he pushed open the door, a beautiful figure rushed into his arms.
Wah-ah!
Shen Xingwan cried until her eyes were wet with tears.
Ha! What are you doing here?
Cao Meng was about to push Shen Xingwan away, but he stopped her tightly.
Grandpa is dead, father is dead, all the Shen family disciples are dead. Wah! Cao Meng.
I know, I've received the news.
It was your Taoist partner, Chu Xingyun, who killed him.
These words were spoken without any emotion. He completely disregarded Shen Xingwan's feelings.
Chapter 91 Completely Possessed by Demons. Please, please, help me kill that beast.
Shin Xingwan's eyes were red from crying, and she clung to Cao Meng, refusing to let go.
Let go first, it's not good if Mir sees this.
Cao Meng tried to push Shin Xingwan away, but she hugged him even tighter.
It's all my fault, please forgive me. Shin Xingwan said, sobbing. Ha! Cao Meng was stunned. The destruction of the Shin family had caused this woman such a huge shock?
I have already given the order for a full-scale manhunt for Chu Xingyun. The Grand Elder has already taken action, and we should have news soon. Cao Meng thought that Shin Xingwan would give up after hearing these words, but to his utter surprise, this was not what he expected. This woman didn't play by the rules. She immediately took the initiative and kissed him with her red lips.
Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch me.
We've been separated for a long time.
This isn't appropriate.
Despite Cao Meng's attempts to stop her, this woman became as ferocious as a tiger when she went berserk.
No, don't do that. It won't look good if Mir sees this when she gets back.
Unfortunately, Cao Meng's words went in one ear and out the other for Shin Xingwan. Completely disregarding other people's feelings, she carelessly tossed her clothes and palace attire onto the ground.
10,000 words omitted here. 2 hours later, Cao Meng looked full of regret. What the hell is this? Grass. That's so unladylike. I was wrong to you before. I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness. I only hope that you can avenge me.
Shin Xingwan wrapped her entire body in the blankets, poked her head out, and said pitifully,
Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. All right, you can go now. No one in the Illusion Moon sect will dare to bully you anymore. Cao Meng's attitude towards Shin Xingwan didn't change much because of her actions.
He knew perfectly well that the woman was doing this simply to find a refuge.
And you yourself are the best choice. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingwan's expression softened considerably. She got up hesitantly and put on an orange-red palace dress. Thank you. After leaving a message, he turned and left. Cao Meng.
He straightened his clothes, shook his head, and flew towards the back of St. Sun Peak. At this moment, Ouyang sat alone on the hilltop, filled with melancholy.
Seeing Cao Mengfei approach, she collapsed into his chest. Wah-ah. Ha! This plot seems familiar.
Cao Meng was not as cold towards Ouyang as he was towards Shin Xingwan. After all, there was still some emotional involvement. Furthermore, Ouyang was pregnant with her child.
Honey, don't be too sad. None of this is your fault. Everyone has their own destiny, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Hearing Cao Meng's words, Ouyang was even more heartbroken.
Wah, brother Meng, why did Yuner turn out like this? I've spoiled him since he was little. Why does he just not learn to be good and do so many bad things? Cao Meng's heart tightened. Why did it turn out like this? That's naturally my own masterpiece.
However, despite thinking this in his heart, he still comforted her without changing his expression.
Mir, you've done your best. You've sacrificed so much for Yuner. Ouyang shed another tear.
Brother Meng, go ahead, don't let Yuner commit any more murders.
Ah, Yuner. Now even your mom has given up on you. After leaving Illusion Moon Peak, Cao Meng went directly to the forbidden area in the back mountain. Click click click. Boom.
The stone door opened, and Cao Meng slipped inside.
At this moment, Zhao Shui has completed the reconstruction of her physical body.
She sat cross-legged within the magic array barrier, her skin glowing with a radiant sheen, as if soaked in morning dew. Wearing a cherry blossom-colored gauze dress, the light fabric outlined the girl's slender waist, showing her gentle beauty. The curves, faintly visible beneath the semi-transparent tulle, exude a sense of youthful innocence and naivety. Her eyes, like peach blossoms, were clear and bright, untouched by the dust of the world. Her delicate nose and lips were slightly pursed, exuding a girlish charm. Compared to Ouyang mature and charming womanly demeanor, Zhao Shui exudes a fresh and refreshing aura, like a white plum blossom just beginning to bloom in the morning mist. She was beautiful in a pure and ethereal way, like a fairy who stepped out of a traditional Chinese ink painting, someone one would not dare to defile.
Excellent, excellent.
Cao Meng's eye examined it carefully and thoroughly. No wonder it was rated 95 points by the system.
That's definitely a good look for her.
If I keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhao Shui slightly opened her beautiful eyes and said without any politeness. No, why are you so hostile towards me?
Could you have become like this without me? Cao Meng scoffed. Snort.
Zhao Shui snorted coldly. I have just recovered my physical body and need to go into seclusion for a while.
If you have nothing else to do, you may leave. Something's wrong. Cao Meng was straightforward.
Zhao Shui's beautiful eyebrows twitched slightly.
What's up?
Cao Meng didn't waste any words and directly tossed the image recording bead to Zhao Shui. The recording bead shows Chu Xingyun's massacre of the entire Shin family, and the scene of many sect leaders crying in the main hall of the Illusion Moon sect. Seeing all this, Zhao Shui's eyes widened in disbelief.
Yuner, how could Yuner have become like this?
I can't believe it, all of this was Chu Xingyun's doing. Especially when he slaughtered the entire Shin family, his cruel appearance made him look like a demon.
No, he's been mentally controlled by a demon. Where is he? Zhao Shui asked anxiously. Cao Meng, Black Wind City.
Black Wind City was a scene of carnage and bloodshed. No, there were no corpses, all the corpses had turned to dust.
Ha ha ha. Chu Xingyun was recklessly absorbing the Yin blood qi. Kid, how does it feel to control this power? He.
Inside Chu Xingyun's body, a sharp, piercing voice chuckled sinisterly.
Kid, if you want more dark red and black energy, then come and steal some more blood Yin energy, he. Master, don't listen to him. You'll become possessed by a demon.
Wake up, Master, and don't let him control you. After Chu Xingyun slaughtered several cities in succession, Ji Baiwan finally realized that something was wrong with Chu Xingyun. Chu Xingyun's strength improved too quickly, which frightened him. Furthermore, the more people Chu Xingyun killed, the heavier the dark red and black aura became on his body.
Even he can't see Nebula's face clearly now. Hey, a delicious meal from the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Eating one of him can shield you from the bloody Yin energy of the entire city. Don't you want to try some?
The sharp voice rang out again from Chu Xingyun. Chu Xingyun's eyes had turned completely red, with not a trace of black pupil visible. He stared at Isohiro, and with the last shred of conscience in his heart, he desperately spoke to him.
You can't do that, you can't do that. Isohiro was the only person who could treat him with complete sincerity. Although he had homosexual tendencies.
He kid, absorbing his power will allow you to advance another step, just one step away from the nascent soul realm, ha.
Master, wake up. Master, I'm willing to die if you can wake up. Master, it's all Xiaoji's fault. Xiaoji shouldn't have given you the soul-devouring talisman. Soul-devouring talisman. Yes, it's all because of this evil book that you've been ruined. I'm going to destroy it.
Suddenly, Iso Shiro thought of something and immediately attacked Chu Xingyun. With a flick of his whisk, he bound Chu Xingyun. He reached out and searched Chu Xingyun's body for the soul-devouring talisman.
Chapter 92 Forced Suppression. I just caught the soul-devouring talisman in Isashiro Bay. Chu Xingyun's soul was quietly floating behind him.
At this moment, the soul's form is half original color and half dark red. The soul, which could only activate stun skills, actually pierced through Isoba's waist with a single thrust of the dragon pattern spear.
Oh nar. As Chu Xingyun licked his tongue in satisfaction, the last wisp of Ji Baiwan's soul completely vanished. He.
The soul within Chu Xingyun's body laughed even more sharply, and at the same time, his soul body was almost completely covered in dark red.
Yuner. Two people were floating in the sky.
Zhao Shui stared at the scene in shock and cried out in disbelief. Chu Xingyun immediately sensed the movement and slowly raised his head, whose features were no longer clearly visible. When that face, which had appeared countless times in his memory, came into view, his pupils contracted sharply, and a broken sob escaped his throat. The dark red and black aura surrounding her was dissipating at a visible speed, like a demon exposed to light, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes that reflected her master's gentle and loving eyes.
Master, master.
Xu Xingyun staggered forward half a step, and a tear of blood fell from her eye as she shed tears of emotion.
Master, you have succeeded. Yunar, I miss you so much.
Hot tears streamed down her pale cheeks, and 1,000 words were condensed into this one sentence, filled with longing and grievance, as if to express all the loneliness and struggles of the years of separation.
Ah!
However, as the tears of blood fell, excruciating pain suddenly exploded from the depths of his consciousness. Xu Xingyun knelt on the ground in agony, clutching his head, his body curled into a ball, and his heart-wrenching screams echoed through the sky. It hurts so much, my head hurts so much. In an instant, the dark red and black energy surged back like a tide, enveloping him once more.
The pain vanished instantly, leaving only endless cold and darkness. Hee, so tender, so fresh, don't you oughta try some, my master?
That twisted and evil voice echoed in Xu Xingyun's mind, and the black mist condensed into a hideous face, whispering in his ear. Look at her, the love in her eyes is almost overflowing. The woman raped her, killed her, and then absorbed her. Hearing her screams and watching her life slowly slip away caused her pain and tore her apart. Then we can obtain more dark red and black energy.
Woman, don't hesitate, do it now.
Cao Meng reminded him from the side.
Cao, traitor. Upon hearing Cao Meng speak, Xu Xingyun instantly exploded. The last vestige of conscience within me was also ignited.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Ah!
He roared and screamed. Both the physical body and the soul body charged towards Cao Meng at the same time. Even now, his determination to kill Cao Meng has not wavered. However, despite Xu Xingyun's formidable strength at this moment, he ultimately failed to reach the nascent soul realm. Zhao Shui formed a sword with 2 fingers and casually unleashed a sword intent.
Ah! Xu Xingyun's soul was directly forced back into his physical body.
Meanwhile, the dark red and black aura on the main body was falling off in large swaths. It's as if flesh and blood were being torn apart from the body.
You shameless woman!
Xu Xingyun gritted his teeth and said, I'll kill you first, you damned slut. At this moment, he had completely let himself go and no longer recognized who he was. Zhao Shui closed her eyes slightly and gently touched her brow with her sword finger. Then, the moment her beautiful eyes opened, a sword formation was formed in one move. Countless beams of sword-light energy connected together, descending from the sky like a giant net. Fork! 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 The sword formation shifted from a net-like shape to a large sphere, trapping Xu Xingyun within it. Then, arrows rained down on Xu Xingyun's body in waves. Ah! Xu Xingyun was like a wild beast trapped in a cage, desperately crashing into the sword formation from all directions.
Pieces of what looked like skin and flesh, and a dark reddish-brown aura, were falling off his body in a shocking manner.
Finally, after half an hour of continuous sword shadows, Xu Xingyun quieted down.
The dark red and black aura on his body had almost completely dissipated. Master, I was wrong. Suddenly, Xu Xingyun spoke.
He knelt on the ground, his head drooping, looking utterly dejected.
Master, please save Yunar.
Xu Xingyun raised his head slightly, his blood-red pupils gradually returning to normal, and he looked at Zhao Shui with a pitiful gaze. The arrows aimed at Xu Xingyun all stopped. Zhao Shui looked at her disciple with a complicated expression and felt a pang of sadness. Finally, with a thought, the sword formation vanished.
Yunar, do you know your mistake? Master, I know I was wrong. Yunar knows she was wrong. Master, Yunar has been controlled by an evil spirit.
It's all because of this soul-body technique that I've been harmed.
Xu Xingyun wept bitterly and kowtowed, admitting his mistake.
He casually took out the soul-devouring talisman.
Master, I'm not practicing anymore.
You've ruined her.
Master, please save me. That evil spirit has taken control of my soul. Please save me.
Looking at Xu Xingyun's appearance, Zhao Shui felt pity and finally sighed. Yuner, release your soul, and I will help you.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. With a thought, Zhu Xingyun released his soul. The entire soul exuded an evil aura, dark red and sinister. He. You wretched woman, I become one with your disciple. Kill me, and he'll die too, ha ha ha. I won't kill you.
Zhao Shui coldly stared at Zhu Xingyun's soul, which had already merged with the evil spirit.
I want you to stay in this body forever.
Then, she gently bit her fingertip and placed a drop of blood on her forehead. Subsequently, a wisp of his own soul entered Zhu Xingyun's soul body. Upon seeing this scene of exoneration, Cao Meng's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head.
I wanted to say something, but ultimately gave up.
This woman needs to be allowed to hit a brick wall herself before she'll learn to turn back.
Just then, Huanji, Yun Qingqing, Huatingting, and the Grand Elder slowly appeared behind Cao Meng. Perhaps with the help of the pure Yang holy body, Huanji became even more beautiful than before, and her face was no longer so cold. Huanji stared at the golden light seeping into Zhu Xingyun's soul through Zhao Shui's fingertips, and asked with a frown, Holy Son, is she trying to perish together with the evil spirit? Before Cao Meng could speak, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice, she is using her soul as a contract to forcibly suppress the evil spirit. How could she possibly have three dominant entities within one body? And how could she possibly enter them? Yun Qingqing frowned. Normally, a body can hold a maximum of 2 souls. The fact that this evil spirit could merge with Zhu Xingyun's soul was beyond his comprehension.
Ordinary people naturally cannot do this, but Zhu Xingyun, as a spirit talisman master, can construct a space to contain his soul through talismanic arts. That evil spirit was also skilled in talismanic arts in its previous life, and although it has merged with his soul, it has never been able to completely devour and take control. As long as Zhu Xingyun voluntarily opens his spiritual aperture, Zhao Shui can infuse it with her own soul fire.
Only.
The Grand Elder paused, his expression grave, his voice growing increasingly solemn. If Zhu Xingyun is bewitched by evil spirits, or if the two are feigning cooperation to trap Joshua's soul deep within her sea of consciousness.
Chapter 93 Capturing Zhu Xingyun.
As soon as a wisp of Joshua's soul entered Zhu Xingyun's soul body, it joined forces with Zhu Xingyun to force the evil spirit to retreat repeatedly. In a short while, Zhu Xingyun's soul body returned to its previous color. On the main side, Zhu Xingyun, holding the soul-devouring talisman, knelt before Joshua.
Master, thank you.
Zhao Shui weakly patted Zhu Xingyun's head.
Yuner, it's good that you're all right. Your master will take you away now.
Having just reconstructed her physical body, she had already consumed a drop of her essence blood, leaving her extremely weak. Even so, she is still thinking only about her disciple. Thinking of leaving this place as soon as possible to avoid Zhu Xingyun being punished, even though he had slaughtered several cities and killed countless people, it meant nothing to Zhao Shui.
Zhu
Xingyun appeared obedient. Master, this evil technique is yours. Zhao Shui nodded in satisfaction, and as she reached out to take it, a wisp of her soul that had remained in Zhu Xingyun's soul body was also being withdrawn. However, the moment she touched the soul-devouring talisman, Zhu Xingyun suddenly grabbed her hand.
Yuner. Zhao Shui was taken aback.
At the same time, she discovered that the spiritual apertures in Zhu Xingyun's soul were directly sealed, and she could not get out.
Master, you're even more wicked, ha ha ha. Master, please help your disciple.
Your disciple desires greater power. Zhu Xing's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he smiled eerily at Zhao Shui.
Yuner, what are you trying to do? I am your master, wake up.
Even now, Zhao Shui still believes that Zhu Xingyun is controlled by an evil spirit. Just as she broke free, Zhu Xingyun suddenly unleashed a burst of dark red and black energy that instantly enveloped his entire body. At the same time, it also included Zhao Shui. This traitorous bastard. Action Cao Meng knew cursed, and the soul-devouring spear appeared in his hand, thrusting it towards Zhu Xingyun first.
Bang!
A thunderclap resounded from within the dark red and black mist. Zhu Xingyun then flew dozens of feet away.
Puff!
Zhao Shui's figure appeared, a sweet taste rose in her throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted from her cherry-like lips. Just as she was about to collapse, Cao Meng flew over and caught her in his arms. On Zhao Shue's pale face, dozens of dark red stripes, like a spider web, were clearly visible, spreading upwards from her neck. Sigh, you just had your physical body created and it's already turned into this mess, smash smash smash. Cough cough. Another mouthful of blood spilled from Zhao Shue's mouth. She glanced expressionlessly at Chu Xingyun, who was fighting with the Grand Elder, Yun Qingqing, and Hua Tingting. I really don't understand why my perfectly good disciple would turn out like this. Just now, amidst the dark red and black mist, Chu Xingyun genuinely intended to kill him. If he hadn't used his life-saving technique at the last moment, he probably would have truly fallen into the hands of this little beast. Don't kill him. Cough cough. Zhao Shui coldly uttered a few words. What, you still want to protect him even now? Cao Meng was taken aback, and asked somewhat angrily. Is this woman out of her mind? However, the coldness on his face deepened, and he said fiercely. I want to kill him myself. No problem. Cao Meng replied with a smile. They've finally grown up and started to use their brains. Facing a Grand Elder who was close to the nascent soul realm and two nascent soul perfection realm experts in succession. In addition, Zhao Shue's final attack just now caused great damage to Chu Xingyun. Gradually, Chu Xingyun found it difficult to even resist. Just as the three of them were launching a full-scale attack, preparing to capture Chu Xingyun in one fell swoop. Suddenly, dark red and black energy increased around Chu Xingyun, and his aura surged dramatically. Dark red and black energy surged towards the three of them. The three could clearly sense that Chu Xingyun had used some kind of secret technique to forcibly increase his power. No, it should be that evil spirit helped Chu Xingyun forcibly raise his power to the nascent soul realm. Left with no other option, the three had to temporarily halt their attack and switch to defense. He will unleash all the skills he has learned to win. The three people unleashed three beams of energy simultaneously, desperately resisting the dark red and black energy attacking them. Just then, Chu Xingyun moved and instantly teleported away. Bang! As Chu Xingyun departed, the dark red and black energy exploded and dissipated. Tui! While fleeing for his life, Chu Xingyun coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled slightly. But it showed no sign of stopping, heading towards a flying chicken nugget. He, master, we've trapped a wisp of that woman's soul. Once we digest her, we'll be able to break through to the nascent soul realm, ha! You traitor Cao, once I break through to the nascent soul realm, I will definitely massacre the illusion moon sect. Just you wait. There's a city 100 miles ahead, master. Let's go have a good meal and recover our strength, ha. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun's expression turned strange, revealing a sinister smile as he flew rapidly towards the city ahead. He was just about to accelerate. A large net came towards him, instantly trapping him in a tight spot. Then 6 stunningly beautiful women appeared in different positions. At the same time, Huan Ji came to Cao Meng's side, her lips slightly moving. A voice reached Cao Meng's ears. Cao Meng nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Zhao Shui, who had fainted in his arms, picked her up, and leaped up, flying towards the Illusion Moon sect. Behind the cliff at the summit of Illusion Moon Peak, there is still that little wooden cabin. Zhao Shui lay quietly on the bed, her expression one of extreme pain. From the dark red and black wisps spreading across her beautiful face, it was clear that she was currently doing her best to resist the power of this dark red and black energy. Cao Meng sighed silently and shook his head inwardly. This woman was too trusting. In her past life, she was betrayed by her own younger brother, which led to the destruction of her physical body. Having finally managed to rebuild his physical body, he was then ambushed by his own disciple. If it weren't for his nascent soul realm strength, he would probably be dead by now. Thinking of the nascent soul realm, Cao Meng sneered inwardly. It's truly tragic that a nascent soul cultivator has been reduced to this wretched state, neither alive nor dead, and even had a wisp of his soul stolen from him. System, I'm now planting a karmic bond with this woman. Will I gain any experience points? Before taking action, Cao Meng consulted the system in his mind. Sorry, host, the causal imprint only yields normal rewards and additional benefits when the mark is active. So, does that mean we worked for nothing again?
The system replied, yes.
Cao Meng looked at Zhao Shue's pursed, cherry-red lips and his lips twitched.
That's enough. Who told me to be a good villain? I'll save you one more time.
In the same small room, on the same bed,
Cao Meng saved two different people.
An hour and a half later, Cao Meng pushed open the door and came out.
Huanji was waiting quietly at the door. Holy Sun!
When she saw Cao Meng come out, a strange look flashed across Huanji's face.
Quickly, perform the kneeling ceremony. Holy Sun, eldest sister has already imprisoned Chu Xingyun in the formation within the forbidden area of the back mountain. This is your sect leader's order. Cao Meng took the sect leader's token and glanced at it.
Take good care of her. He left behind a sentence and flew away towards the back mountain.
Huan Ji got up and went into the room.
Looking at the sleeping beauty on the bed, a hint of jealousy appeared on her icy face.
Chapter 94 Purification of 10,000 Ghosts. Boom!
The stone gate opened, and Cao Meng slipped into the forbidden area, arriving in front of the 4 stone pillars. At this moment, Chu Xingyun's legs and feet were bound between 2 stone pillars by 4 chains.
That traitor Cao, I'm going to kill you, you scoundrel!
Upon seeing Cao Meng, Chu Xingyun's eyes blazed with fury. He roared, screamed, and struggled.
Yuner, calm down. Calm down.
Cao Meng smiled and waved his hand.
Yuner, stay here and purify the demonic energy in your body. In a few days, your father will bring you a great gift.
By the way, this is a great place, commonly known as the Ghost Purification Site.
You must hold on and wait for your father.
After Cao Meng finished speaking, he formed a hand seal, and a rumbling sound rang out. 4 stone pillars, accompanied by countless ghostly shadows, soared into the sky, forming a formation barrier identical to the one used when Zhao Xue was having her physical body sculpted. The difference is that at that time, all the ghosts and spirits in the barrier were linked together and nailed to the barrier, unable to move. At this moment, the ghostly shadows, like birds released from their cages, frantically darted around within the barrier. Accompanied by howls and screams, countless ghostly figures crashed into Chu Xingyun's body.
Ah! You traitor Cao, you'll die a horrible death.
Chu Xingyun struggled desperately and screamed. These malevolent energies primarily attack and erode the cultivator's soul. They are not aggressive, but they will crawl all over you like maggots. It slowly licks away at your soul. Perhaps a ghostly figure won't make much of a difference. But what if thousands upon thousands of ghostly figures attacked simultaneously, or tens of thousands of maggots crawled all over your body at once? It was a feeling that defied description.
Brother Meng, Yuner, he. Upon returning to Holy Sun Peak, Oyami said she would get rid of Chu Xingyun, this scourge.
But the look on his face made Cao Meng immediately see the worry in his expression.
Yuner escaped from the 3 elders.
Cao Meng said solemnly. They escaped.
Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief and murmured to herself.
Good thing they escaped, good thing they escaped. Even though her son had made a mistake, a mother still did not want him to be killed. Cao Meng didn't care what Yang Mi thought, he was going to kill Chu Xingyun himself. However, considering the future, I don't want to make the relationship too strained.
So it was just a white lie. 2 days later. Holy Sun. Creak.
The door opened, and Cao Meng walked out of the room. Shi Yang knelt down and said, Holy Sun, as you instructed, we have been lying in wait at the border recently and have discovered that many forces from the Tianyuan domain have infiltrated the 9 provinces continent.
Okay, I understand. You can go now.
Cao Meng casually dismissed Shi Yang and looked ahead with a solemn expression.
You've arrived so quickly? I wonder when Master will emerge from seclusion. Yuner, help your father do one last thing.
Then, he snapped his fingers. The Phantom Maiden's beautiful figure slowly emerged.
Holy Sun Huanji knelt down and bowed. How is that woman?
Reporting to the Holy Sun, Miss Jeshua's mind has stabilized.
Huanji's eyelashes trembled slightly.
It's just that her soul sea is missing a wisp of its origin. To reunite the phantom of the nascent soul stage, she will need at least 3 years of secluded cultivation to nurture it.
Cao Meng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Your subordinate takes his leave.
Seeing that Cao Meng had no other orders, Huan Ji bowed and prepared to disappear.
Wait.
Suddenly, Cao Meng spoke up and asked,
What is your current strength?
Reporting, Your Highness, I am now at the peak of the nascent soul stage. If the heaven burning technique is activated, it can briefly contend against a low-level nascent soul cultivator, but it can only last for a maximum of 3 breaths. How much longer will it take to reach the nascent soul realm? Cao Meng asked again.
Huan Ji paused for a moment, then said, I do not know. Don't know.
Holy Son, you may not know this, but the divine transformation realm is a chasm in the heavenly Tao, and it is what cultivators seek throughout their lives. Those at the peak of the nascent soul stage are as numerous as carp crossing a river, but those who can truly overcome this tribulation are 1 in 10,000. This realm harbors hidden dangers from the heavenly Tao. To break through it, one must either spend at least 100 years meditating in seclusion or as long as 1,000 years comprehending the great Tao. Countless exceptionally talented individuals were trapped at the nascent soul stage, exhausting their lifespans, and ultimately their souls were scattered under the divine transformation tribulation. My eldest sister has been stuck at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage for 300 years, yet she hasn't even caught a glimpse of the illusory lightning tribulation.
Okay.
Cao Meng interrupted Huan Ji as she continued to explain the awesomeness of the nascent soul realm.
He blurted out, Sleep with me tonight.
Yes.
Ah.
Huan Ji instinctively obeyed the order, but upon closer listening, she was instantly dumbfounded.
All right, go down now, be ready to respond at any time.
Huan Ji secretly glanced up at that handsome face, her blush turning into a satisfied expression that slowly faded. The system failed to lock onto the causal marker, so Cao Meng had to rely on himself. He didn't know how many nascent soul realm cultivators could come from the 9 provinces continent. However, as the leading sect of the righteous faction, Jade Void Palace, Cao Meng still had to treat it with caution. Giving roses to others leaves a lingering fragrance on your own hands. Play to others' strengths and make up for their weaknesses to help them improve. With a major battle imminent, it is time for him to contribute. After seeing Huan Ji off, Cao Meng arrived at Huan Yue Peak in the small wooden house. Zhao Xue's breathing had clearly improved a lot at this moment. Judging from the level of cultivation she exuded, she had already fallen to the nascent soul stage, which must have been caused by that wisp of her soul.
When Zhao Xue saw Cao Meng lie, the coldness on her face noticeably faded. She said hesitantly, Thank you. Thank me.
What are you thanking me for?
Cao Meng pretended not to know and asked with wide eyes.
Zhao Xue glared at Cao Meng, Thank you for saving me. Your guard already told me that you helped me get rid of the dark red and black energy on my body. As for how to eliminate it, although she didn't feel it at the time, she personally witnessed how Cao Meng helped the 13 young ladies of the Charming Maidens sect to break free from the incense poison in the secret realm.
After thinking about it, I guessed a thing or two.
She felt a little regretful because she didn't feel anything the first time.
Oh. You mean this? There's nothing to thank me for, it was just a small favor.
You are welcome.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Xue's face flushed red instantly.
She lowered her head tightly, not daring to look at Cao Meng.
Ha ha ha. Upon seeing this, Cao Meng laughed and continued to tease. Now that you have a physical body, shouldn't you fulfill the promise we made?
Ah. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xue raised her head, her bright and beautiful eyes staring straight at Cao Meng. After hesitating for a long time, he said blankly,
Didn't you already fulfill your promise the day before yesterday?
Hey!
Cao Meng quickly interrupted, saying, You can't calculate the accounts like that.
I saved you the day before yesterday. We'll talk about that life-saving debt later.
You owe me a promise.
You said you would fulfill it after your physical body was restored, and you also made a vow to the heavenly Tao.
You can't go back on your word.
Rehabilitate.
Shameless. Chapter 95 Chu Xingyun logs offline. So, do you have time now?
Although she said it was shameless, Zhao Xue couldn't help but ask a question.
Cao Meng gave a wicked smile. What, you want to make good on your promise now? If you have time.
Before she could finish speaking, Joshua seemed to sense something was amiss and immediately changed her attitude, saying, I don't want to owe you a favor.
Ha! Cao Meng shook his head. You still owe me a lot, I've saved you twice already.
Not now, I have some things to take care of right now, but I can do it later. Joshua looked up at Cao Meng and softly hummed in agreement.
It means I'm waiting for you.
However, Cao Meng had no intention of leaving, his gaze fixed intently on Joshua.
Is there anything else?
Joshua felt uncomfortable under Cao Meng's gaze and lowered her head to ask.
Let's go and retrieve your spirit.
Upon hearing Cao Meng's words, Joshua's beautiful eyes, which had been filled with shyness, instantly turned icy cold.
Click. 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 Boom.
Before long, the two of them arrived at the stone pillar barrier together.
You scoundrel, let me go. Let me go right now.
Sensing Cao Meng's presence, Chu Xingyun roared furiously within the barrier. For several days, the feeling of his soul being constantly corroded by maggots drove him to the brink of collapse time and time again. At this moment, the dark red and black aura on his body had long since vanished without a trace. Without the interference of evil spirits, his cultivation level visibly dropped to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. It wouldn't cause Cao Meng the slightest harm.
Yuner, look who I've brought.
Cao Meng took Joshua's fair and smooth hand and walked to the front of Chu Xingyun.
Master?
The moment Chu Xingyun saw Joshua, a sense of guilt welled up within him. Then, when he saw Cao Meng and his master holding hands, he instantly became agitated again.
Ah! You scoundrel, let go of my master. Let go of my master. I'm going to kill you. Smash sigh.
Cao Meng shook his head dismissively and casually picked at his ear. This stepson, he just keeps repeating the same few phrases, there's nothing new about them.
Don't call me master.
Just then, Joshua stared at Chu Xingyun and said coldly.
Our master-disciple relationship ended the moment you attacked me. From now on, there will be no further connection between us. No, master, don't abandon Yuner. Yuner knows she was wrong. Yuner really knows she was wrong. It's that evil spirit that controlled Yuner. Master, Yuner was forced into it. Chu Xingyun cried and pleaded, tears streaming down her face, please forgive Yuner. Snort.
Joshua snorted coldly, unwilling to waste any more words, and said directly, release my spirit, and I can personally send you on your way. She could no longer believe Chu Xingyun's nonsense. This apprentice has broken her heart. No, master, please forgive me, please save me. By the way, that evil spirit has been completely devoured by this group of ghosts. Yuner is still the same Yuner as before. Master, please save me. Yuner will definitely listen to Master's words. Upon hearing this, Joshua's face remained expressionless, and she coldly replied once more. Open your spiritual apertures and release my spirit.
No. Chu Xingyun stared fiercely at Joshua, shaking his head desperately.
No, you are not my master.
My master would never abandon Yuner. You are not my master. You are not my master. Enough. Chu Xingyun, I'm giving you one last chance to open your spiritual aperture. I can personally send you on your way and save you from suffering.
Joshua suddenly shouted, which brought Chu Xingyun back to his senses.
Alright, I will return Master's wisp of soul to Master right now. I will return it to Master.
Chu Xingyun muttered to himself, as if he had gone mad.
But then, suddenly he said again.
Master, please tell this traitor Cao to release me and put me down.
Then I will return your soul to you. No sooner had Chu Xingyun finished speaking than an unexpected scene unfolded.
Without the slightest hesitation, Cao Meng waved his hand, and the chains binding him snapped back into the stone pillar. At the same time, the barrier vanished instantly.
Cao Meng's perplexing actions startled Chu Xingyun.
He couldn't understand what kind of evil scheme this scoundrel was plotting this time. This momentarily stunned him, and he dared not move.
Yuner, I've already released you, why aren't you coming out? Do you want me to go in and fetch you?
Cao Meng stared at Chu Xingyun with a wicked smile. Chu Xingyun swallowed hard, a slight sense of fear creeping into his heart. He cautiously looked around, and only after finding nothing unusual did he slowly walk out. Chu Xingyun went straight to Zha Xue's side, knelt down, and hugged her leg.
Master, Yuner truly knows she was wrong this time, please forgive Yuner. Yuner, we will now return Master's spirit to Master.
As he spoke, Chu Xingyun released his soul and opened his spiritual apertures. Zha Xue's wisp of soul escaped. However, just as Zha Xue's wisp of spirit returned to her body, a sinister ghostly laugh appeared on Chu Xingyun's pleading expression.
You. In an instant, Zhao Xue sensed something was wrong.
Unexpectedly, the evil spirit soul entered Zhao Xue's body at the same time. She was merely a cultivator, and even with her high level of cultivation, she was still unable to resist the intrusion of evil spirits.
Moreover, her soul is already incomplete.
Suddenly, wisps of dark red and black energy began to emanate from Zhao Xue's body.
Brute!
Zhao Xue painfully resisted the evil spirit within her body. Swish, swish, swish. As Cao Meng formed hand seals, the iron chains on the stone pillar instantly imprisoned Chu Xingyun once again. However, even after being hung up again, Chu Xingyun was not flustered at all. He revealed a wicked grin. You scoundrel Cao, you scoundrel Cao.
I really have to thank you.
If you hadn't trapped me here, I really wouldn't have been able to purify that evil spirit.
Ha 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 ha. Chu Xingyun laughed unrestrainedly, becoming arrogant once again.
It turns out that the blessing of destiny and the torture he endured during this period not only helped him purify all the evil spirit's memories, but also gave him control over the evil spirit. Therefore, this misfortune turned into a blessing in disguise. Although it caused his cultivation level to drop back to what it was before, it also made him the only person with a unique physique of two souls in one body. However, all of this is also thanks to his special identity as a spirit talisman master.
Master, you are mine, and you will always be mine, ha! Chu Xingyun laughed arrogantly. The reason he allowed the evil spirit to enter his master's soul was because although the evil spirit's evil energy had evolved, its power remained.
Given time, sooner or later this body of his master will become another version of himself.
When the time comes, you can do whatever you want to yourself.
Such a perverted idea is exciting just to think about.
Yuner, you're smiling a little too happily. Cao Meng looked at it disdainfully. However, if you don't do this, I really can't do anything to you. Chu Xingyun. What does this traitor Cao mean?
Looking at Cao Cao's eyes, I suddenly felt like I'd been tricked.
Ha!
Cao Meng chuckled and shook his head, his lips silently speaking to Chu Xingyun.
Yuner, your father has a big gift for you.
After saying that, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Zha Xue's slender waist, then whispered in her ear.
Woman, do you need help?
Zha Xue was in agony fighting the evil spirit for her soul when she heard Cao Meng's voice. Without saying a word, her red lips met his.
No, no.
The palace attire fell to the ground in a soft, rustling motion.
Ah, you scoundrel, you deserve to die. No, no, she's mine.
Ah, no. Chu Xingyun looked at everything in front of her, desperately shaking her body, trying to break free. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Apart from swaying his body a couple of times, his hands and feet were tightly bound by chains.
Puff.
Ultimately, his anger overwhelmed him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 3,000 experience points from the Chosen One, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. The woman held on, time is about to speed up.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully gained 2,000 experience points for mutual benefit, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 5,000 experience points from the Chosen One, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you.
You traitor Cao, I want you dead, dead. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully gained 2,000 experience points for mutual benefit, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully gained 2,000 experience points for mutual benefit, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have successfully gained 20,000 experience points for mutual benefit, which have been successfully converted into cultivation points. The system was plundering, and a win-win announcement kept ringing out. The evil spirit within Zhao Shui was being devoured little by little. Finally, after Chu Xingyun had been coughing up blood for 2 hours straight, Cao Meng heard the system's final notification.
Ding! The host has completely plundered the chosen one's luck value. The host can now send him on a transmigration journey.
Cao Meng looked at Zhao Shui, who had fallen into a deep sleep, her face flushed, and got up to tidy her messy hair.
Smiling, she approached Chu Xingyun.
Yuner, are you satisfied with the wonderful gift your father has given you?
You traitor Cao, you'll die a horrible death. Having lost the protection of his destiny, Chu Xingyun could barely speak. Yuner, there's one more thing I want to tell you.
Cao Meng gave a wicked smile and took back the soul-devouring talisman from Chu Xingyun. This book, the soul-devouring talisman, was also specially prepared for you by your father. You. Chu Xingyun was so listless that he didn't even have the strength to lift his head.
Yuner, go in peace.
I will take good care of your mother and master.
Chapter 96. A nascent soul realm cultivator appears.
5 days later.
The celestial phenomena at the illusion moon sect are unusual.
The sky, which was originally clear and bright, suddenly became filled with swirling clouds, dyeing the heavens the color of cinnabar. This sudden and unusual phenomenon immediately drew the attention of countless disciples of the illusion moon sect, who looked up in astonishment. Inside the main hall, 3 old men were leisurely sipping tea when they suddenly sensed a change in their aura. Their expressions hardened, and they each transformed into 3 streaks of light and streaked out of the hall. As their gaze pierced through the clouds, they saw a 100-foot-tall phantom figure emerge from the clouds. Its shape was exactly the same as that of the illusion princess. Although the features of the illusory figure were indistinct, their unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. With every gesture, they seemed to possess the grace to pluck stars and grasp the moon, as if they were celestial maidens descended to the mortal world. Although Huanji failed to release any pressure, the 3 of them felt as if they were being suppressed by someone in a superior position.
Soul manifestation?
She actually succeeded in breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Yun Qingqing's eyes were filled with envy.
He knew a thing or two about Huanji, the Holy Sun's secret guard.
In terms of cultivation, Huanji reached the great perfection of the nascent soul realm later than him.
Hua Tingting and the First Elder stared blankly at the sky. The First Elder, in particular, had a barely perceptible sadness on his face. As the rosy glow faded, the phantom of the Phantom Princess appeared like a deity looking down upon the scene below.
When the disciples met her beautiful eyes, their legs went weak and they even had difficulty breathing. Is someone planning to attack our illusion moon sect?
Someone in the crowd muttered something under their breath. The name of the 7-tailed Phantom Princess is not something that just anyone can learn.
Even if they did know, people of their level would not associate it with the Phantom Moon sect. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves.
The scene immediately erupted into chaos. Gurgle.
That look in his eyes makes my legs go weak. How am I supposed to fight him?
Fight? Humph, this is the manifestation of the divine soul, a sign of the nascent soul realm. You, a mere golden core cultivator, think you can fight me? You're dreaming. Is this what the nascent soul realm is like? No wonder I didn't even have the courage to look her in the eye.
The strength of the 9 provinces continent is indeed formidable.
I wonder if the sect master can handle it.
Recently, many people have heard that numerous forces across the 9 provinces continent have come to cause trouble for the illusion moon sect. There are even rumors that everyone who entered the secret realm was killed by the holy son of the illusion moon sect, so they came here for revenge. This has caused widespread anxiety and unease. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, Hua Tingting shouted sharply.
Anyone who dares to say another word will be sent to the forbidden area in the back mountains for a few days.
Upon hearing Hua Tingting's words, the disciples immediately dispersed. on a side peak of Illusion Moon Peak. 6 women stood side by side, some as cool and aloof as the moon, some as bright and fiery as fire, some as gentle and graceful as water, some as heroic and spirited as a firefly, and some as elegant and graceful as a peony. Each with its own unique and breathtaking beauty, they all radiate their own unparalleled elegance. In front of the beauties stood a little girl in a peach blossom dress, looking up at the sky. She blinked her big eyes. Wow! Sister Huanji has gotten so big. Second sister Meiji glanced at the adorable Mu Linger's bust and they both smiled. Little Linger, your older sister Huanji is already quite big, but she's still not as big as you, little Linger. Second sister, don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing Meiji's lewd words, the eldest sister's eyes widened in surprise, and she said seriously, "She's just a child, don't lead her astray." Mu Linger stared blankly at Meiji, not understanding what she meant. Small. Meiji pinched Mu Linger's cheek. "You're not young anymore, you've grown so big." The older sister shook her head after hearing this and said nothing more. Meiji's personality has always been like this, and she speaks incoherently. I thought that among us, it would be the eldest sister who would break through this constraint first. The gentle and graceful third sister lowered her eyes and smiled softly, her voice gentle yet unable to conceal the subtle tinge at the end. Seventh sister's talent is truly exceptional, even heaven favors her more. The eldest sister was quite open-minded. She looked up at the sky ablaze with the glow of the sunset, her eyes brimming with gentle tears. I just hope that her tribulation to become a deity will go smoothly and that she won't suffer too much. Giggle. Third sister, do you really think that seventh sister's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is due to her exceptional talent? The second sister covered her mouth and giggled, as if she knew the inside story. Meiji had barely finished speaking when she was immediately interrupted by her eldest sister's stern rebuke. Second sister, that's enough, stop talking. Meiji smiled at the phantom of Huanji in the sky and said nothing more, but her alluring eyes revealed that she was plotting something good. This brief incident sparked the curiosity of the other 4 sisters. The eldest and second eldest sisters are in very abnormal condition. It's obvious that the second sister knows something, but the eldest sister won't let her say it. Could it be that seventh sister's breakthrough was due to some kind of opportunity? But that doesn't make sense either. The sisters have always been very close, and if the seventh sister had the opportunity, she would naturally tell the other sisters, she wouldn't keep it to herself. The 4 sisters exchanged a furtive glance, each seeing a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. Then look at my second sister, she has such a smug look on her face. Their curiosity only intensified. While the fairies were lost in their own thoughts, atop the main peak of Illusion Moon Peak, Cao Meng, with women on his left and right, stared intently at the small wooden house. On her left arm, Ouyang leaned against Cao Meng's chest like a little bird seeking shelter. On the right, Zhao Xue gently held Cao Meng's arm. After a few days, although her face still showed a hint of coldness, her complexion was obviously much better than before. Sister Zhao Xue, I heard that there will be a tribulation of lightning when you reach the nascent soul stage. Why is it that after so long, there is still no sign of Sister Huanji? It must be said that Ouyang is quite noble and virtuous. He showed no selfishness on matters of principle and was very generous in giving up Cao Meng. Both of them knew about Cao Meng's special constitution of the supreme pure yang body. Her decision earned her considerable goodwill from Zhao Quebec. Therefore, their relationship has evolved from being unfamiliar to being like sisters. Zhao Xue accepted Ouyang address of sister quite readily. Although she was Cao Meng's first wife, in this world where strength reigns supreme, whoever is stronger is the boss. Zhao Xue shook her head, I don't know either. Normally, 9 lightning tribulations would descend half an hour after breaking through to the nascent soul realm, but Sister Huanji. Could it be because Brother Meng has a special physique that he didn't suffer from the lightning tribulation? Ouyang asked blankly. No tribulation lightning? Zhao Xue stared at Cao Meng for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Is it my fault? Cao Meng was also pondering this in his heart. Originally, he was just trying it out to see if he could create a nascent soul realm expert in a short period of time. Now it seems that this physique is indeed somewhat extraordinary. He was able to advance in just a few days, breaking through barriers that had prevented even geniuses for centuries. Thinking about the problem in this way, Cao Meng felt much relieved, and even more excited. He slowly shifted his gaze to the 6 stunningly beautiful guards atop the side peak. With a formidable enemy approaching, every additional nascent soul cultivator adds to our strength. Phantom Princess is the 7th sister, Enchantress Princess is the 2nd sister, and there are 5 other sisters who don't have names yet. Fans, let's brainstorm names online. Chapter 97 Opportunity. As darkness fell, Huanji emerged barefoot from the small wooden house, but the tribulation lightning still hadn't descended. As she walked, the blue bricks beneath her feet began to show golden patterns like spider webs, a sign that the spiritual power of a nascent soul cultivator resonated with the heavens and earth. Although she was not subjected to the baptism of lightning tribulation, Huanji did not feel any sense of instability in her cultivation level. She casually flicked her sleeves, and the ancient pine tree 10 feet away was instantly cut in half by an invisible force. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and golden red law patterns remained on the bark. On the contrary, I felt it was deeply rooted, with an unshakable power throughout my body. She gently reached out, and the phantom of the 7-tailed illusionary moonflower rose in her palm. With each tremor of the petals, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and gathered like a tide. Having just entered the first level of the nascent soul realm, she actually had an urge to fight 2 people at once and really wanted to find someone to spar with. This intense fighting desire made her fingertips itch, and she couldn't help but flick the air. A golden sword aura instantly tore through the clouds, startling the spirit beasts within 100 miles into trembling on the ground. "Thank you, Holy Sun, for helping me break through." As Huanji spoke, she unconsciously exuded a powerful aura, causing nearby flowers and plants to wither instantly, only to bloom again in the blink of an eye. This was the power of the nascent soul realm's birth and death in a single thought. He has already broken through to the nascent soul realm. Not to mention the Tianyuan domain, he can be considered a big shot even in the 9 provinces continent. But this Huanji actually acted like a secret guard, immediately bowing to Cao Meng. "Good." Cao Meng nodded. Breaking through to the nascent soul realm is even more impressive. Judging from her aura, Huanji is indeed more magical than before, and her cold and beautiful face is even more captivating. This absurd remark caused the blush on Huanji's face to spread all the way to the back of her ears. But I was secretly delighted. The night was falling. On the sloping peak, the 7 nightingale maidens usually reside. 7th sister. A graceful figure descended, transforming into a physical form as she landed. 7th sister. A beautiful figure materialized and fell. As soon as the 2nd sister, Meiji, got close, she was bounced back 3 feet by an invisible wall of energy. "You little devil, 7th sister, now that you've broken through, you're wary of your older sister." 2nd sister Meiji scolded without any politeness. "2nd sister, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself for a moment," Huanji said apologetically. Giggle. Meiji, naturally, wouldn't get angry over such a trivial matter, and chuckled. "7th sister, congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. I'll have to rely on you from now on." As he spoke, he walked to Huanji's side, reaching out to pinch her cheek, but the moment he touched her skin, feeling a surge of scorching spiritual energy, he was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his hand. "7th sister, you're back." 7th sister, congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul realm." When the girls saw Huanji return, they all gathered around her, chattering away. 5th sister Ingji excitedly approached, but was suddenly knocked to the ground by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Huanji. Huanji quickly reached out to help her up. The moment her fingertips touched 5th sister, a warm spiritual energy surged into her body, healing her old injuries that had lasted for many years. "Dear sisters." Huanji bowed gracefully. As she bent over, the spiritual crystal in her hair dripped to the ground, instantly blooming into a 7-tailed flower that would never wither, leaving everyone in awe. "7th sister, why did you come back instead of protecting the Holy Sun?" The eldest sister, Suji, had an oval face with smooth lines, and a few strands of hair hung down beside her ears. Her full-figured yet not bulky physique, coupled with her composed and dignified demeanor, exudes an air of authority that makes her unforgettable at first glance.
She walked over in a flowing, wide-sleeved dress with a bamboo pattern. As she spoke, her gaze was fixed on the fate aura of law surrounding Huanji, a power that only those in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm could fully master, and Huanji had only just broken through. Big sister, do you want this opportunity? Upon seeing her elder sister arrive, Huanji immediately swallowed it. Eldest sister Suji. Hearing this, he stood there dumbfounded for 3 seconds. Is it that straightforward? She naturally knew what Huanji meant by opportunity. She was closely monitoring everything Cao Meng did. What she didn't know was that Cao Meng hadn't taught Huanji to say it that way. Cao Meng asked Huanji to communicate with his eldest sister in a tactful way.
Unexpectedly, this Huanji had no understanding of the art of language and asked the question directly.
Seventh sister, what opportunity has this been for? Seventh sister, is this an opportunity to step into the nascent soul realm? Seventh sister, where is this opportunity, and how can we obtain it?
Before Suji could speak, the other girls were getting extremely anxious.
Who doesn't want to become stronger?
Especially when you see someone you spend every day with suddenly rise to prominence and soar to great heights, how can you not feel envious?
Yes. Huanji nodded in response, then looked at Suji.
Clearly, whether or not this opportunity can be obtained depends on the eldest sister's word. In the cabin, Cao Meng was busy working with Zhao Shui and Ouyangmi to gain experience points and improve their cultivation. Naturally, she had no idea that the words he had painstakingly taught Huanji were ones she remembered perfectly. As for Huanji, she was the secret guard appointed by her master to protect Cao Meng. They belong to Cao Meng now, and can do whatever they want.
However, the other 6 people only follow Lin Yuqian's arrangements and can be considered their master's private property.
Therefore, Cao Meng couldn't force the issue and could only send Huanji to scout ahead first. This was mainly a last resort, as Cao Meng didn't know how many people had returned from the 9 provinces continent, or how many of them were at the nascent soul stage. Master has been unable to emerge from seclusion, he cannot allow the 1,000-year heritage of the Illusion Moon sect to be destroyed in his hands.
With one more nascent soul realm cultivator, his chances of winning would be even greater. Big sister?
Seeing that the eldest sister was silent and lost in thought, the other young ladies couldn't help but call out softly.
What a stroke of luck! An opportunity just fell into my lap. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she spacing out? Doesn't the eldest sister want to take another step forward?
Elder sister, recently more and more people have been infiltrating Tianyuan domain from the Kyushu continent. Furthermore, my scouts have reported that several elders of the Jade Void sect have already taken action, all of them at or above the nascent soul realm. Second sister Meiji, abandoning her usual playful demeanor, spoke with a serious expression.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 experience points for mutual benefit, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have gained 3,000 experience points for mutual benefit, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points. The system's normal announcement of good news and the extra benefits due to emotional fluctuations exploded in Cao Meng's mind.
Cao Meng let out a long sigh of satisfaction. After successfully plundering Chu Xingyun's luck value, he successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm.
Furthermore, the experience points required for advancing even a small stage in the nascent soul realm have increased several times over, skyrocketing from the original 50,000 to 200,000. For him, this greatly hindered the difficulty of his leveling up.
Big sister, don't hesitate, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The Holy Sun is only willing to help us now because a great war is imminent, otherwise, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity. The remaining 4 sisters blinked and listened to the conversation between the 3 with puzzled expressions.
Isn't it said to be a matter of chance? Why are we talking about the Holy Sun again? Well. Finally, the eldest sister, Suji, sighed. Seventh sister, you take them there.
Huanji nodded in response, then raised her head and looked at her eldest sister suspiciously.
Big sister, you. Sujia turned her head away and didn't say anything. Let's go.
Seeing this, the second sister, Meiji, stepped forward and gave instructions. She had wanted to go for a long time, but she dared not act on her own because of her elder sister's intimidating presence. Illusion Moon Peak, a small wooden cabin. The small bed inside has been replaced with a larger, wider, and more sturdy large bed.
Ouyang Mi has been sent back to Xingzi Peak by Cao Meng.
Zhao Shui was also sent by Cao Meng to investigate the border area of Tianyuan Domain, thousands of miles away. Holy Sun, all the sisters have arrived. Please help them break through to the nascent soul realm.
Huanji bowed from outside. Come in.
Looking at the 5 beauties in front of him, besides Huanji, each with their own unique charm, Cao Meng was somewhat moved. After all, the older sisters were all trained by their master.
The group looked around the room, then asked suspiciously. Seventh sister, didn't you say you had a chance to break through to the nascent soul realm?
Where is that chance? Gentlemen, isn't this opportunity right before my sister's eyes? The second sister giggled and wiggled her hips as she walked over to Cao Meng. With one hand on Cao Meng's shoulder, her long, beautiful legs lifted gently and rubbed against him, her plump and full body pressed tightly against Cao Meng's body, exhaling fragrant breath.
Holy Sun, am I right? Holy crap! This woman! Cao Meng trembled as the woman teased him.
He felt a surge of electricity run through his body as he smelled the warm, fragrant breath Meiji exhaled on his face. Of the 7 sisters, Huanji had the most contact with Cao Meng. Although the others lived on the same peak, they mostly observed Cao Meng from a distance and did not get up close to him. Seeing his second sister flirting with Cao Meng so rudely, he was completely dumbfounded. It's important to understand that although they are an independent assassin organization, they don't have to take orders from the Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect. However, their organization was still secretly solving problems for the Illusion Moon sect. To put it bluntly, it's all for the survival of the Illusion Moon sect. As long as Cao Meng doesn't die, he'll be their leader sooner or later.
This second sister is just too much. Gurgle.
Cao Meng swallowed hard.
Nguyen, who had been suppressed by Ouyang Mi and Zhao Shui, was suddenly provoked again by Meiji. Holy Sun, why aren't you saying anything? Why is your face red again?
Meiji's face was almost touching Cao Meng's face as she asked with slight surprise.
It's cold, so I applied wax. Giggle. Meiji smiled. Holy Sun, have you forgotten? Your sister once taught you for a while. Oh. Really? Sister Meiji.
Cao Meng's gaze met the tip of the pen beneath the pair of beautiful eyes pressed against his face, tall and fiery, with a pleasantly fragrant aroma. He recalled that when he was little, there was a sexy and open-minded young lady who often played with him on this mountain peak. She also often hugs herself in her arms.
Of course, you were still young then. When your master punished you, it was always your older sister who came out to comfort you. Cao Meng's lips twitched, forcing an awkward smile.
I do remember this part, but it's a vague memory.
Hey little brother, why are you sweating so much? I heard you were injured during your trip to the secret realm. Are you all right? No, let your sister take a look. If she leaves any hidden injuries, it could greatly harm your future cultivation level. No, Sister May, why are you pulling my belt? Of course I want to check your injuries. Listen to me, little brother. I have some ointment here to treat your injuries. Let me apply it for you. Master, I had no choice. My sister attacked first. This is all for the sake of the sect's development. You won't blame me, right? Huanji was completely dumbfounded when she saw their conversation. Second sister, you're being way too unrestrained.
The other 4 guards looked at each other in shock.
Seventh sister, this. For sisters, don't be anxious. As I said, the opportunity is right here. Everyone will get a share later. Please watch patiently.
Amidst the soft calls of her older sisters, Huanji answered earnestly. On the continent of Kyushu, at the majestic gate of Jade Void Palace, the massive bronze gate slowly opened. Zhongpan, clad in a black patterned Taoist robe with gold trim, stood as steady as a majestic mountain peak, his 9-foot-tall, imposing figure exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Beneath those thick, dark, sword-like eyebrows, a pair of cold eyes seemed to see into people's hearts. His bronze-colored, square face had strong, hard lines. With sharp features, every subtle change in expression revealed an undeniable air of authority. He moved his feet slightly, and the pressure of a mid-stage nascent soul realm expert spread out like a surging tide. The shockwave caused dust to swirl down from the stone steps of the mountain gate. Standing behind him were Ling Zhang, Ming Xiao, Xian Yuan, the old man, and a group of Jade Void Palace disciples. "Hey, senior brother Zhong, are you getting ready to set off?" A sneer from a man in a purple robe rang out untimely from the side. This person's skin was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, with a striking cinnabar mole at the corner of his eye. The folding fan inlaid with rubies in his hand was being tapped rhythmically on his palm, producing a crisp sound. Behind him, a group of disciples looked at him with disdain, creating a subtle sense of oppression. "Senior brother Zhong, last time your little brats were defeated in Tianyuan domain, the Jade Void Palace almost lost all face. This time I'm bringing a few little ones and some old folks, so let's not end up empty-handed like last time." Ha ha ha. Song Wuzhou burst into unrestrained laughter, the shrill sound echoing through the empty mountain gate, particularly jarring. Zhong Pan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Song Wuzhou, his voice low and threatening. "Song Wuzhou, stop being sarcastic in front of me. Regardless of whether I gain anything this time, I will still be the one leading the team. What can you do if you're not happy about it?" "Oh? Senior brother Zhong, you've got quite the nerve." Song Wuzhou closed his folding fan. "Zhong Pan, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the Grand Elder backing you up. If you fail again this time, no one will be there to clean up your mess." Ha ha ha. Zhong Pan laughed loudly, his laughter filled with disdain and confidence. "Song Wuzhou, you're nothing but a dog kept by the second elder, yet you dare to bark at me like that. Wait until I return from seizing the treasure in Tianyuan domain, and I'll see how I deal with you, you clown." Large sects like Jade Void Palace often have small cliques forming within them. Zhong Pan and Song Wuzhou are examples of this. Although they are both outer elders of the Jade Void sect, they are under different leadership. One was a disciple of the first elder, and the other was a disciple of the second elder. Furthermore, both elders had their own chosen holy sons, so their sects often engaged in open and covert struggles. Song Wuzhou's expression changed, a flash of anger crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his mocking demeanor. "Zhong Pan, keep being stubborn. Wait until you return empty-handed this time, and see if the Grand Elder can still protect you. I want to see how you explain this to the entire sect." Zhong Pan snorted coldly, ignoring Song Wuzhou, and turned to give orders to Ling Zhang, Ming Xiao, Xian Yuan, and the old man behind him. "Let's set off and crush the Tianyuan domain." After saying that, he led the group away into the distance, leaving Song Wuzhou standing there, his face turning ashen with anger. Chapter 98 Zhong Pan. Cao Meng on Huanyu Peak was unaware of Zhong Pan's actions. After completing the usual 2-hour welfare session for new employees, apart from a little sweat on his face, his overall condition was not significantly affected. "I'm so familiar with it that I don't need to think at all. I know exactly where to exert force in each step, where to go fast and where to go slow. You can tell how much force to use even with your eyes closed, so the whole process is both efficient and energy-saving." "Senior brother Zhong, that Song Wuzhou is so arrogant. When we return from Tianyuan domain, we'll definitely teach him a lesson," the old man said obsequiously to Zhong Pan. "Humph. If it weren't for you bunch of good-for-nothings, would I have been so humiliated?" Zhong Pan glanced at the old man and said coldly. "If you don't find anything this time, don't go back. Third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, let's go back." The sixth sister's pretty face was flushed red as she whispered to the older sisters next to her. I lowered my head, trying not to look, but my eyes wouldn't listen and kept sneaking peeks. "Sixth sister, wait a little longer, look carefully." Huanji smiled gently and pointed at the unconscious Meiji. Sixth sister Ingji followed the direction seventh sister Huanji was pointing and looked carefully. On the second sister's fair and rosy skin, streaks of golden light flowed and spread unrestrainedly through her meridians. Of course, this wasn't what Huanji showed Ingji. "This is Each time the flowing golden light traveled through Meiji's meridians, it was as if spiritual energy crystals were being directly swallowed into her body, and the immense power seemed to be about to burst her apart. The sisters were absolutely stunned. They could clearly feel it. The power within Huanji was actually equivalent to the spiritual energy her second sister had absorbed over several decades. While the sisters were still in shock, Meiji slowly woke up.
Sha!
Cao Meng raised an eyebrow, leaned against the headboard with his legs crossed, and glanced at him disdainfully. He was so proactive at first, I thought he must have some great talent. I didn't expect to faint as soon as I sat down.
That's it?
They're at the peak of the nascent soul realm, close to the divine transformation realm, yet they're not even as good as Ouyang Mi, who's only at the foundation establishment stage.
Aren't they ashamed?
Back and forth, over and over again, he fainted more times than Huanji.
Support!
Meiji, holding her belly, swayed as she got off the ground, found an empty spot, and sat cross-legged to cultivate, absorbing and digesting the spiritual energy around her and the golden light flowing within her body.
That's amazing.
These golden waves of light, like depth charges, instantly transformed into the purest power in the world the moment they touched one's spiritual veins, impacting the blood vessels throughout the body. In just a few breaths, all the hidden injuries she had sustained during her mission were completely healed. No wonder my junior sister was able to leap from the bottom of the talent pool to the nascent soul realm in just a few days, becoming the best among all the sisters. Before he came, his junior sister specifically told him not to waste a single drop. Therefore, he deliberately used the imprisonment seal to make it so that it could only be planted but not produced. As a result, the magic seal was too powerful, and not a single trace of it was leaked, which caused him a terrible mess. They suffered greatly. Senior brother Zhong, you have no idea how much suffering we've endured. Mingxiao and Xian Yuan, who had been constantly scolded by Zhong Pan along the way, finally couldn't help but complain.
That demon doesn't believe us at all. You didn't take out that severed finger. Take it out.
After we showed him our severed fingers, he actually wanted to refine us. If you don't believe me, ask junior brother Mingxiao.
Mingxiao awkwardly twitched her lips and could only lie.
Yes, senior brother Zhong. Upon hearing this, Zhong Pan glanced at the two of them and said angrily,
"Humph. Those damned demons deserve to be suppressed. Alright, you two, do your best this time. If you can achieve the best result, I will definitely report to the Grand Elder and reward you both."
"Thank you, senior brother Zhong."
"Thank you, senior brother Zhong."
The two returned the greeting in unison.
Who's next to perform?
After a quick recovery, Cao Meng returned to peak condition.
He had a premonition that turmoil in the Tianyuan domain was drawing ever closer. Something big is probably going to happen in the next few days.
"Sixth sister, go ahead."
Huanji greeted them. "Sisters, you have the best aptitude.
I believe you'll be able to break through to the nascent soul realm in less than 2 days. That's right, sixth sister Shadow Princess, commonly known as Night Demon Flower. Her skin was grayish-purple, and her eyes looked like they were wearing colored contact lenses, giving them a bluish tint. She looked just like an Indian royal princess. Furthermore, her pupils are vertical, and can shrink to thin lines in the dark. He was dressed in a dark, tight-fitting bodysuit, with a cloak woven from shadow thorns draped over it. The most obvious feature is her fingers, which have barbed nails at the tips. This is naturally related to the ghost eye thorns technique she cultivated.
Shadow Princess was slightly taken aback. Me.
Looking at Huanji, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground absorbing and improving her cultivation level, she immediately recalled the scene before her second sister fainted for the second time. My second sister's voice was very loud back then, and she was biting her lip with an extremely painful expression. But she still sincerely admired her second sister. Even though she was in so much pain, she still persisted and refused to stop.
Stop.
Suddenly, the old man stopped the disciples of the Jade Void sect. He ran to Zhong Pan's side and said with a smile,
"Senior brother, Human Pass is just ahead, shall we?"
Zhong Pan lazily opened his eyes, walked out of the room, looked down at the Cloudwing ship, and frowned slightly. "Go down and wait for those old guys." After saying that, he went back to his room and plopped down in a grand chair. Urged on by Huanji repeatedly, Ingji finally mustered up her courage and climbed up. He sat down completely, just like the second brother had done. Pain. The pain was excruciating, so intense that his eyes welled up with tears. Those distinctive eyes were wide open, just like the eyes of a cat demon. Her already grayish-purple skin became even paler. The little old man was well-behaved and sensible. He moved a chair and sat down next to Zhongpan. "Senior brother, have those old guys come back?" Zhongpan glanced at the old man with disdain and snorted coldly. "Humph, I invited them here to give them face, they couldn't be happier." The order was given, the Cloudwing ship should remain stationary for now and wait here. "Yes. Old man, go out and issue the orders." "Well." Cao Meng also looked helpless. That made him too afraid to move. Seriously, they don't even know their own strength before using their ultimate move right away. Now you regret it, don't you? Ling Zhang, senior brothers, who are we waiting for here? Xian Yuan, it is said that senior brother Zhong invited them, and they should be going to Tianyuan domain together. Ling Zhang, the Tianyuan domain is just a tiny place, easily destroyed with one hand. Senior brother Zhong, do you still need to ask for help? Mingxiao, let's wait another half an hour. I heard they should be here soon. Half an hour later, Ingji's pale complexion finally looked much better. At this moment, he could understand why Meiji would rather suffer and weep than come out. Chapter 99 5 Rogue Cultivators. This feeling reminded him of a proverb. As the old saying goes, after hardship comes happiness, after adversity comes prosperity. How can one experience the ecstasy of soaring to the sky without first enduring excruciating pain? Breaking through to the nascent soul realm isn't something that can be done so easily. The timing was perfect. 2 hours later, Ingji slowly got up and sat down next to Meiji, imitating her second sister by sitting cross-legged. She gently closed her beautiful eyes, feeling the cool sensation of the surrounding spiritual energy interacting with herself. Senior brother Xian, it's been 2 hours already, who exactly did senior brother Zhong invite? Ling Zhang stood on the Cloudwing ship, impatiently craning his neck to look around. Xian Yuan sighed silently, let's wait a little longer, let's wait a little longer. What are you all standing there for? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Cao Meng looked displeased, they were just a group of secret guards. He's such a clueless assassin. It has already wasted 2 hours of his time. If they keep dawdling in the middle. Damn it, the enemy is about to take the high ground, he doesn't have that much time to mess around here. Third sister. Huanji smiled and reminded her. Ah. Third sister Yueji, warm water conceals a blade, gentle as spring water, yet beneath the ripples lies a poisoned glass blade. His specialty is poison needles and hidden weapons. An oval face with deer eyes, eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and a small light brown mole on the tip of her nose. She wore a light purple ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, with twin lotus flowers embroidered on the cuffs. She has a habit of tilting her head and smiling slightly when she speaks, revealing her right dimple. Although she kills people with a smile like a vengeful ghost when she takes action, she is actually gentle and virtuous in her daily life. She wore a terrified, stunned expression and said, I dare not. Third sister, go. Just then, Meiji had recovered from her cultivation. Her alluring charm made her even more captivating. It is clear that all the previous hidden injuries have been healed, and even the residual dark energy in the body has been completely cleared away. Go for it, believe in yourself. Meiji gave him another affirming look. They're here. Just then, on the Jade Void Sex Cloudwing ship, Zhongpan suddenly opened his eyes and murmured. The old man serving him was startled and looked out the window, where he saw 5 figures flying towards them like shooting stars. While Tsukiheim was also learning how her predecessors planted trees. Cao Meng immediately intervened to stop it. He didn't want to wait too long, and besides, that would only make him feel bad. Don't move, listen to my instructions. Brother Zhong, how have you been? As soon as the 5 entered the room, they showered Zhongpan with concern and care.
Brother Tsang, Brother Gu, Brother Duan, Brother Qian, how have you been? How have you been? Ha ha ha.
Zhong Pan returned the greeting.
Brother Zhong, is there something important you need us for this time?
One of the 5 men, an old man named Sangshu, asked.
Brother Tsang,
have you heard about the recent opening of the Xianhuang ancient ruins?
Yes, I've heard about it.
Brother Zhong, you wouldn't happen to be interested in this secret realm, would you? However, I've heard that those with the strength of nascent soul realm or above cannot enter this secret realm. And it seems we've already missed the opening time, haven't we? With guidance from Cao Meng, an experienced person, Yuji gave a soft and exhaled a long breath that she had been holding in. Her complexion recovered much faster than Ingji's. That's right, that secret realm was closed some time ago. Zhong Pan stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked out the window. Moreover, our Jade Void sect has also sent people in. The old man was quick-witted and agile. Seeing Zhong Pan stand up, he quickly grabbed a stool and ran over.
Come on, sit down. Cao Meng said. Me. I won't. Following Cao Meng's instructions, Yuji slowly sat down. Cao Meng was so angry he laughed.
All this woman ever said was I dare not or I can't.
That's it? An assassin?
She seems like a girl next door, not domineering at all. However, Meiji, who remained sober, began to get anxious, saying with a look of disappointment.
Third sister, why don't you make a move? Do you think cultivation resources will just magically appear?
Inhale hard, draw all the spiritual energy in your body into your dantian and dantian. Under Meiji's guidance, Ingji finally found her footing. At this moment, he was like a chivalrous heroine galloping through the martial arts world, riding his horse and wielding his whip, seeking revenge and settling scores with gusto, surrounded by heroic spirit.
But he is indeed doing it. A gentle exterior conceals a different kind of mania. Oh. Upon hearing this, a fawning smile immediately appeared on Song Su's face.
I wonder who led the Jade Void sect this time.
They must have gained a lot this time. Could it be that Brother Zhong has obtained some rare treasure and specially sent us here to admire it? Ha ha ha.
Ling Zheng is leading the team this time, Zhong Pan said, pointing to Ling Zheng at the door, his tone devoid of emotion.
Oh, so it was Deacon Ling leading the team. They must have won a great victory. Songshu laughed heartily.
Ling Zheng immediately felt his face burning. The burning sensation seemed to grow stronger and stronger until, after an hour and a half, Sukiheim collapsed and fainted.
Well.
Cao Meng shook his head with a silent sigh. I thought there was someone who could rival him, but they were all weaklings.
However, we can't blame them for this.
This is the first time anyone has experienced these things, and none of them have ever broken through to the nascent soul realm. Little did they know that this road would be so difficult. Fourth sister, fifth sister, help your third sister over here. Meiji felt somewhat embarrassed seeing Cao Meng's displeased expression. None of them were Cao Meng's match. Looking at his 2 remaining younger sisters, he had no hope whatsoever. It seems the entire army is about to be wiped out.
Ha!
No, they haven't all been wiped out yet, the eldest sister hasn't arrived.
I just don't know how strong the eldest sister is. Can they deal with the Holy Sun?
After settling Ingji in, the 2 of them stood silently to the side, heads bowed and faces flushed, like children who had made a mistake. Just from the way they kept rubbing their hands together, you could tell they were struggling internally. Of course, when meeting their friends for the first time, one after another they were defeated.
Who wouldn't be moved at first? Stop spacing out, let's join in. Cao Meng casually mentioned it. Hearing Cao Meng's words, Meiji felt even more uncertain. Is it that strong? No need for rest. This person has such a great physique.
What he didn't know was that the Supreme Pure Yang holy body was constantly recovering, ensuring that Cao Meng's overall condition was at its best and most energetic.
What is the Supreme? The title of Supreme is not given lightly.
Any damage or breakage will be immediately repaired to its original condition. It can be said that staying true to one's original aspiration is always the most impactful moment at the beginning.
This small expenditure was child's play for him. Me too. Finally, Huanji couldn't stand it anymore. Although he was Cao Meng's bodyguard, the bond between him and his comrades was genuine. Seeing that they couldn't even stand up straight, he was very resentful. Whatever. Cao Meng waved his hand casually. Don't even mention 1 against 3, what can they do even if I fight 7-inch? Chapter 100 Night Demon Flower. After hearing Zhong Pan's detailed account, all 5 of them were shocked. The treasures were all taken by the Illusion Moon sect from a remote, impoverished place? Isn't that a bit far-fetched?
Zhong Pan did not reveal the soul-devouring spear, since his target this time was the soul-devouring spear. The men were just hired thugs, he didn't want too many people to know about it. Living weapons are extremely rare, even once in a millennium, transcending class distinctions. It's a treasure that you can only come across once in a lifetime. The Illusion Moon sect somehow managed to bring a woman at the nascent soul stage into the secret realm, so Ling Zheng muttered to himself. He wanted to tell Zhong Pan about the soul-devouring spear, but was interrupted by a cold look from Zhong Pan. He could only lower his head sheepishly and dared not say anything more. Fourth sister Shueji and fifth sister Mengji swallowed nervously. The terror of the soul-devouring spear had exceeded their comprehension, and despite their fear, they instinctively stepped forward. The bond between these friends was stronger than gold. They had long since disregarded their own safety, not seeking to be born on the same day, month, and year, but only to die on the same day, month, and year. The Nightingale organization is indispensable. However, compared to their friendship, they were more worried about whether they would get enough gold shimmering light since they were at the back of the line. Ha! It can only be said that they don't really understand the meaning of the word supreme. If Cao Meng were to have this thought, or if the external temptations were strong enough, he could stand still for an entire day without any problem. The old man called Ling Zhang outside and gave him a good scolding. Ling Zhang, do you even have a brain? How can you easily reveal information about a treasure like the soul-devouring spear? If other external forces find out about this, and they all flock to Tianyuan domain, wouldn't that just cause us more trouble? Ling Zhang was being pulled by the bear's head and didn't dare to say anything. Xian Yuan, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it any longer and tried to smooth things over with a smile. Senior brother, Ling Zheng only misspoke, please forgive him. Yes, senior brother, I misspoke. I was wrong. Please spare me. Once we reach the Illusion Moon sect, I'll lead the charge and definitely seize the soul-devouring spear. Blood Princess and Dream Princess, who were both holding the soul-devouring spear, had their minds completely blank at that moment. It was all thanks to Huanji directing from the sidelines. Despite being unfamiliar with the process, all the steps were handled quite perfectly overall. Blood Princess and Dream Princess are the most frequently seen members of the Nightingale Assassin organization. Regardless of the size of the mission, whether it's massacring a city, killing people, or destroying a sect, it's basically always the two of them who do it. Therefore, apart from retaining a trace of affection for their partner, the two of them still had feelings for each other. Maintain an indifferent attitude towards everything. However, this very fact also fueled their competitive spirit and their desire to reach an even higher level. After receiving guidance from Huanji, the two of them were no longer satisfied with being passive. He mounted his horse, wanting to take control of the situation. However, as the saying goes, those who do not heed the advice of elders will suffer the consequences. Blood Princess overestimated the depth of her own power. She couldn't even tell how many grains of rice were in her own jar. Following the example of the original Enchantress and Moon Princess, they sank to the bottom. However, things didn't go as planned. It had only sunk halfway down when a tearing pain suddenly arose, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His pale face and clenched teeth spoke of his unwavering determination to never give up. Unfortunately, he didn't last 3 seconds before passing out. Well, why bother? Cao Meng shook his head. Just as she was about to make a move, Meng Ji shoved Shui Ji aside. In the same way, from the same position, he flipped over and swept up. Meng Ji, calm down. Seeing this, Meiji quickly shouted to stop her. Before he could finish speaking, Meng Ji had already completed the operation. Hiss. Instantly, intense pain erupted from within, accompanied by waves of electric current that spread throughout every inch of his skin. At this moment, he finally understood the power of the soul-devouring spear and why his companions had all been defeated.
Terrifying.
Senior brother, it's just a living weapon, is it really that powerful?
Ming Xiao asked, puzzled.
Senior brother, you haven't seen how terrifying the soul-devouring spear is. It can control thousands of treasures to use for its own purposes.
Before the old man could speak, Ling Zhang answered first.
He participated in the battle to seize the soul-devouring spear when he was in the secret realm.
That gun left a deep impression on him, one he still remembers vividly. Meng Ji gritted her teeth and persevered, sinking little by little.
Stop.
Stop it.
Meiji sternly rebuked.
They don't even consider whether their little space is enough. If the Azole is damaged, can you afford to pay for it? Meiji is really angry.
Everyone relies on this to break through to the nascent soul realm. We can't let everyone's interests be harmed because of one person's disobedience.
Control the rhythm well, speed and power are both indispensable.
At this moment, Meiji forgot that she was also a loser and shamelessly started giving advice to others.
Well. Cao Meng sighed deeply.
Forget it, I'll just do it myself. He had been thinking of taking a break, but the way these people were acting made him really uncomfortable.
Boom. Just then, the spiritual energy around Ingji suddenly surged violently.
At the same time, another strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the illusion moon sect. The entire sky was shrouded in a dark blue-green hue, with the wind whipping up the clouds. Then, a night demon flower, hundreds of feet in size, slowly opened.
What happened now?
The disciples of Illusion Moon Peak felt a sense of oppression, making it difficult for them to breathe. They stared at the sky in terror. The night demon flower atop Illusion Moon Peak was growing rapidly, spreading and expanding.
Until 1,000 feet away.
A pair of vertical pupils appeared in the stamen of the night demon flower.
Gurgle. Its pupils resembled those of a cat demon or a devil.
The instant it rotated, an immense pressure, like a tsunami caused by the explosion of the earth, crashed down upon the entire Tianyuan domain below. The sect leader of Danxia sect stood trembling on his mountaintop, his legs weak with fear. The feeling of death enveloped his entire being. The valley master of Xianbing Valley had already sat down on the ground, too nervous to utter a single word. They were always ready to face death. Other smaller forces in the Tianyuan domain mostly hid in their own sect formations, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, trembling as they stared at the surging waves. They knew very well that with this pressure, not only would the sect's protective formation be destroyed, but their entire sect would be razed to the ground.
What is the Holy Sun up to?
Yun Qingqing had released all her power, her eyes fixed on the terrifying pressure that was slowly descending.
During this time, Cao Meng instructed them not to disturb him in any way. He probably guessed Cao Meng's thoughts after Huan Ji broke through to the nascent soul realm.
However, this scene was something he really couldn't understand. It can't be that they're using the Tianyuan domain to test the power of the nascent soul realm. The Grand Elder and Hua Tingting were both ready to make their move. The Illusion Moon sect has a profound foundation. With their combined strength and the activation of the sect's protective formation in an emergency, they should be able to withstand this attack.
Chapter 101 The Great Battle is imminent. Just as Elder Li Kan raised his hand to activate the sect's protective formation, the oppressive force in the sky suddenly burst open like a punctured airbag. The hurricane swept down, carrying rubble, and the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect struggled and staggered in the gale. Although the force of the attack scattered all the characters, fortunately, no one was killed in the aftershocks of the violence. Meanwhile, inside a wooden cabin deep within Illusion Moon Peak, Shadow Princess slowly straightened her back, and her eyes, with their deep blue vertical pupils, suddenly opened. Although he deliberately suppressed his cultivation level, the leaking spiritual energy fluctuations still sent chills down the spines of the other sisters among the Nightingale Seven. That's the inherent sense of oppression that comes with being in a position of power. Second level of the nascent soul realm.
Meiji's beautiful eyes widened, her excitement barely concealing her shock.
Who would have thought that sixth sister would break through to the mid-stage of the evolutionary god realm in one fell swoop? That's incredible. The Holy Sun's power is indeed formidable. The remaining people stared blankly at Ingji, their faces full of envy.
Shadow Princess's successful start really spurred the others on, completely igniting their enthusiasm. The area in front of the soul-devouring spear was instantly crowded with eager figures. The 7 women argued fiercely, their faces flushed, like a pack of wolves that had caught a whiff of blood, afraid of missing out on this grand advancement feast.
Several days later, the border of Tianyuan domain.
On the cloud-winged ship, Cao Meng stood with his hands folded over. Behind him stood the first elder Li Kan, the second elder Yin Xingqing, the third elder Huatingting, and a group of other elders of the Illusion Moon sect. Holy Sun, how should we teach them a lesson?
Yun Xingqing asked from behind Cao Meng. His excited expression revealed his anticipation for the great battle. Just yesterday, news of Zhao Shui arrived.
7 nascent soul realm experts arrived from the opposite side, one of whom was also in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, just like her.
However, Yun Xingqing was not worried about this news at all.
Because the sky above the Illusion Moon sect a few days ago had truly shocked him.
Back then, he would often drink tea and chat with the first elder and the second elder.
Suddenly, the sky trembled violently. Crimson mist first seeped from the northern horizon, surging like the breath of a giant beast. In the blink of an eye, 100-foot-tall phantom of the Blood Princess materialized from the mist. She wore a blood-red cloak, and the white bone nail phantoms floating around her reflected a cold light. With a casual flick of his wrist, a blood whip tore open a huge rift in the void, and scalding blood rained down, turning the ground into a crimson inferno.
The disciples below trembled as if they were in a hellish arena.
Thousands of red spider lilies exploded in the southern sky, their petals turning into crimson smoke, from which the phantom of the second sister, Meiji, slowly emerged. She stood barefoot on a lotus platform made of skull butterflies, her coral eyeshadow shimmering with an eerie light. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice seemed to possess a bewitching power. "Come here." The people below immediately lost focus, and their legs moved forward uncontrollably. Countless sects and local leaders in the Tianyuan domain fell under her spell, worshipping and kneeling before her. The eastern clouds were bathed in a pale purple halo, and the phantom of the third sister, Yuji, rose like the bright moon. She wore an elegant ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, with a pearl hairpin tucked behind her ear, and smiled gently at those below. This gentle smile is like a kind and caring sister-in-law smiling at you. It has captivated countless hearts. Suddenly, thousands of fluorescent lights lit up the western night sky, and the phantom of fifth sister Meng Ji appeared and disappeared among the lights. She tilted her head, revealing her canine teeth, and lightly tossed fireflies between her fingertips. Those points of light suddenly transformed into a heart-wrenching nightmare. The disciples on the ground suddenly froze, their eyes filled with terror. They were trapped in their most terrifying dream. Some people knelt down and begged for mercy, while others brandished their swords and slashed wildly. The scene was chaotic. 4 illusory figures descended simultaneously, their 100-foot-tall bodies exuding overwhelming power. The entire Tianyuan domain was illuminated as a bizarre battleground where purgatory and illusion intertwined. On one hand, there is an irresistible temptation. With a glance and a slight parting of the lips, one can steal one's soul. On one side was a hellish, bloody massacre, with mountains of white bones piled up amidst the carnage. On one hand, there is the endless fear deep within the nightmare. When shrouded in mist, despair is ever present and suffocating. On one side is a gentle haven that one longs to return to, where the dimples in her smile are like a warm spring breeze.
Lesson? Snort. Cao Meng snorted coldly. Since you're here, don't go back.
Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder behind him stared at Cao Meng with a face full of terror. What does the Holy Sun mean?
Kill them all, leave no one alive.
Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression changed drastically.
Although Cao Meng's intentions were already clear from his words.
But the fact that it was imported still startled him.
Holy Sun, they are from the Jade Void sect.
Having traveled extensively over the years, he was well aware of the strength of the Jade Void sect, which had a nascent soul realm expert in charge. The number one sect in the main gate of the 9 provinces continent is so powerful that even 10 illusion moon sects combined wouldn't be enough to defeat it. I don't care what kind of sect it is, daring to cause trouble in Tianyuan domain. Just as the Grand Elder was about to offer some further advice, Yun Qingqing gently nudged him, stopping him. Looking into Cao Meng's eyes again, they were as cold as frost, filled with murderous intent. Just then, a cloud-winged ship slowly drifted in from afar. From afar, one could see Ling Zhang muttering something to Zhong Pan beside him on the bow of the cloud-winged ship. When the distance between the two reaches 100 feet, the Jade Void Sect's cloud-winged ship came to a stop. Just like usual, Ling Zhan leaped into the air and floated above. To create a model or template. Cao Meng, you have 3 breaths to hand over all the treasures you obtained from the secret realm and kneel down to admit your mistakes, and my Jade Void Sect may spare your life. Otherwise, the entire Tianyuan domain will be buried with you. They're charging in. They're really charging in. The sect leader of Danxia sect stared at the sky in horror, his lips trembling as he spoke to the valley master of Xianbing Valley beside him. Half a month ago, a disciple reported to him that many unfamiliar forces had come to Tianyuan domain during this period. He also vaguely gleaned some information, saying that the number one sect in the 9 provinces continent, the Jade Void Sect, was going to attack the Illusion Moon Sect. Although he didn't know if it was true or not, he still sought out other sects in Tianyuan domain to discuss the matter together. At first, the valley master of Xianbing Valley didn't quite believe these rumors. Until a few days ago, strange phenomena kept coming from the sky above Tianyuan domain, which almost blew his Xianbing Valley away, so he couldn't help but believe it. Today they received a report from their disciples that Cao Meng and his group had arrived at the border of Tianyuan domain in their cloud-winged ships. Everyone felt as if a thorn was stuck in their heart, making it difficult for them to eat or sleep. After discussing it, all the sects eventually followed suit. Seeing the Jade Void Sect's cloud-winged ship now filled him with even greater fear. For these small sects nestled in the Tianyuan domain, they simply dared not provoke the major powers of the 9 provinces continent. Looking at the people behind Ling Zhang, one can tell from the aura emanating from them that they are definitely above the nascent soul realm. Brother Lu, what should we do? Shen Wushuang from Xianbing Valley, standing nearby, asked with a worried expression. Danxia sect master Lu Taiyan shook his head with a solemn expression and said, Brother Shen, Lang Yuqian of the Illusion Moon sect has not appeared yet. Although it is rumored that she has entered the nascent soul realm, has anyone seen her with their own eyes? Even if she really has reached the nascent soul realm, the Jade Void Sect has sent 7 nascent soul realm experts. His words were quite clear, the Illusion Moon Sect was likely to be removed from the Tianyuan domain this time. I hope we won't be implicated, Shen Wushuang said weakly. Chapter 102 The Great Battle begins. Is everyone here? Suddenly, Cao Meng replied coldly. Ling Zhang was stunned, staring blankly at Cao Meng. I don't understand what he means. I asked, is everyone here? Hey, what the hell do you mean? What nonsense are you spouting? It's meaningless. I just want to know if we have enough coffins. Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Ling Zhang's eyes blazed with fury. Cao Meng, your choice will lead to the demise of the entire Tianyuan domain. Then, he swung the Divine Transformation Devouring Blade in his hand, and a force comparable to that of the Divine Transformation Realm crashed down on a mountain peak. The hilltop was literally sliced off by this one stroke. This scene terrified the leaders of the minor sects behind Shen Wushuang and Lu Taiyan. Senior, we are not affiliated with the Illusion Moon Sect. Please do not harm the innocent. Immediately, someone came forward, knelt down, and begged for mercy. Yes, we have no connection with the Illusion Moon Sect. Please forgive us, Senior. Cao Meng glanced down and asked Yun Qingqing beside him. Which sect is this? Yellow Sand Gang, Green Frost Sect, Secluded Bamboo Stream, Flame Sand Sect. Yun Qingqing coldly read out the names of each sect that kowtowed to Ling Zhang. Holy Son, I've noted it all down. After this matter is over, I will settle accounts with them one by one. No. Cao Meng said something indifferently, and then snapped his fingers.
A vibrant seven-tailed flower appeared out of nowhere. The leaders and disciples of these sects didn't even have time to utter a scream before they were reduced to ashes. This scene left Shen Wuxuang and Lu Taiyan completely dumbfounded. These individuals were just right next to them, you could say they came as a group. But in the blink of an eye, the person next to you turned into a speck of dust. The two were so frightened that they stood there dumbfounded, their minds going completely blank. I don't know whether I should be glad or not, but I resisted the urge to beg for mercy and didn't kneel down. As these people disappeared, Huan Ji appeared beside Cao Meng. Upon seeing Huan Ji appear, Ling Zhang was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. "Zhong Pan, useless trash, what do you have to be afraid of with me here? Holy Sun, everything is ready. A barrier has been set up within 100 miles. No one can escape. Let's begin." Cao Meng sneered. The reason for setting up the barrier was to temporarily prevent these people from escaping. Secondly, it was to avoid destroying the Tianyuan domain. In battles between cultivators at the nascent soul stage, a mere flick of the wrist can move mountains and level seas. With so many nascent soul realm cultivators fighting at the same time, the power they generate would likely reduce the entire Tianyuan domain to ruins. Senior brother Zhong, we're trapped. The old man sensed something was amiss and moved closer to Zhong Pan. What's the panic? She's just a woman who has just entered the nascent soul realm. Go and meet her first. Upon hearing this, the old man was startled. To be honest, I was a little scared, even though I was at the second level of the nascent soul realm, which was a level higher than the woman in front of me. But this woman has already reached the nascent soul realm at such a young age. She is definitely a genius among geniuses. It is common knowledge that those with exceptional talent often act unconventionally. But his senior brother's orders were absolute, and even though he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go forward. Young man, I do not wish to bully you. If you are willing to kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and provide all the treasures you obtained from the secret realm, I may let you go. The old man forced himself to remain calm and said sternly. Too much nonsense. With a cold expression, Huan Ji made the first move. Ever since she entered the nascent soul realm, a surge of power within her has been making her uncomfortable, and she has long wanted to find someone to have a good fight with. A vibrant seven-tailed flower bloomed gracefully in her hand, its petals unfolding one by one. In just a few breaths, the little old man was completely enveloped. Such a strong sense of oppression. Is this a seven-tailed flower? Seven-tailed phantom princess? Danxia sect master Lu Taiyan stared in fear at the cold, indifferent face in the sky. The Nightingale organization, how could they be connected to the illusion moon sect? The valley master of Xianbing Valley, Shen Wuxuang, looked on with fear and confusion. It should be noted that when the Nightingale organization first appeared in the Tianyuan domain, it wiped out more than a dozen forces and sects of all sizes overnight. This caused quite a stir in the Tianyuan domain. At that time, they all came to the Illusion Moon sect and asked the sect to help them. Furthermore, the Illusion Moon sect issued a nationwide arrest warrant to eradicate the Nightingale organization. But what's going on now? The two looked at each other and saw bitterness in each other's eyes. In just a few seconds of thought, they understood perfectly well that this organization was cultivated by the Illusion Moon sect. Brother Lu, if I remember correctly, Princess Nanagi is ranked last in the Nightingale organization, right? Shen Wuxuang swallowed hard, her words a mixture of doubt and certainty. Lu Taiyan stared intently at the battle between the old man and Huan Ji in the sky, at a loss for words. Shen Wuxuang is right. Of the 7 members of the Nightingale organization, Seven-tailed Illusion Princess is ranked last. The first one at the very bottom of this ranking is already at the nascent soul stage, so does that mean there are 6 more nascent soul stage cultivators above him? To be honest, they were somewhat dissatisfied with Illusion Moon sect becoming the leader of Tianyuan domain. Fortunately, they were at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and they believed that once they broke through to the divine transformation realm, they would have the ability to contend with the Illusion Moon sect. But seeing Huanji's appearance now feels like a bucket of cold water has been poured over my heart. Senior brother, save me. While the two were still pondering, the old man, being of advanced age,
was far inferior to Huan Ji in terms of physique and strength. It couldn't even last 10 moves before being completely engulfed by the seven-tailed flower. Inside the flower's heart, he could clearly feel his life force rapidly slipping away. In just a few minutes, even the bone fragments will become nourishment for the seven-tailed flower. Waste. Zhongpan spat out a curse, then clasped his hands in a fist salute to the 5 rogue cultivators beside him and said, "Brother Tsang, Brother Gu, Brother Duan, Brother Qian, Brother Wan, thank you for your trouble. After the matter is accomplished, I will gladly accept your terms with both hands." Ha ha ha. Brother Zhong, rest assured, the illusion moon sect will no longer exist in the Tianyuan domain. After Tsangshu laughed loudly, he took a step forward with his 4 companions. The 5 had a clear division of labor, with Tsangshu leading Gutian to attack Huanji. Duan Lang, Xin Lu, and Wan Luan then attacked Cao Meng and the others. Song Su brought an extra person because he needed to rescue the old man, otherwise, he would have preferred to meet Huan Ji by himself. As soon as the 5 people moved, a sinister smile appeared in Huan Ji's eyes. Upon seeing this scene, Song Su was taken aback and suddenly had a bad feeling. When facing Cao Meng and his group, Wan Duanlong, Zhen Lu, and Wan Luan had only one feeling. That's a cooked duck, any one of them could easily kill it. As for why 3 people were dispatched, it was naturally because the combined power of 3 nascent soul realm cultivators was enough to raise the Tianyuan domain to the ground with a single palm strike. Chapter 103 Zhongpan makes his move. Action. Cao Meng's lips curled into a wicked smile, and before his fingers had even snapped, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the void. The 3 people who were flying through the air suddenly felt as if the spiritual energy around them had been frozen, and their limbs felt as heavy as lead. Blood mist surged in the south, and the phantom of the Blood Princess burst forth like a vengeful ghost from a coffin. Where the blood-red cloak swept, space was torn open with a scarlet gap. She raised her hand and waved it lightly. With a whistling sound, 9 blood whips pierced through the air, each whip wrapped with a semi-transparent human face remnant soul, emitting a piercing shriek. Black mist swirled in the west as Meng Ji emerged, stepping on countless fragments of nightmares. As her gray-purple vertical pupils swept over the 3, their most terrifying images suddenly flashed before their eyes. One man saw himself buried alive in endless yellow sand, his fingernails digging until they bled, but he couldn't climb out of the suffocating grave. A person was covered in fluorescent insects, with their poisonous stingers protruding towards his dantian. The last person encountered his loved one turned into a skeleton, reaching out a rotting hand to him from the black mist. In the east, the red spider lilies suddenly bloomed, and the enchanting maiden's red skirt billowed like flames, her red mole at the corner of her eye pulsating eerily. She walked slowly towards us, swaying her hips seductively and alluringly. Moonlight poured down from the north, and Yueji's pale purple dress fluttered without wind. As her pearl hairpin swayed gently, poisonous powder fell like dust with a soft click. She tilted her head and chuckled softly, her dimples radiating the gentle tenderness of a neighborly sister-in-law. 12 glass blades slid out from his sleeve, their blades reflecting the terrified images of the 3 people. Each blade was imbued with the deadly power of Half-Step to the Yellow Springs. It really is the Nightingale organization. Lu Tian's Adam's apple bobbed, and his pupils reflected the 100-foot-tall phantoms of the 4 nascent soul realm cultivators. The ice sleeves of Xianbing Valley Master Shen Wushuang were already soaked with cold sweat, her eyes almost bulging out as she stared blankly at the sky. For 4 nascent soul realm cultivators? Ling Zhang's nascent soul devouring blade landed with a clang, the blade dragging across the deck with a piercing sound, and he uttered a few words blankly. The simultaneous appearance of the 4 sisters left everyone present, whether participants or spectators, completely dumbfounded. Didn't you say that the Illusion Moon sect could only have a maximum of 2 nascent soul realm cultivators in charge? Zhongpan stared coldly at Ling Zhang. Ling Zhang looked like a child who had made a mistake, not daring to open his eyes and look directly at Zhongpan. He was innocent too. He wasn't from the Illusion Moon sect. Who would have thought that the spiritual energy in the Tianyuan domain was so thin, and such a small place could have so many nascent soul realm cultivators? Logically, this is impossible, because the higher the cultivator's level, the higher the purity of the spiritual energy required. The purity of spiritual energy in Tianyuan domain is so high that it's already impressive if it can support one person to cultivate to the nascent soul realm.
How could it possibly nurture so many nascent soul realm cultivators? This is why Ling Zhang said that Tianyuan domain was a remote and impoverished place. Senior brother Zhong, are you going to make a move?
Xian Yuan asked cautiously from the side.
Zhong Pan coldly and seriously examined the four sisters, then shook his head.
Judging from the aura emanating from these four people, they must have just broken through to the nascent soul realm not long ago. Although I am at the same early stage of the nascent soul realm as Brother Duan, Brother Qian, and Brother Wan, I am a level below them in terms of cultivation.
They should be able to handle me. Humph, just four who have just entered the nascent soul realm.
The three of them recovered from their shock and spat out a disdainful spittle.
Brother Qian, Brother Wan, let's finish this quickly.
I'm still waiting for the fine wine Brother Zhong has prepared, ha!
Duan Lang laughed loudly.
Good.
The two responded and suddenly attacked the four sisters.
On Huangji's side, Sangshu was also startled by the sudden appearance of the four people.
However, he quickly calmed down.
Their thoughts were the same as Zhong Pan's, although it was 3 against 4, they were just 4 little kids who had just entered the nascent soul realm. If he can quickly take care of this woman in a 2-on-1 situation, then he can go help the other 3. They have the advantage in both skill level and numbers. The idea was great, but the reality was harsh. Just as the two were unleashing their ultimate techniques, 2 streams of light emanating from the power of the incarnation realm attacked Huangji.
One of its vertical pupils resembled the eye of a demon. As its eyelids fluttered, night demon flowers flew toward the two of them. Sixth sister, Shadow Princess, appeared before Illusion Princess.
She was also the only one among the 6 sisters to be pushed to the second level of the nascent soul realm by Cao Meng. Like the 7th sister, Huangji, she attacks with flowers. One is a vibrant and colorful 7-tailed flower, while the other is a dark red and dazzling night demon flower.
Gurgle. Gurgle.
Ling Zhang, Lu Taiyan, and Xin Wushuang all swallowed hard. Cao Meng gave them so many surprises. Ling Zhang felt as if he had been fucked by a dog. Lu Taiyan and Xin Wushuang turned their attention to the location of the Illusion Moon sect, where a young man was quietly watching the show from his cloud-winged ship. From their first meeting with Cao Meng to this time, the impression this young man left on them was, his cultivation level is quite good, he's the kind of extraordinary talent. After all, it hasn't been long since we first met, and he's already reached the nascent soul realm. Even geniuses would find that difficult.
However, their work style was something they couldn't understand. Cao Meng's domineering and ruthless nature seemed innate, leaving no room for doubt. Well. With a scream of agony from the battle, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats.
Following the sound, the little old man trapped in the 7-tailed flower was being devoured little by the enchantress, who was absorbing his power.
Presumptuous. Zhong Pan cursed angrily, finally unable to bear it any longer. With a loud boom, the power of the 4th level of the nascent soul realm erupted in full force.
With a flash, he leaped off the cloud-winged ship. How could he possibly let Huangji kill the old man right in front of him? If word gets out, where will he put his old face? Just as he moved, a beautiful figure instantly blocked his path.
It was the long-hidden exoneration that finally came to light. Besides, Lu Taiyan and Xin Wushuang craned their necks like ducks and exclaimed in surprise. Their minds were completely blank at that moment.
I don't understand why the Tianyuan domain, which never had a single nascent soul realm cultivator before, has so many appearing today. Zhao Shui maintained a smile only when facing Cao Meng. Besides, he was even more indifferent than Huangji. Especially now that he sees these people daring to cause trouble for Cao Meng, he is even more furious. After countless intimate encounters, she had long regarded Cao Meng as the closest person in the world to her.
Anyone who dares to touch Cao Meng must die.
Without saying a word, Zhao Shui immediately launched an attack on Zhong Pan, her sword fingers forming a sword shadow.
Zhong Pan was also surprised by Zhao Shui's sudden intervention.
He hadn't expected the Illusion Moon sect to have such a trump card. Upon seeing Zhao Shui make her move, Zhong Pan snapped out of his shock. They immediately used all their strength to defend. But this act of resistance made him realize that the woman in front of him was no ordinary person. Although they were both at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm, Zhao Shui's arrows were so sharp and powerful that he found them difficult to resist.
This is naturally because after Zhao Shui reconstructed his physical body, he was nourished by Cao Meng's finest nectar.
After a person's physical body is reconstructed, let alone regain their cultivation level, it would be good enough if they could avoid dropping a level. After being nourished in many ways by Cao Meng's supreme pure yang body, Zhao Shui seemed to have been given a second spring. Not only is his strength gradually recovering, but he also shows signs of awakening a special physique.
Chapter 1041 Sword Slaying Zhongpan.
The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Well, after the old man let out a final, miserable cry, he completely became nourishment for the Phantom Princess.
Next came Duan Lang, Xian Lu, and Wan Luan.
Although the three were at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, facing the attacks of the 4 women, who were all at the 1st level of the nascent soul realm, was like encountering warriors on equal footing. Completely overwhelmed and unable to fight back, the 4 women's defensive capabilities were terrifying.
Xian Lu, brother Duan, these stinky women, they used to specialize in body refinement, right?
How come their bodies are so tough?
Duan Lang, it shouldn't be. Although women also practice body cultivation, they wouldn't be as agile as them.
They must have taken some kind of spiritual liquid to forcibly enhance the strength of their bodies. Wan Luan, even the dragon tendon liquid, which is usually used to stabilize the physical body, probably cannot achieve such an effect.
Wan Luan retorted.
He really couldn't understand how a few juniors who had just entered the nascent soul realm and were still unfamiliar with the skills of the nascent soul realm could achieve such results. All of this was naturally thanks to Cao Meng's golden wave flowing light jade elixir.
The women used their imprisonment seals to ensure that no energy escaped, and the constant impact ultimately forged their powerful outer layers. As long as they weren't more than 2 minor realms above them, they were no match for them, let alone the 3 of them who were only at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. On the side of Phantom Princess and Shadow Princess, with Ingji's power alone, she was already able to overpower Sangshu and Gudian. Now, with the addition of a free-handed Huanji to provide support, she occasionally launches a sneak attack from behind. The 2 of them were completely about to vomit.
This impoverished and remote place, which I had never paid any attention to before, is probably going to make a huge fool of myself here today. That's right, at this moment, in their minds, it's nothing more than getting beaten up. In the end, Cao Meng will let them leave obediently. After all, who would be foolish enough to kill so many nascent soul realm cultivators at once? There will only be one outcome if you do this: the other party will unleash their full power in relentless retaliation.
Unfortunately, they encountered Cao Meng. Cao Meng's thinking was simple: killing one is the same as killing 2, so what difference would it make if he killed them all?
He didn't expect the Jade Void sect to let him go.
Shuer, stop holding back and finish this quickly.
Cao Meng addressed Zhao Shui, who was currently fighting Zhongpan. Zhao Shui had only used less than 50% of her power, yet she had already managed to keep Zhongpan in check. It's easy to imagine how weak this old man must be. He probably relied entirely on pills to advance his cultivation level. Every medicine has some degree of toxicity. How can it compare to the purest elixir in the world that Zhao Shui took? Upon receiving Cao Meng's order, Zhao Shui's gaze sharpened even further. The power of the finger sword instantly increased from 50% to 80%.
Sword 1. One sword. This final strike.
Zhongpan didn't even have a chance to resist, and his soul was also reduced to ashes. Zhao Shui, with her beautiful and radiant face, shook her head as she watched the ashes fill the sky.
A skill level achieved through opportunism and trickery is ultimately fragile.
The murder of Zhongpan shocked everyone.
Senior brother Zhong. You actually dared to kill senior brother Zhong? Cao Meng, do you know you've gotten yourself into big trouble?
Even if you kneel down and kowtow now, no one can save you. Ling Zhang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he roared in terror.
So noisy. Cao Meng waved his hand casually.
Zhao Shui pointed again, and the sword light pierced directly through Ling Zhang's chest.
Thump.
The cold, lifeless body lay directly on the deck of the Cloudwing ship. Then, Cao Meng turned his gaze to Mingxiao and Xian Yuan. The two felt a chill run down their spines, a cold sensation traveling from their tailbone straight to the top of their heads. Thump! Thump! Both of them could no longer speak fluently. Please, please don't kill us. Please, please let us go. Humph. You can't even beg for help, what use are you? Cao Meng waved his hand casually again. As the gesture ended, both heads fell to the ground. The remaining disciples of the Jade Void sect were so frightened that they wet their pants. Run! I don't know who said it. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, hundreds of disciples scattered and fled in all directions. At this point, the power of the barrier comes into play. No longer needing Xiaoshua's intervention, second elder Yin Xingqing and third elder Hua Tingting led the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect in pursuit of him. Gurgle! Gurgle! Lu Taiyan and Shen Wuxuan practically shrunk their heads into their necks. You really killed him? If this gets back to the 9 provinces continent, the Jade Void sect might mobilize its entire forces to raze the Tianyuan domain to the ground. Brother Lu, I think we should hurry back and pack up to run away. This Tianyuan domain is no longer suitable for us to live in. Walk. Shen Wuxuan immediately agreed with Lu Taiyan's words. Just as the two turned around to lead the sect disciples away, the Grand Elder appeared in front of them. Gurgle, great elder. Shen Wuxuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and she greeted him with a smile. Gentlemen, the show isn't over yet, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Li Kan wore an innocent smile as he pointed at the 5 rogue cultivators still fighting the 6 sisters in the sky. Lu Taiyan's lips twitched, and he gave an awkward smile. My mother is about to give birth, so I'm going back to take care of her. Shen Wuxuan glanced at him in surprise, and then came up with a plausible excuse. My concubine is getting married, and I'm going to offer my congratulations. Elder, could you please move aside? Excuse me. The two forced themselves out, their smiles more like cries. Oh. That's a serious matter, please, you two. The elder smiled and stepped aside to make way. The two exchanged a glance, not daring to speak, and quietly walked ahead with their heads down, followed by 2 groups of disciples. However, before they had taken more than a few steps, the two suddenly turned around, knelt down, and cried. Elder, please let us go. We promise we didn't see anything. Yes, we didn't see anything at all. The two of them cried and slapped themselves in the face. I regret it so much. Why would someone with nothing better to do watch this show? They both understood that the Illusion Moon sect had killed so many people, they couldn't let the news leak out. If they walk back like this, the entire sect will probably be massacred before nightfall. Hey! You two, what do you mean by this? Didn't I just say that you should go back and do your own thing? Sect leader Lu, isn't your mother about to give birth? You should hurry back to take care of her. Master Shin, isn't your concubine getting married? You should hurry back and attend the wedding. Smack. Smack. Elder, please spare us. The 2 men wept bitterly while slapping each other repeatedly, and their disciples followed suit. The scene immediately resembled a funeral. A group of people were shouting loudly. Cao Meng frowned as he looked down. This Grand Elder, asking him to solve trouble? What's going on here? Who's he trying to blame? Chapter 105 Ask a Question. Just then, Yun Xingqing and Hua Tingting flew down. They glanced disdainfully at Lu Taiyan and Shen Wuxuan kneeling on the ground. Sect leader Lu, Valley Master Shen, there are still half of the Jade Void sect disciples left. You know what to do. The Grand Elder said in a cold voice. The two of them weren't fools, how could they not understand Li Kan's words? To survive, one must pledge allegiance. Lu Taiyan gritted his teeth, stood up, and shouted to his disciples, Danxia sect, listen to my command. Go all out to kill these scoundrels from the 9 provinces continent. Don't let a single one of them escape. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the Danxia sect disciples charged towards the remaining disciples of the Yushu sect like mad dogs. Disciples of Xianbing Valley, listen to my command.
Slay the Jade Void sect traitors. Don't let a single one escape. Valley Master Shen Wuxuan also gave the same order.
Sect Master Lu, Valley Master Shen, the Yellow Sand Gang, the Azure Frost Sect, the Yuju Stream, the Flame Sand Sect, from now on, these territories are yours,
Li Kan said with a smile.
Upon hearing that there would be benefits to share, the two finally felt relieved. Their faces were filled with the joy of turning misfortune into good fortune. These were the sects that Cao Meng had just purged. Although they couldn't compare to the Illusion Moon sect, they were still comparable to the two forces mentioned above. Under normal circumstances, it would be quite difficult for either side to devour the other.
I never expected to get it so easily. Ah. Well.
The screams of Jade Void sect disciples echoed continuously from the main area. Confined by the barrier, they were like chicks in a tiger's cage, slaughtered one by one without any suspense.
Brother Duan, what should we do? The three people are currently fighting against Meiji.
At this moment, Chen Lu had completely lost the will to fight.
Duan Lang was also in a bind. The patron was dead, so what was the point of fighting? Even if they agree, who will they ask for payment from? Fairy maidens, fairies, please hear me out.
Fairies, this is all a misunderstanding.
We were deceived into coming here. Please have mercy and let us leave.
But when he said that, Meiji and the others acted as if they hadn't heard him at all, completely ignoring him. It was Wanluan, who was standing nearby, who reminded him.
Brother Duan, they are all following that kid's orders. Go and beg that kid. Okay, Duan Lang nodded.
But then I realized something was off.
Why was it me who had to beg?
Brother Duan, at this critical moment of life and death, don't worry about such trivial matters.
It doesn't matter who asks for your help. Okay. Duan Lang shouted loudly while blocking the charm skill sent by Meiji.
Young friend Chao, we were also misled by Zhong Pan. Please, young friend Chao, show mercy and let us go.
Ha! Upon hearing Duan Lang's words, Cao Meng waved his hand, signaling the women to stop.
Duan Lang and the other two breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to rest for a bit. Despite being protected by their protective aura, Sangshu and Gudian were still beaten so badly by Huanji and Ingji that their faces looked like pig heads. Perhaps because of the intense pain, the two of them were wincing and twitching. Young friend Chao, if you will let the five of us leave, we are willing to do one thing for you.
Duan Lang spoke with righteous indignation.
In his view, anyone with a sound mind would choose to have 5 nascent soul realm experts owe him a favor.
Alright, go and wipe out the Jade Void sect. Duan Lang. He genuinely wanted to ask Cao Meng, do you even know what nonsense you're spouting? How? Didn't you just say that if I let you go, you'd do me a favor?
Brother Chao, stop joking.
Duan Lang's lips twitched, forcing out an awkward smile. What, you think I'm joking with you? Cao Meng's eyes turned cold, and he spoke firmly.
Suddenly, Duan Lang felt a chill run down his spine. A mere boy who had just entered the nascent soul realm actually instilled fear in me.
Gurgle. Duan Lang forced out a smile that looked even uglier than a grimace.
Brother Chao, if you agree to keep our names, we 5 brothers are willing to become nominal elders of the Illusion Moon sect and protect the sect for 100 years.
Brother Duan.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lu immediately exclaimed, isn't this the same as selling myself to the Illusion Moon sect as a watchdog for 100 years? In this desolate and barren place, there isn't even a single pure spirit crystal. How are we supposed to survive?
Brother Qian, it's your choice, life or freedom.
Duan Lang immediately reached out to interrupt. Cao Meng smiled slightly and waved his hand after hearing Duan Lang's words.
I have no interest in you. I only have one question for you. I'll count to 3. If you can give me the right answer, I'll let you go, okay?
When Duan Lang saw Cao Meng wave his hand and disagree with his suggestion, his heart sank. Now, hearing Cao Meng say that he would only ask one question, his confidence immediately increased. Brother Chao, feel free to ask me any questions.
Don't just ask 1, even 10 or 100. As long as I, Duan, know the answer, I will not hide it from you.
Cao Meng smiled, but his eyes turned cold.
Listen carefully. Can you tell me what love is? Holy crap! Duan Lang, Qian Lu, Wan Luan, Song Xiu, Gu Tian.
The 6 women, each with a different expression, stared intently at Cao Meng. Zhao Shui blinked her eyelashes, looking at Cao Meng with a surprised expression. Brother Shin, did you hear clearly what the Holy Sun asked?
Lu Tian, like a mouse, secretly glanced at Cao Meng and asked blankly. It seems to be talking about love.
Shin Wuxuan said, bewildered.
For the first time ever, the Grand Elder asked Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting a question.
You two tell me, what does the Holy Sun mean by this? Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting exchanged a glance, both looking completely bewildered. Especially since Hua Tingting has never been in contact with a woman before.
I don't know what love is.
Duan Lang felt cold sweat streaming down his neck as he looked at Cao Meng's gaze. He hesitated for a long time before finally speaking.
Isn't love just about 2 people being happy together? 1. After listening, Cao Meng immediately started counting.
Wait, young friend Cao, please allow me to think about it.
Duan Lang quickly pleaded, then turned his gaze to the other 4 teammates. Unfortunately, all 4 of them are single men.
He's never even experienced what love is like, how would he know what love is?
2. Cao Meng's numerical voice resonated in Duan Lang's mind, giving him a surreal, electric shock-like sensation.
His whole body was tense at that moment. Finally, he could no longer hold on and roared in anger. I love you, Mom, for selling fried dough twists.
You fucking obviously don't want to let me leave. Boom. Duan Lang's aura surged dramatically.
He already knew that Cao Meng was clearly playing him for a fool, and he was going to fight to the death.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Seeing this, the other 4 also unleashed all their power without reservation in a final resistance.
3. Sorry, you answered incorrectly.
Cao Meng shook his head regretfully, then casually gestured for the 6 women to make their move.
Swords flashing and shadows falling. Vibrant and colorful. Blood splattered everywhere. Shockwaves of various colors collided instantly.
The sky was ablaze with light, like fireworks.
Don't want. Puff. Beneath the beautiful light lie countless death warrants.
After Zhao Xue joined, Duan Lang and the others didn't even get a chance to catch their breath before they all perished in the northwest.
Chapter 106 Everyone cried?
After this wave of events, the Illusion Moon sect temporarily returned to calm. However, this period of hardship was tough on Huanji, Ouyangmi, and Zhao Xue. With the opportunity to quickly gain experience, Meiji and the others became less diligent in their efforts. The sisters often quarreled fiercely over ownership of the soul-devouring spear, showing no regard for their sisterly relationship.
This cannot be blamed on them.
The Tianyuan domain itself has very little spiritual energy, and there are very few pure spiritual essences who can cultivate to the advanced level of the divine transformation realm. Normally, it might take several months, or even years or decades, for a few people to cultivate even the slightest trace of spiritual essence.
However, after spending just a few days with Cao Meng, they could clearly feel the undercurrent of rapid growth in their cultivation.
Just like the difference between 2G and 5G+, once you experience it, it's unforgettable. What's more, the thrill of improving one's cultivation level simply by sitting still is truly something to cherish. Slurp. As soon as Meiji got up, Huanji immediately seized the opportunity to clean up the mess that had been made by cultivation.
You unfilial sister. Meiji glared fiercely at Huanji. Honestly, I was just about to clean it up when he beat me to it.
Huanji ignored Meiji's resentful gaze. For half a month, these people had been using the excuse that she had obtained the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm first to prevent him from participating.
Today he couldn't stand it anymore.
Why could everyone else cultivate and gain experience while he had to stand by and watch helplessly?
That's why the scene at the beginning, the robbery, happened. Gurgle.
The remaining few will see if they manage to snatch the Phantom Princess.
Everyone was filled with envy.
They knew that even a single wisp of golden light was equivalent to decades of their cultivation.
My lord, the Grand Elder says he needs to speak with you.
At this moment, Ouyangmi squatted down with her small face down, looking as if someone owed her millions of spirit stones, and said irritably at the door. Little did she know, the spirit stone she owed Cao Meng had not yet been cyclohexane coated. It's not that she doesn't want to pay it back, but like Huanji, she simply doesn't have the opportunity. This enchantress didn't treat her as the mistress of this place at all. They confiscated all of her valuable time. They claimed that these individuals needed to prepare for the sect's future major battles and therefore prioritized improving their strength. However, although Ouyangmi was a lady of high status, she was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm and was not capable of undertaking great responsibilities. This infuriated Ouyangmi, but she was helpless. This great battle will inevitably attract the invasion of the Jade Void sect, so she has no choice but to compromise. Cao Meng gently stroked a strand of hair on Huanji's forehead and said with a smile,
That's enough for today. I'll go see what the Grand Elder wants to see me about.
Huanji reluctantly got up, watching Cao Meng's departing figure, before sadly wiping away the tears that had already streamed down her cheeks and reached the corners of her mouth.
A dozen or so breaths later.
Main Hall of Illusion Moon Peak.
Holy Sun! Holy Sun!
When the three saw Cao Meng arrive, they immediately stood up to greet him. After this great battle, Cao Meng had become the backbone of the Illusion Moon sect in their hearts.
He even seemed to surpass the status of the sect leader, Lang Yuqian.
Speaking of Lang Yuqian and Cao Meng, their master, there has been no news of them since the last message came that they were about to emerge from seclusion. Cao Meng sometimes wondered if his master had encountered some kind of trouble. Elder, what brings you here? Cao Meng naturally sat down in the main seat of the armchair and asked. Holy Sun, Shi Yong has sent word that he has arrived on the 9 provinces continent and is currently secretly observing the movements of the Jade Void sect.
Cao Meng frowned.
Elder, please speak frankly if you have something to say. Shi Yong naturally arranged for the Grand Elder to handle this matter. But to summon him for such a trivial matter as reaching the 9 provinces is simply unreasonable.
The first elder looked at Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting somewhat awkwardly.
Seeing this, Yun Qingqing smiled and spoke. Ahem, Holy Sun, actually, we have another small matter to discuss. No, it's a small matter for the Holy Sun, but it's a huge matter for us.
Cao Meng frowned even more deeply.
Stop beating around the bush, just say it.
Pa, so coy and hesitant, it's fucking disgusting.
Hua Tingting immediately stood up and shouted angrily, then his voice was as loud as thunder. Holy Sun, the 3 of us also wish to enter the nascent soul realm, but our abilities are limited. We hope that you can lend us a hand in consideration of our dedication to the Illusion Moon sect.
Cao Meng. I don't know what to say. How can I help him? He doesn't have homosexual tendencies.
Even if there were, the only time I'd be interested in Yun Qingqing would be when she transforms into her younger self.
Hua Tingting looked like a rough, strong man. The Grand Elder is just an old man. Ha!
Cao Meng glanced at the group of people and couldn't help but shiver. Although the system didn't impose any restrictions, he definitely wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it.
The Holy Sun.
The 3 of them exchanged glances upon seeing Cao Meng's strange appearance. If there is anything wrong with our work, or if we have not done well enough, please feel free to point it out. The Grand Elder also set aside his pride and spoke humbly.
No. Cao Meng waved his hand. It's not your problem, it's my fault.
Upon hearing this, the 3 were even more confused. Holy Sun, it is rumored that you possess Golden Wave Elixir, which can help people break through to the nascent soul realm.
Is this true or false?
Yun Qingqing stared intently at Cao Meng and asked.
Cao Meng's lips twitched, forcing an awkward smile. I really don't know how to answer this question. It must be true.
Finally, a rhetorical question slipped out. Holy Sun, can you tell me what exactly happened? The Grand Elder could no longer remain seated and rose to greet Cao Meng with a respectful bow. Holy Sun, I have indeed offended you before, and I apologize to you here. I have wandered far and wide for many years, hoping to find that sliver of opportunity for a breakthrough, but my potential is ultimately limited. The Grand Elder recounted his experiences with deep emotion, explaining why he went away to wander and why he returned to the sect. Ultimately, he's just a useless piece of trash. His potential has been completely exhausted, and now that his lifespan is almost over, he's come back to retire. Or rather, wait until he dies, and someone will collect his body. Wah, big brother. Big brother, you've suffered so much, sob sob. After he finished speaking from the bottom of his heart, Yun Xingqing and Hua Tingting were so moved that they cried. The three old men immediately hugged each other. Holy crap! Cao Meng watched all of this with embarrassment. Is it really that exaggerated? Even now, he'd be a movie star. Hey, who's crying? The disciples guarding the gate peered curiously into the main hall. It looks like the Grand Elder. Wait, that sounds like the second elder. Why do I have a feeling it's the third elder? Why do I hear all three of them crying? Ah! Now even more disciples gathered to watch, all crowding around the entrance and hopping around as they peered into the hall. What did the Holy Sun do to make the three elders cry? Everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. Chapter 107 News from Burning Heaven Prefecture. Alright, what kind of behavior is this, crying and sobbing like this? Cao Meng shouted, signaling the three to stop. I'll look into this matter when I get back. You can wait for news. After saying that, Cao Meng leaped away. Big brother, is your acting convincing? After Cao Meng left, the three of them immediately stopped crying, and Yun Xingqing asked triumphantly. Hua Tingting looked worried. Yun Xingqing, is your method really going to work? Is the Holy Sun willing to part with that precious elixir? Elder Li can seem to be deep in thought. Judging from the words the Holy Sun left behind, he must have taken our affairs to heart. You two keep a close eye on things these next few days, and go and have another cry whenever you have the chance. Still crying? Hua Tingting stared wide-eyed, incredulous. That was embarrassing enough already. Li Kan retorted without any politeness, if you don't want to break through to the nascent soul realm, you don't need to cry. Then why can't you go and cry? The third elder muttered to himself. Humph. I am the Grand Elder of the Illusion Moon sect. What kind of behavior is this, crying and wailing all day long? This is the task assigned to you. If you fail to complete it, you will be dismissed from your position as third elder. Hua Tingting. A higher rank can be incredibly oppressive. They were completely shut down and had no chance to argue back. Yun Xingqing, on the other hand, was all smiles, with a smug expression on her face. He's a pro at crying scenes. 3 days later. Illusion Moon Peak, a small wooden cabin. Ding! The cause and effect mark has been made. Congratulations, host, you have successfully gained 2,000 win-win experience points, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points. Source: Shadow Princess, Awakened Shadow Spirit. The most prominent characteristic of the Shadow Spirit is its ability to contract and absorb. The pitch-black shadows, like countless living tentacles, instantly wrap around the body and tighten frantically. At the same time, these shadows act like a super-powerful straw, clinging to the skin and greedily sucking up spiritual energy. Cao Meng, who was letting Nightingale and her group play with the soul-devouring spear, suddenly heard a good news notification from the system. Cao Meng was taken aback, as he hadn't heard the system's voice for quite some time. These people weren't marked by the system before, so how come they've suddenly been given a causal mark? So he asked the system about his own confusion. Host, the reason Shadow Princess was able to awaken the Shadow Spirit body is because of the modifications your Supreme Pure Yang body has made to her during this period. 6. After listening to the system's explanation, Cao Meng understood that all of this was due to the unique nature of his physique. No wonder Ingji has been like a different person these past few days, with a much greater sense of firmness, which almost made Cao Meng lose. If I had known more than just the inside story, this feeling would have been absolutely the first time I'd ever experienced this. Call. Cao Meng let out a long sigh of relief, and felt a bit like having a cigarette afterward.
Holy Sun, good news.
Meiji was interrupted by Yunqingqing's shouts from outside as soon as she took over.
That old man is getting more and more clueless, actually coming here. Cao Meng spat, straightened his clothes, and stood up, ready to give him a good talking to.
During this time, Yunqingqing and Huotingting would cling to him whenever they had the chance, and would cry like women at the drop of a hat.
It's driving me crazy. I never expected it to be so outrageous, that they would actually chase me all the way here to find me.
Creak. The door opened, and Cao Meng stood there with a cold face.
Yunqingqing, do you know where this is?
Upon seeing Cao Meng, the Holy Sun, Yunqingqing quickly bowed. Holy Sun, I did not wish to disturb you, but there is a reason for this, and I must come to report.
What's up?
A large number of spirits have appeared in our neighboring Burning Heaven prefecture.
Is that so? Cao Meng immediately became interested upon hearing this. When was this news received?
These past few days he has been worried about the scarcity of spiritual energy in the Tianyuan domain.
Unfortunately, he couldn't create spiritual energy, so he was truly powerless. He truly lacked the courage to let the three old men, including the first elder, consume his reserved elixir.
The three of them are not worthy to consume this precious elixir. The fact that a spirit essence has appeared in Burning Heaven continent indicates that the place has a pure spiritual vein, or at least a spiritual vein that can help people break through to the nascent soul realm.
Once we seize it, this problem will be solved. We just received the news, Holy Sun, we must act quickly
to avoid any unforeseen complications. Indeed, spiritual energy is the foundation of a cultivator's practice. The reason why there are so many powerful people on the 9 provinces continent is because the spiritual energy there is rich and pure enough.
This is why many powerful individuals were born.
However, Burning Heaven state is similar to Heavenly Origin domain, consisting of small states.
You will remain in Tianyuan domain.
Meiji, Shuer, you two come with me. After this period of nourishment, Zhao Shua has recovered to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, and taking her out would be a great help. As for Meiji, she was undoubtedly a succubus reincarnated, always giving Cao Meng a different experience.
Holy Sun, I.
This time, Huanji Cao Meng didn't call her, she lowered her head pitifully.
Alright, you can come along too. Cao Meng was originally angry with him and didn't want to take him along.
The main reason is that he is hesitant and indecisive in everything he does, and even if you ask him to change the channel, he still won't agree.
Like a seductive enchantress, they proactively develop various tracks.
A clueless girl should be given the cold shoulder so she can realize her mistakes. However, considering the years he protected and waited for me, I'll forgive him this once. Upon hearing Cao Meng say that she could follow, Huanji could no longer hold back her beautiful eyes, and a tear slid down her cheek. He had already secretly vowed in his heart that he would strictly obey the Holy Sun's orders from now on, and would do whatever the Holy Sun told him to do, no matter what he did, whether it was murder, arson, standing, or sitting. These past few days, he has felt like a favored concubine who has been banished to the cold palace, having lost all affection and suffering even more in his heart.
Damn, Burning Heaven continent is just ahead. Should we go down and rob it?
2 days later, above Burning Heaven continent, on a large cloud-winged ship.
Shuer, don't rush. Let's go down and scout ahead. Cao Meng said.
His original plan was to come here, seize the spiritual vein, and leave. Unfortunately, just as they stepped into the territory of Burning Heaven state, they heard the system's voice.
Ding!
The system has detected a new chosen one appearing in this area.
The quest to plunder destiny has been automatically triggered.
Upon encountering the chosen one, the system will automatically bind a causal mark. I never expected that a chosen one would appear in such a small Burning Heaven domain. This brought Cao Meng some comfort.
Husband, have we arrived?
Sensing the landing of the cloud-winged ship, Ouyang came out of the house. The reason I brought her here is because this is a place where she still feels resentful.
Yanshu City.
This is the town marked as having a spiritual vein on the map given to me by Yun Qingqing. With her large pregnant belly, Ouyang leaned against Cao Meng's shoulder, the pearl tassels around her neck trembling slightly with her breath.
Gurgle.
This pregnant woman is even more alluring than the most beautiful courtesan in the city. The man in coarse linen clothes stared blankly at Ouyang, his Adam's apple bobbing. On the left is Zhao Shui, dressed in white, her delicate hand clutching Cao Meng's sleeve. The newly picked white plum blossoms by her temples still held morning dew, making her skin appear even colder than snow.
That fairy in white is so beautiful.
The vendors watching were drooling.
The most eye-catching figures were those following behind Cao Meng.
It wasn't because she was particularly beautiful, but because her alluring gait and swaying hips made everyone's heart itch.
The enchantress, dressed in fiery red, swayed gracefully, each step seemingly to the beat of a seductive drum.
The cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye moved with the flow of her gaze.
Gulp! Gulp!
As she deliberately tilted her head to adjust the gold hairpin in her hair, almost every man was sitting in the same position, swallowing hard. Like a night owl, Huanji lurked in the shadows, her curves outlined by her black and red outfit broken by the black iron shoulder guards. A faint, delicate scar adorned her cold, beautiful face.
Holy crap, who is this kid? Damn, which powerful family's young master is he?
Before entering the city, Cao Meng specifically instructed the women to conceal their strength.
This isn't going to the city, it's like moving a brothel onto the street.
The drunken man knocked over the food stall, his cloudy eyes fixed on Meiji's swaying hips, drool soaking his front.
Chapter 108 Invited to the City Lord's Mansion.
In the private room on the second floor of Zuaxian Pavilion, the carved wooden window was half open, and the bustling sounds of people on the street, along with the aroma of wine, drifted into the room. Amidst the wafting sandalwood incense, a young man dressed in a white brocade robe with dark cloud patterns leaned against a gilded carved couch. His eyes and brows were full of wickedness. He stroked the mutton-fat jade cup in his hand, and a malicious smile curled at the corner of his lips.
Lu Yong, who the hell is that down there?
The man spoke in a flippant tone, his eyes fixed on Ouyang, who was walking slowly down the street, with a greedy and fiery gaze. Lu Yong quickly went to the window and followed the man's gaze, immediately spotting Ouyang's figure. He knew perfectly well that this brother Chu had a despicable fetish. He had a particular fondness for married women, especially those who were pregnant. At the first level of the nascent soul realm, judging by his demeanor, he must be a young master from some powerful family. Lu Yong narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing Cao Meng up and down. However, I have never seen such a person in Burning Heaven continent.
He is probably from another region.
He smiled obsequiously and leaned closer to Brother Chu. How about I go down and scout it out for you? A sinister glint flashed in the eyes of the man called Brother Chu. Although he didn't speak, the lewd expression on his face revealed his filthy thoughts. Seeing this, Lu Yong patted his chest and assured him, Brother Chu, please don't worry, that young lady will definitely be delivered to your room tonight.
After saying that, he swaggered downstairs with a few attendants.
On the street, Ouyang was exhausted after the bumpy ride. She leaned weakly on Cao Meng's shoulder, her eyes full of weariness. Honey, shall we find a place to rest for a bit?
Cao Meng gently embraced Ouyang, his tone tender.
Yes, I'll listen to my husband. Ouyang replied softly, her voice sweet and gentle. Huanji, go find a place to stay, Cao Meng instructed, turning his head. Yes, ma'am. Just as Huanji was about to leave, she saw Lu Yong leading a few people towards her. Young Master, Lu Yong said with a beaming smile, is this your first time visiting Flame Ruin City? Cao Meng was slightly taken aback, looking at the person in front of him warily. Who are you?
Young Master, my name is Lu Yong, and I am the young master of the City Lord's Mansion in Flame Ruin City.
Lu Yong bowed slightly, his posture seemingly humble. If you haven't found a place to stay yet, young master, you might as well stay at my City Lord's Mansion for the time being.
I will make you feel right at home.
Cao Meng frowned, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Lu Yong's cultivation level mid-stage golden core, but his aura was mixed, clearly built up with the help of pills. Young master, please don't misunderstand. I make friends widely and enjoy making friends from all over the world. If you are willing to be friends with me, Lu Yong, please don't refuse me.
Lu Yong continued enthusiastically, his smile so genuine it seemed to drip with warmth.
Hey kid, our young master is talking to you, are you deaf? Seeing that Cao Meng remained silent, one of Lu Yong's lackeys immediately jumped out and shouted. Cao Meng's eyes turned cold, and he was about to lash out when he heard a sharp snap. Lu Yong slapped the lackey hard across the face. The lackey screamed, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, and flew out like a kite with a broken string. You piece of trash! I'm talking to this young master, how dare you interrupt? Lu Yong cursed viciously, then immediately put on a fawning smile. Young master, I apologize. It was my fault for not properly training my men. They have offended you. May I ask your surname? Cao Meng. Cao Meng glanced casually at the lackey who was lying on the ground, covering his face and crying, spitting out his teeth, and spoke in a cold tone. Brother Cao, please. My city lord's mansion is more comfortable to stay in than the inns on this street. Lu Yong gestured for him to enter, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Cao Meng stared at Lu Yong for several seconds, but the other party remained calm. Is it really just about making friends? Ha! Brother Lu, please lead the way. Cao Meng naturally didn't believe Lu Yong's words. There were no good people in this world. He just wanted to know what Lu Yong was up to. As Lu Yong turned around, he quickly winked in the direction of the window of Zuaitian Pavilion, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The city lord's mansion had its vermilion gates wide open, and its carved beams and painted rafters exuded luxury and grandeur. An elderly man with white hair was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lu Yong return, he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Young master, you're back. Lu Yong gave a casual reply, then turned to the old man and said, Uncle Tsong, this is young Master Cao and his wives. Go and prepare some fine food and drinks for them. When he set up, he emphasized it. Sangbo's cloudy gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Ouyang. He narrowed his eyes slightly and respectfully said, Your subordinate understands. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Brother Cao, please. Lu Yong politely invited Cao Meng into the city lord's mansion. Cao Meng and Joshua exchanged a glance, smiled at each other, and followed them inside. Soon a table of delicacies was neatly arranged. Cao Meng, along with Ouyang, Joshua, and others, took their seats. His sleeve casually brushed against the dark patterns on the edge of the table, the incomplete engravings of the city lord's mansion's immortal attracting array, the texture of which felt as rough as if it had been sanded by sandpaper. Yong sat down with a smile, a scarlet embroidered pattern slipping from his sleeve, vaguely revealing a hideous ghost face, which he quickly concealed when he raised his glass. Brother Cao has come from afar. This first cup should be a welcome drink. I, Lu, will drink it first as a sign of respect. He laughed out loud, his Adam's apple bobbing as the wine went down his throat, but his gaze remained fixed on Ouyang's protruding belly. Cao Meng had no doubts. He raised his cup, took a small sip, and drank it all in one gulp. The sweet taste that swept over his throat had a very faint bitter undertone, like the roots of herbs soaked in snow water. When he caught a glimpse of Sangbo serving the dishes out of the corner of his eye, his fingertips quickly traced the edge of the celadon plate, a gesture indicating the activation of some kind of formation. Ouyang picked up the carved champagne glass, brought it close to her nose, and took a gentle sniff, saying excitedly, It smells so good. It has the crispness of pine needles after a snowfall, and a hint of honey sweetness. Upon seeing this, Lu Yong's eyes flashed with wild joy, yet he maintained his elegant demeanor as he tapped the rim of his glass. Madam has a wonderful nose. This wine is made from the millennia-old, unmelting ice crystals atop the nine heavens frost peak, blended with the tears of mermaids from the South Sea and the morning dew from the immortal vines of Panglai, and then refined for 81 days in the Lingshao immortal furnace with the true fire of Samadhi. He raised the wine jug and poured it towards the moon, the tiny, silvery glints flowing within the amber liquid shattered into stardust in Ouyang's pupils. Madam, look at the color of this wine. Every drop is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, making it most suitable for a noble person like you to nourish your soul. The story immediately whetted Ouyang's appetite. She stroked her round, swollen belly, her eyelashes fluttering. Husband. Honey, drink if you want. Cao Meng smiled. Upon hearing this, Ouyang smiled like a greedy child, revealing her dimples, and picked up her wineglass to drink it all in one gulp. Wow, it smells so good, it tastes so sweet. Even after finishing his drink, he didn't forget to smack his lips. Chapter 109. Are you drunk?
You should try this brew too, it's pretty good,
Cao Meng said with a smile.
Upon receiving the order, the women no longer hesitated.
They parted their lips slightly and let the sweet and slightly fishy wine slide down their throats, drinking it down with gusto. Seeing this, Lu Yong laughed even more heartily, saving himself a lot of trouble. After several rounds of drinks,
Ouyang Mi's cheeks were as red as ripe peaches.
As she leaned on the table, her hairpin slipped off, and her black hair cascaded down onto the brocade like a waterfall. Zhao Shui's head slammed heavily against the rim of the bowl with a dull thud. Meiji's fingers were still gripping the wine cup, but she had no strength left.
Brother Cao.
Lu Yong's tongue seemed to be tied in knots, but when he looked at Cao Meng, who was slumped in the chair, his eyes suddenly turned cold.
Brother Cao,
come on, keep drinking. He shook the empty wine jar, then suddenly burst into laughter.
You're no good either, you passed out after only 2 jars, haha.
The laughter stopped abruptly.
He stared at Cao Meng's closed eyelids and gently flicked his fingertips. Uncle Tsong came running over excitedly.
Young master. He lowered his eyelids, but when he looked up, he exchanged a sinister look with Lu Yong.
Well done.
Gurgle.
Lu Yong licked his lips, his gaze lingering on Meiji's high breasts, the sound of his Adam's apple bobbing clearly audible in the silence.
After all, Meiji's outfit, a thin red gauze dress with a low neckline revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin that gleamed like pearls under the candlelight, was stunning. She also possesses an alluring charm. Any normal man would definitely choose her first.
It's all thanks to the young master's excellent teaching. When Sangbo lowered his head, a fawning smile appeared in his wrinkles. This 9 Heavens Frost brew contains drunken god powder. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator wouldn't be able to stand up after drinking it.
Young master, please feel free to play and do whatever you want.
His gaze slid down Meiji's waistline, a greedy light gleaming in his murky pupils.
But what he said was a bit of an exaggeration. He had never even seen what a nascent soul realm cultivator looked like, so how could he know that this drunken god powder could intoxicate a nascent soul realm cultivator? Lu Yong suddenly burst into a low laugh, his fingers tapping out a lewd rhythm on the edge of the table, his heart already filled with anticipation. He stared at Ouyang Mi's exposed, fair wrist, glistening with a thin layer of sweat in the candlelight.
Uncle Tsong, don't say that I don't love you.
Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Meiji's chin, forcing her to raise her head.
Pick whichever one you like. Oh, young master, you jest.
Sangbo rubbed his hands together and backed away, but as he turned, his gaze was fixed on Ouyang Mi's protruding belly, his Adam's apple bobbing violently.
How dare I, an old man, compete with the young master?
It all belongs to the young master, it all belongs to the young master.
Hey, old man, you have the same hobby as Brother Chu. Let's get another one. This one is for Brother Chu.
Seeing that Sangbo's gaze was fixed on Ouyang Mi, Lu Yong immediately laughed and scolded. Ah, so it was prepared for young Master Chu. This old servant deserves to die, this old servant deserves to die. By the way, where is Brother Chu? Lu Yong suddenly asked. Young master, Chu Xing was just talking with the city lord.
He should be done by now. Lu Yong nodded, then pointed to Ouyang Mi. Go and take this to Brother Chu's room.
Upon hearing this, the old man Sangbo grinned and rubbed his hands together, preparing to step forward and lift Ouyang Mi up. But as he walked past Cao Meng, he inadvertently glanced at Cao Meng. Instantly, I was so scared I almost jumped out of my skin.
You're not drunk?
Cao Meng gave him a strange, wicked smile and stared straight at him.
Who told you I was drunk? Cao Meng gave a harmless smile and looked at Sangbo and Lu Yong.
Impossible. You've been poisoned by the drunken god powder. Even if you're only at the early nascent soul stage, you'd collapse.
Oh. Is that so? You've poisoned cultivators at the nascent soul stage.
Cao Meng feigned surprise and asked. Uncle Tsong, stop talking nonsense to him. Lu Yong suddenly shouted, leaping like a rabbit to the pillar in the hall, his fingertips forming complex hand seals.
Activate the immortal summoning array. Whether it's a dragon or a tiger, they'll all perish in this flame-ruined city today.
Sangbo's aged hand pressed down on the ground, and bronze-colored array patterns spread along the floor tiles like living things, gathering into a dark blue halo with a diameter of 3 zhang under Cao Meng's feet. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the center of the formation, and countless chain-like strands of spiritual energy burst forth from the ground, coiling around Cao Meng's ankles like venomous snakes. "Brother Cao, this immortal summoning array is the most precious treasure of our city lord's mansion." Lu Yong grinned maliciously through the halo. "You were the old demon who once trapped a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. You, a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator, will be refined into dust within 3 breaths." Before he finished speaking, a crackling sound suddenly erupted from the center of the formation. Golden sparks burst from Cao Meng's drooping fingertips, and the chain-like spiritual energy ignited upon contact, the rising flames spreading rapidly along the array patterns. "Ha, Brother Cao, I'm sorry to trouble you for a while. After the immortal attracting array devours you, I will take good care of these young ladies for you." After he finished speaking, he looked at Cao Meng triumphantly. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire city lord's mansion trembled violently, and a net-like crack began to appear around the immortal summoning array. Buzz. 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 Click. The immortal attracting array shattered instantly. What? When Lu Yong saw the formation shatter, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This formation is a culmination of the power of his entire city lord's mansion. Starting it up once consumes a significant amount of resources. How did it break? Sangbo was dumbfounded. He knew very well how much the city lord had expended to create this formation. It's ruined just like that? Cao Meng smiled and shook his head. "Hey, Brother Lu, this formation doesn't seem to be working. Sigh, it's such a pity that such a good formation is so good. You scoundrel, what kind of sorcery did you use?" Lu Yongqi glared and roared angrily. "Uncle Song, make your move. Don't hurt these young ladies." "Yes, sir." Boom! Sangbo's aura suddenly erupted. It turned out to be a master at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Cao Meng glanced at Sangbo and could tell at a glance that he was the kind of useless person whose lifespan was about to end and who was only relying on medicine to prolong his life. He dares to show his strength with this, little does he know that using his power once will accelerate the depletion of his lifespan. "Do you know who I am?" Cao Meng asked calmly. "I don't care who you are. Even if someone from the Holy Land comes, they'll have to kneel down before me." Cao Meng's lips twitched. This guy really doesn't think twice before bragging. "Kill them." Cao Meng waved his hand casually, originally wanting to know what this guy's purpose was in harming him. It can't just be because of lust, can it? Now it seems he's a useless piece of trash, and we can't get anything out of him. Instructions received. Huanji raised her head and looked at Lu Yong with a charming smile. "Day." That one glance was enough to frighten Lu Yong so much that he retreated several steps. How is this possible? Given Lu Yong's level of cultivation, he naturally couldn't discern Meiji's strength. "It was this hand that touched me just now." The words fell. Lu Yong didn't even have time to react, and before he could even see Huanji's figure clearly, Huanji grabbed his arm. Lu Yong's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly thought, "This is bad." Ah! Before it could even make a move, it let out a hysterical roar. Bang! Puff! With one kick, Lu Yong flew out and crashed heavily to the ground. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Anyway, it just lay there motionless like a dead dog. Looking into Huanji's hand, she was holding a severed limb. Ha! How disgusting! Huanji tossed it away casually, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it's unclear. The arm was thrown directly into the council hall of the city lord's mansion. Thump! Brother Chu, who was talking to the city lord, first heard a scream. Before he could get up to check, he saw a severed arm fall. Chapter 110 Lu Hushan. City Lord Lu Hushan's veins bulged, his eyes surging with murderous intent, and he roared, shaking the heavens and earth, "Which damned bastard is it?
Damn it, I'm entertaining young Master Chu right now.
If you displease young Master Chu, that would be a serious offense. Before he finished speaking, his iron boots slammed down with a sharp crack. The severed arm on the ground instantly turned to dust, with bone fragments mixed with dust flying everywhere. Enraged, Lu Huishan moved with lightning speed, leaping out of the room in the blink of an eye. When he rushed into the backyard, he saw Uncle Tsong lying listlessly in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Young master, it's this old servant's fault for being useless and unable to avenge you." The old man's withered fingers gripped Lu Yong's clothes tightly, and bubbly blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth. Each cough was accompanied by a spray of fine blood foam.
"Younger, my younger."
Enraged, Lu Huishan sent Sang Bo flying and picked up Lu Yong's body, crying out in pain.
"Who did it? Who did it? Ah! Cough cough, ft."
Sang Bo struggled to his feet, pointed at Cao Meng and the others, and with his last ounce of strength, trembled as he squeezed out the words.
"Lord City Lord, it's them young master kindly invited them to the sect master's mansion."
Who knew their treacherous intentions, coveting the treasures on the young master's body? When the young master refused to hand them over, this vixen ruthlessly killed him. Before he could finish speaking, a mouthful of blood welled up in his throat, and he collapsed to the ground.
Lu Huishan's sinister gaze swept over the crowd like a venomous snake.
Cao Meng was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, and Yang was only at the foundation establishment stage, while he couldn't fathom the true strength of the other three at all. At this moment, the five men had different expressions, and their mocking gazes went straight into his eyes. Especially Yang, with her eyebrows curving and a sly smile playing on her lips, asked in a sweet, childlike voice, "Husband, was my acting convincing just now?"
"So true. Mir acted the best."
Cao Meng made no attempt to hide his praise, his words filled with doting affection. Then, his expression hardened, and he looked directly at Lu Huishan and said, "Your son attempted to take liberties with my wife, Lord Lu. How should this debt be settled?" Lu Huishan, who was already on the verge of exploding, became even more furious upon hearing this, like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, a powerful pressure exploded from his body, and the terrifying aura of the late nascent soul stage swept in all directions like a surging tide. He gathered chilling spiritual power in his palm and was about to unleash a deadly move on Cao Meng. However, just as his momentum reached its peak, Meiji casually raised her hand and waved it, and an invisible pressure descended like Mount Tai pressing down.
Lu Huishan's spiritual energy instantly dissipated, and he knelt heavily on the ground.
He collapsed to the ground in a disheveled state, his hair disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his bloodshot eyes filled with resentment and anger.
"Lord Lu, don't be in such a hurry. Let me ask you a question before you rush off."
Cao Meng stroked the jade pendant at his waist, a half-smile playing on his lips, but his eyes held a chilling glint. "Tell me, has the population of this city changed recently?" Lu Huishan was overwhelmed by Meiji's oppressive aura, his neck veins bulging, and he roared hoarsely, Who exactly are you people?" However, no sooner had he finished speaking than thunder roared across the sky, and two world-destroying forces tore through the clouds. Two white-haired old men stood in mid-air, stepping on jade rui scepters, with young Master Chu standing in front of them.
"Young Master Chu, save me.
These men killed my younger and are now trying to find out the secrets of the city." Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Lu Huishan desperately pleaded for help.
"Ha!"
Cao Meng frowned as he looked at the two old men in the sky, their bodies shrouded in black mist. Although he appears to be only at the peak of the nascent soul realm, his aura is no weaker than that of the divine transformation realm. Why does this power feel so familiar?
It's the power of the demons. Damn it, these people are actually connected to those monsters.
As soon as young Master Chu arrived, he stared at Yang with wicked intent, drooling as if he wanted to devour her right then and there.
Chapter 111: The Chu Family.
When Yang saw someone staring at her like that, her initially disgusted gaze suddenly froze. Her pupils contracted sharply as she squinted at young Master Chu's face. The curve of this person's eyebrows and eyes looked so similar. Slurp. Young Master Chu licked his lips, his scarlet tongue sweeping over his fangs, a morbid fanaticism gleaming in his eyes. He suddenly flung his sleeve and shouted, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Deng, kill everyone except that lady." Before the words were finished, spiderweb-like ice patterns sprouted from the cracks in the blue bricks, and frost flowers climbed up the pillar bases to everyone's ankles. The eerie green flames rising from Lu Bo's palms made his cheeks appear blue, and where the flames swept, the air twisted into swirling black ripples. The chains on Uncle Deng's fingers rattled, and the ghostly flames in the skull's eye sockets at the end flickered with each breath, each flash accompanied by a shrill shriek as his teeth chattered. The two figures, enveloped in black mist swirling with withered leaves, rose into the air, tearing holes in the clouds. Sparrows 10 miles away flapped their wings and plummeted to the ground, while glazed tiles shattered with a crack in the shockwave, falling in a shower of dust. However, this earth-shattering power was nothing more than a child playing with fire in Meiji's eyes. Just as the two made their move, Meiji's figure appeared mysteriously behind Lu Bo. Her slender, jade-like hand seemed to gently press on Lu Boshan's skull, but in reality, each fingertip exuded a power strong enough to crush steel. With a crisp crack, Uncle Lu's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a giant hammer, blood and brain matter bursting out in an umbrella-like pattern. Deng Bo's pupils contracted sharply, and the chains pierced towards Mei Ji's throat with lightning speed, only to see her lips curl into a cold smile. With a slender hand grasping in mid-air, the air instantly froze. The chains snapped inch by inch, and Uncle Deng was sent flying backwards and exploded. In an instant, blood mist surged above the city lord's mansion, and the pungent smell of blood mixed with gunpowder smoke soared into the sky.
Transformation, divine transformation realm. How is this possible?
Lu Hushan slumped to the ground, his crotch soaked, his eyes wide open, muttering to himself.
Young Master Chu was completely terrified. Just as Mei Ji smiled alluringly, she appeared in front of young Master Chu.
No, don't kill me, you can't kill me. Young Master Chu watched as Mei Ji approached him step by step with a seductive smile, and he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground and backed away, uttering a harsh threat.
You can't kill me. My father is Chu Qian.
If I kill you, you're all doomed.
Wait a moment.
Just as Mei Ji was about to strike down with her palm, Yang Mi hurriedly stopped her.
Who are you? Where are you from? How old are you?
Yang Mi stepped forward to young Master Chu, looked at him seriously, and asked a series of questions in one breath.
Young Master Chu's suspicious yet greedy gaze swept over Yang Mi's protruding belly.
He quickly looked away when he saw Cao Meng's cold gaze.
My name is Chu Qinyun, my father is Chu Qian, from Yen City. After hearing Chu Qinyun's introduction, Yang Mi seemed to recall something sad and involuntarily took a step back.
Chu Qinyun's face lit up with joy upon seeing this, thinking that Yang Mi was intimidated by her father's reputation. You can release them now, kneel down and apologize, and then you can sleep with me for one night.
I might consider it.
However, before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword pierced his heart. The person who made the move was none other than Yang Mi. Yang Mi's eyes were icy cold as she gripped the sword hilt fiercely, staring intently at Chu Qinyun.
That wretched son deserves to die. Thump!
Even as Chu Qinyun fell to the ground, his eyes remained wide open.
He died without understanding what Yang Mi meant. Burn the flaming city of Tianzhou.
At the Chu family's memorial hall, the gatekeeper was suddenly terrified. He staggered as he ran towards the main hall of the family. It's terrible, Master. Something horrible has happened.
The two ran and shouted. Stop. What are you two doing in such a panic?
Suddenly, a boy leading the group stopped the two and reprimanded them.
Young Master Lingyun, something terrible has happened. Young Master Chenyun, his life tablet is broken. What? Snap.
A burly man, referred to as young Master Lingyun, stepped forward and slapped the person who had spoken across the face.
What the hell are you spouting? Are you looking for death?
No, young Master Lingyun, I'm not lying. Chu Bing and I were assigned to guard the Spirit Tablet Hall, and we just witnessed young Master Chenyun's life tablet shatter. That's right, young Master Lingyun, we saw it with our own eyes, Lu Bing anxiously explained from the side. Chu Lingyun swallowed hard and asked seriously.
Is what you said true? Young Master Lingyun, I wouldn't dare lie.
Quickly, go and report to father. Chu Lingyun said solemnly. Inside the Spirit Tablet Hall, Chu Lingyun stared in astonishment at Chu Qinyun's shattered life spirit tablet.
Is he really dead?
Dead, ha ha ha.
Chu Qinyun, the Chu family has finally fallen into my hands.
Both of them are Chu Qian's sons. They are brothers on the surface, but they have stabbed each other in the back behind the scenes in order to compete for the position of young master of the family. Now, Chu Lingyun has received news of Chu Qinyun's death, and her initial shock and disbelief have turned into extreme joy.
Congratulations, young master. From now on, the Chu family will be yours for the taking.
In time, the entire burning heaven continent will be at your feet. The burly lackey beside Chu Lingyun flattered him with a grin.
Ha ha ha. No, there's one more person we need to deal with.
Chu Lingyun, who was just having a good time, stopped laughing abruptly when he heard the old man's words. His eyes turned cold again as he asked.
Second elder, have you found out Chu Xingyun's whereabouts?
It is said that he has joined the Illusion Moon sect of the Tianyuan domain and has even recognized the holy son of the Illusion Moon sect as his father.
The old man behind him said.
That bastard certainly knows how to climb the social ladder. Chu Lingyun's lips curled into a cold smile. Investigate his recent whereabouts. If the opportunity arises.
Young Master Lingyun, the patriarch has ordered a bloodbath in Flame Ruin City. The end.
Sorry bro, I'm here to wrap things up. I'm barely making ends meet with that measly little bit of money each day. Readers are welcome to point out any shortcomings in the author's work. The author is eager to learn and appreciates your feedback.
Thank you. The end.